The cause of it rising is the water that falls below the apple, around the apple.
Oh, very good, very good, very good. You're right. You are correct, sir.
Fluid dynamics. Welcome to Flat Earth.
You
Right.
So
what we have proven here, right, is we've dropped an object within two different mediums, and we get two different accelerations. So when I'm releasing the apple at the bottom of the pool and it accelerates upwards, why is it not drawn to the larger mass of the Earth?
Because the water is drawn to the larger mass of the Earth. You see, the water above the apple is pulled down below the apple by gravity.
So
what?
Gravity pulls the water above the apple.
That takes a trick of the imagination to understand.
Dude, there are aspects of the apple that have metal in them that would be falling to the bottom of the pool.
Your answer, honestly, like, you sound educated, but your answer for the true globe zealots around here would be that buoyant force is a much stronger force than the gravitational force. And I'm guessing you're going to say, yes, this is correct.
I mean, the buoyant force is caused by the gravitational force. The conversion is not really,
it's not caused by that. You can't prove that. It's just, there's no buoyant force. It's just, have you ever heard of relative density or specific gravity? That's what causes.
This is a good example. Helio, please hold on. I was trying to say something before he even gave that example, and I'm gonna, segue this. Okay, so, all right, so keeping what was just said in mind about the apple rising in the water, right? Now let's go back to the vacuum that you talked about. So, if you drop a feather in a balloon, a feather and a bowling ball in a vacuum, and they fall at approximately the same rate.
Yep.
What was the variable that you changed in order to make that happen?
Density of the medium.
That's correct. So you removed as much of the medium as possible, making them, like, let's say, now let's go into theoretics. Let's say you had a perfect vacuum, which is theoretically impossible, but let's say you had one.
It's practically impossible. Theoretically, it is possible, right?
Well, it's practically and theoretically. Okay.
Yeah, well, theoretically, yes. Zero pressure is theoretically.
I'll concede to that. No, I used the wrong word. I used the wrong word. It's practically impossible, theoretically possible, right?
Yeah.
So, let's say you have. Let's theoretically state that you have now a perfect vacuum. What have you done is removed all medium whatsoever, and all things have zero resistance. Therefore, it doesn't matter their mass, it doesn't matter their weight, it doesn't matter, like, none of this matters. They're going to fall at the same rate. However, that's because you manipulated the medium and you made both of them more dense than the medium. Therefore, they're going to fall.
Or less dense, but yeah, does that ever happen in nature? Ever? Even in quote unquote outer space? Ever?
I think you said with the bowling ball and the feather, it actually perfectly agrees with Newtonian mechanics and gravity. I don't see what's wrong with it.
What gravity?
So why doesn't gravity pull the apple up from a pile of sand if you put the apple in the bottom of a pile of sand? Why isn't the buoyancy of the sand down on the apple the same way you think the water is? How can something be resisting something at a big amount, like at the bottom of the ocean, and then you release it and it goes up against all resistance of all that water, and you think it's gravity, and then gravity is your explanation of pulling to the center of something? How idiotic! That's just
actually. I'm sorry, Demark. I missed one key word that actually it is key. You not only made both of them; they were already both more dense than the medium. So that's where my mistake was. But if it's a perfect vacuum, then they are both infinitely more dense than the medium. Infinitely is the important part. That's why they would fall at approximately the same rate or at the same rate.
What's the medium being what?
The medium being nothing at all. The medium
yeah,
being
nothing at all. Exactly. So zero density, which doesn't exist. What the fuck is going on here? See, it's just, I mean, I understand your physics calculations sort of work here on Earth the way that Newton's ideas and Einstein's ideas, but their ideas of how outer space might or might not work, it's all math. It's math magic.
I mean, that's a kind of a frequent argument here, but
it should be a frequent argument all across the world.
No, the math magic argument is nonsense. Actually, sorry, it really is.
You're not.
All right. Do you have any physical evidence that what they say about this
you guys,
actually
I'm just glad
exists?
is telling us how to think. Thank you, sir.
Can I go back to the bowling ball in the vacuum?
Probably not. No.
So
at this point, no. But I mean, dude, do you? All right, the bowling ball and feathers. You pick the largest vacuum chamber in the world, and you're going to drop a bowling ball and some feathers.
I show you some mathematics.
Extract as
no,
much.
Please don't do that. Calculations aren't evidence of anything.
I show you some mathematics.
You're just not listening, I think, because it's very clear. It's everything, whether it falls or rises, has to do with the medium that it is in. If you put it in a vacuum, it's now in the vacuum, and that is the absence of a medium is
on Earth. On Earth, by the way. On Earth, by the way.
If you put it on Earth in practical means, it's either in the air or it's in the water, or I don't know. There might be a plasma state you could put something in. But
maybe still done on Earth. But the medium, you're going to pretend that it could probably happen somewhere, some way, right. In my imagination in outer space.
Grab the popcorn. Let's do this.
The medium itself is what's going to determine whether it rises or falls.
I mean, of course, the medium has an influence, but this
That's
phenomenon,
the only influence. Fluid dynamics.
This phenomenon agrees very well with.
You're getting very frustrated. I can see, because you think some of this can happen on other planets somewhere, but you can't actually test this happening on other planets.
Earth measures flat. That's where we're at.
You can't go there.
I was not talking about other planets. This again. I'm a bit. You're right. I'm frustrated with all these distractions.
The globe god. That's where you're frustrated before the globe god.
Okay.
Why can't you stay on top?
I was trying to have a conversation with you, and Helio keeps on getting in every.
I know I'm being a dick. Go ahead. Go ahead, guys. I'll shut up.
I'm frustrated too. It's not just you.
Okay. So where do we go? Where do we go now? I mean,
hey everybody, what's going on?
Hi, Mimus.
Hey, what did I miss?
Nothing whatsoever. Newtonian arguments about stuff.
I'll just slide in as the greasy globe.
Mimos talk to Eternal Potato French Fry that he wants to bring some topics.
You could talk about anything but Newton.
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah, I thoroughly destroyed Newton just by not even speaking.
Dude, the guy didn't even look in the voice text, Mimus. We were posting, what was it, 2 hours, you guys, on this subject? I can't believe what I'm hearing.
I can't read through everything, really.
You can't even read through one thing.
And at the same time talking. I mean.
Okay, hold on. We don't read anything.
I could post Wikipedia pages all day.
I'm muting everyone.
And demanded you to read it.
You won't do a goddamn thing. You won't lift a finger.
Eternal, can you promise me one thing? Only one thing. Eternal, only one thing. I am not that scientist, physics guy. I am that normal human Baker,
Okay.
I don't know that.
That's nothing
Listen,
wrong with
I want to tell him one thing. One time,
Guys,
sorry.
let Mimas speak.
Mimas, go ahead, bud.
All right. What are we exactly talking about? What's the subject? What is eternal potato? What is your assertion?
I'll break it down. Basically, he's debating that he's saying that both Newtonian gravity and Einsteinian gravity can be equally used depending on the argument, and that it doesn't matter. They're synonymous, essentially.
They are compatible. Compatible is the right word.
Okay, hold on. Here's my question. Where's your proof that either of them are real?
You mean okay, I can prove that Newtonian gravity exists. Is that what you want?
So you can prove that there's a force acting instantaneously? How do you do that?
So I already were at this point, but I was interrupted. So the second law of motion says that the force equals.
We're not talking about law of motion. We're talking about an invisible force that acts on everything, right?
Second law of motion, Newtonian mechanics.
We're talking about gravity. We're talking about gravity.
Yes.
That's not the second law of motion.
If you would let me finish,
I've already tried to cover this.
Just let me finish. Just let me finish.
I already explained it.
Just let me finish. Just let me finish. Just let me finish. Let me finish.
Me, I just want to help to clarify. So
let me finish.
No. So he did this 15 minutes ago. He was saying that if we throw out Newtonian gravity, that we're also throwing out Newtonian mechanics. And if we're going to throw out Newtonian mechanics, then he's going to serve it. Okay?
No.
I explained to him that we're not throwing out Newtonian mechanics. It's Newtonian gravity that has been falsified by your people. Okay? Your people threw that out. And now what they accept is Einsteinian gravity.
Newtonian mechanics.
So that is
eternal. You do understand that in one model of physics that it's a force, and in the other model of physics it's not a force. You understand that, right?
How did it become not a
force? I will post you now a paper. I already posted in the chat.
I'm not interested in the paper.
How to derive Newtonian mechanics from Einstein. Newtonian gravity from Einstein gravity.
Eternal. Listen to me.
They did not.
You, with your mouth, you tell me. Don't just post some paper without a citation. You tell me. The paper is not a citation. That's a source, you uneducated mong. What's the difference between a source and a citation?
What's your language, please?
Let's boy.
What's the difference between a source and a citation?
I don't care. I provided your source.
Okay. Of course you don't care. I didn't ask for a source. I asked you to make an argument. You apparently can't. Can you?
What should I argue for? Tell me argument for what?
You're saying Newtonian gravity is real. I'm asking you how you would prove that.
Okay. Will you let me finish?
Okay.
So the second law of motion says force equals mass times acceleration.
That has nothing to do with gravity.
So if I let an object fall, it changes its velocity. That's an acceleration.
You didn't know there was no force added to any mass.
The object accelerates. This means a force act on it. This force which acts on a falling object, we call it gravity.
There's no force on a falling object other than resistance.
You are describing something falling. You are not describing the force.
Resistance is the opposite of gravity.
Your mic is shit.
Okay, hold on.
When you drop an apple, there's no force on it. And if there's 1,000 apples in the field, right, and all the apples weigh,
I do not have to yell. Everyone can hear me fine. I'm just going to talk over everybody now, okay? Right? Everyone can hear me, right?
Yep.
Loud and clear. Now, I'm asking you about the force of gravity, not describing what is happening. How would you experimentally prove that there is a force?
Okay. A force is what changes the velocity of a massive object.
Let one person answer, please. One person at a time. Thank you.
I am only talking to Eternal. Everybody. Okay? Eternal. I am not asking you for the description of something. I'm asking for a scientific experiment. Where is it?
Yes. So let me explain, please. And now
I'm not going to let you
please.
explain the second law.
Just let me finish.
Of motion.
Just let me finish.
No, I'm not going to, because you're not going to waste my time.
Whenever a massive object changes its
that is a
velocity.
claim. That's a claim. You don't have proof.
Do you have proof that it's otherwise not true?
No. You don't ask for proof of a negative. You have claim that you have proof that it's otherwise. Are you dumb?
No, I'm just curious. Like, you know,
proof that it's proof of the otherwise. So you want me to offer what?
Just offer like why he's wrong.
Force is defined.
No. I don't have to prove wrong.
Mimos, this is someone that jumped in.
So many people talking.
Yeah, this is someone else.
Write your list of questions down and wait till this is over.
Just wait for your time. We're gonna address you. Just wait a minute. Mimos is talking to Eternal Potato. Just wait a little bit.
Eternal, what I need from you is something to back up your claim. Your claim is that gravity is a force. What I need from you is an experiment showing gravity being manipulated.
Dropping something.
Dropping something is not manipulating gravity.
Okay, Deaths, you're going on mute until the next person's done.
Possible by changing the mass of the object.
By changing the mass of the object. Now, how would you prove that it's the mass of the object that is changing anything? Do you understand that you're not removing all the variables to find the one single cause, are you?
Yeah, the point is that you
Do you know what a scientific experiment is?
Of course.
Explain it to me. What are its fundamental parts?
So in a scientific experiment, you have a setup, and
a setup is not part of a method. A setup.
And you observe one variable.
Or science, but that's not a scientific experiment.
So you observe one variable by changing another variable, more or less.
Okay, so you need a dependent and an independent variable, right?
Yeah, let's call it like that.
Okay. What do you have to manipulate to validate the other?
What exactly are you talking about?
What is the observable phenomenon? Like how? Let's say you're Newton. What's the observable phenomenon?
For example, the time it takes for an object to drop on the ground.
The object drops, right? That's your observed phenomenon, right?
What I observe is the time it takes.
No, you're not observing the time it takes. The observable phenomenon is apple drop. That's it.
It's the acceleration of the object. Yeah.
Acceleration of the object.
Yeah.
So it drops. Okay. Why does a helium balloon rise?
Well, because already were at this point. Because
hold on. Why does the helium balloon rise? Yeah,
because the air around it drops.
The air around it drops. Do you have proof of that?
Pardon?
You have proof of that.
Well,
you mean when the helium balloon is rising because the air is dropping?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Are you stupid?
No, that's exactly what's happening.
Let me ask this. Does it drop all the time or only when the balloon is there?
Well, the force of gravity acts on it
you're an imbecile.
all the time.
Eternal, I'm going to ban you for this. Because this is the stupidest thing I've ever heard.
Watch your language, please.
This is the stupidest, most idiotic, retarded thing I have ever heard from another human.
Language.
You can be an adult. Just let him speak.
You're saying that the air that we breathe is dropping and the balloon is staying still?
No.
So the balloon itself is rising. If the balloon is rising, how is the air dropping?
Because
yeah. Which one is it going to be, buddy?
The balloon is rising. There is some empty space.
You just said it.
Air
the observable phenomenon is the balloon rising. That's it. You just said it. Because in your observation, the balloon rises. The apple falls, the balloon rises.
But when the balloon rises, what is at the place where the balloon was before?
Can you create an experiment where you can show me like the feather and the balloon both dropping?
I mean, for a balloon, it might be difficult.
Okay, well, let's just say a feather in a bowling ball.
Yes. Yeah. If you evacuate, if you have a container and you evacuate the container,
and then they both fall at the same rate, don't they?
Yes.
What's the independent variable in that?
The independent variable.
Yeah.
One you can manipulate.
The one that you can manipulate as being the cause.
It's the density of the atmosphere.
Ding, 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 ding. Guys, he agrees with us. Density.
Yeah.
You just said it.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
You just proved it. It's density. The only thing you can manipulate in a vacuum chamber is density. And that causes everything to fall at the same rate. It's the medium that they exist in.
But
thank you.
But
thank
it's
you,
perfectly,
Eternal.
but it's perfectly compatible with.
That is one of the easiest states I've done.
How does it? Does what
You
we just talked about?
The independent variable of a vacuum chamber is density, and that was your experiment for proving gravity.
Mimus, that's what we're talking about in any way. Disproves gravity.
You just it disproves gravity. It proves density.
No.
It proves that the effect on the two objects is density. Because when you remove that variable from the equation, the same thing happens to both.
Also, gravity isn't fully thought out. It's a poor excuse. Listen, it's a poor excuse for the replacing of density, right? So gravity is
it's not that hard.
Yeah.
Well, let's negate.
You know what I mean?
I mean,
relative density works it out, and then gravity still hasn't, anyway.
While he's reeling from his loss, we can go on to the other guy.
Well, I just want to, as an addendum, like I said earlier, there's no such thing as a vacuum in nature that way. You know what I mean?
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because you can use a vacuum chamber to remove a variable. If that's part of your scientific experiment and you're trying to manipulate the actual air, you would need a vacuum chamber for that.
Exactly. It doesn't happen in nature, so it's not science.
What's funny is just shortly before you came in, I was doing this as well with him. So this is the second time you heard it. Now, as far as moving on to the next guy, are you sure you don't want to revel in his loss and just hear the
I got what I wanted out of it.
All right.
Well, I mean, we
the guy's
have
smart
a lot
enough
of
to
new
know
people.
what Mimus said. You know what I mean? He's smart enough.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of new people are coming in. If they have questions, let them ask. Eternal Potato, if you want to stick around and listen, there are new people to address if they have questions. But yeah, sure.
Yeah, I mean, I'm. It's already late for me, so I will leave anyway. So let me finish by.
No, you can. No. Tell you what. You need to think about what we talked.
Let me finish by saying that I'm aware that I won the debate.
No, you lost.
That's a question about
handily. You lost handily.
That's a question about
when you have to claim that you won the debate, you lost.
Even invalidated your own model.
No, that's
by saying
mine just claiming that you won doesn't mean that you won.
He's been doing this for an hour and a half.
I've never been in a conversation where I said I won the debate.
I'll try to be the voice of reason in this. Okay, like whoever is the declared victor by the self-declared victor.
You're the loser.
Debate, that's not a real thing. That's not a real thing. So
of course you can believe that you won. It's absolutely fine.
Of course.
Who wins and loses the debate? Who wins and loses the debate is up to the audience.
Maybe I will come back and disprove you once more. Right. Okay.
The audience.
Joseph Goebbels, thank you for coming.
Whether or not you won or lost.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead and get the fuck out or turn it. So who else is? I mean, who wants to talk to us, Nick? I think he left.
Joseph Goebbels' son. Memes. Congratulations.
Congratulations, guys. That explains the taste in my mouth. I knew something.
That was
complete psychopath. He's literally Hannibal Lecter.
Who was the other guy asking me to prove my client's innocence rather than
find him.
Rather than the state having to come up with guilt.
He left because he couldn't rumpus. So
yeah, you don't want to talk to Mimus about law. Sorry.
I know bird law.
Bird law. Yeah, I don't even know what that is.
You should have asked the guy. I mean.
I figured something fucked up about Eternal Potato, but he's lucky that he left the server right away. But, all right.
I wouldn't worry about that.
Dang, he
Gossip's
left the
stupid.
server already?
Did he give himself that name?
Yeah, that's what he had when he came in.
He gave himself that name, so he is aware that he's a moron.
But listen, real quick, when he set the
Still
stage
around,
and came
still
in,
around.
Mimas, when he came in 90 minutes ago, he said, I don't want to talk about flat Earth. I just want to see if you guys believe in the laws of physics. So he would not even budge. He just stayed a sycophant.
Yeah, and then we proceeded to show him what he believes about his religion.
Check it out. Check it out.
Look,
He didn't want to talk
that's
about.
why when I came in, he was trying to pin us into a corner of like, of saying if you don't agree with Newtonian gravity, then you don't agree with Newtonian physics or Newtonian mechanics.
He had everybody in the weeds.
Where I called him out, I said that's not an issue. I said
all right,
that's not
cool.
an issue.
Let's talk one at a time. We're trying. I'm not.
No, go ahead, Lou.
It's
Lou
me
was,
too.
Lou was
It's me
talking.
too.
Lou
Yeah,
was
it's
talking.
me too.
And then
I
you go.
just want everyone. I know that was an interesting situation. Go ahead.
No, but essentially, he was trying to.
But you should try the picture in the Discord app.
Jamesy, you're breaking up. I think Lou sounds good. I'd rather hear Lou right now. Go ahead.
Yeah, right. Well, what he was trying to do is he already came in with this idea that we were all science deniers, and if he could just paint us into a corner where we denied all science, things that are irrefutable, then he would be the victor. But it was called out. It said, no, it's not all of Newton that's wrong. We're going to be specific. We're going to actually understand the science. And at that point, he was at a loss because he doesn't understand it himself. He doesn't understand the difference between the two, Newtonian gravity or Newtonian mechanics. We don't deny all science. In fact, we're probably the most strict about what is science out of anybody out there right now. You know, we don't deny Newtonian mechanics. Like what that has to do with is with kinetic energy and one force enacting upon another force and all that stuff. That's fine. But what they do is they extrapolate that outward, and they say, well, because nothing can move unless it has a force enacted upon it, then here's our best going theory. And Newton came up with these laws of mechanics. Let's hear what he has to say about what causes things to go up and down. But that's been tossed out 106 years ago. So
I think they try to accuse us of using just debate tactics to discount their information, which we're quite familiar with their information. So it's not like we're using debate tactics. We throw their information. Go ahead, Bemis.
I want to. This is for the moderators.
Go ahead.
Right. This is for the moderators. Okay. So we realize Mimas was only here at the end. So in order to remind yourselves, please do me one favor. And I have to do this now because you won't let me into the meetings after I broke that window and took the door off the hinges, and I apologize. But please change this guy's name.
You don't have to remind us how much of a douche you are.
I know. Just listen. Please listen. One thing, please let me say this. Please change his name. This is so easy. Change his name. If you have to Google it, type in Joseph Goebbels and change his name to Joseph Goebbels. Please trust me. It'll take me later.
Talking about GOE.
Please change his name to Joseph Goebbels. Yes, he's a socialist evolutionist psychopath. Please
change it to Josephine Gobbles.
Well, we're not gonna.
That's fine. Close enough.
Whatever. That's fine.
But you got to leave yourself a note on this guy because remember, he refused to even acknowledge this server. And everybody here, I tried to an hour and a half ago. He would not even acknowledge the topic at all. So he got away with murder from the beginning.
Guys, I have a real question for you. I got a real question for y'all. What did Cinderella say when she got to the ball?
I'm horny.
She couldn't speak. She wouldn't have said I'm horny because she couldn't speak. Come on, don't you get the joke? You guys.
She was bearing a bone.
Get it?
Forget that the man.
Okay, I got a real question. So do you need a force to make something move?
Who's asking?
Scrap. Do you need a force that makes something move?
Yes.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Yeah, I would agree with that.
So my following question is, what force is it that makes muscles move?
Electrochemical.
It's a chemical response from the intake. That's why you have to eat and drink and sleep and all of that.
Blood pressure?
I do know this. When you're dead, there's no force going to make a move.
Well, if you're dead, you're not moving. No.
Muscles move by contracting.
That means if you're alive, that will work.
Muscles move by contracting, and if you apply an electric force to the muscles, they will contract.
Yeah.
Oh, so
good God, Helio.
It's a form of
Helio.
Okay. Yeah, people are breaking up, but I do have something to say about this. Like, there was a certain point of the conversation where I pointed out to him that all of his gravity shit was only exists on a chalkboard. It does, that's a reference.
What he was arguing exists on two different chalkboards that are unrelated to each other.
Yeah, so it's just like, man. I was like, do you have any physical evidence that your idea of gravity has anything to do with planets spinning around the universe? And he had no answer for that. He's just going back to his
You wasn't here.
Listen.
Video.
I just want to say one quick thing, okay? One real quick sentence. He couldn't talk about the flat Earth.
Yes. Oh yeah, he avoided that at all costs.
Well, his first statement when he jumped in that I spoke to him, he said that all engineering books in the world point out what the loss
I heard
of
that. I got nauseous over that one. Yeah.
Yeah, he said that engineering.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Jamesy. I'm sorry.
No, that's what he said something like that. If you guys remember.
Yeah, he said something like engineering. It's something like science. Yeah, he said that engineering is science.
Okay, well, let's not talk about the past because it's recorded.
Yeah,
cool. I'm about to restart.
The thing is that we point out about the engineering books about the airplanes and all that kind of stuff, and it was posted in the live stream, but he didn't want to look at that.
Yeah, he posted a link. I mean, someone gave him the link in bedroll, and he posted this link. And this, I was referring to this, and asking him questions about that. This is the link he posted, and it's and I'll post it in the live stream as well right now. But I'm about to restart my live stream, yeah, man, that dude was.
I just want to point out, ladies, Mimas barely get into the kitchen and cook. Hold your panties and just let him speak when there's new people.
I always think it's weird how he didn't pay attention to the apples. Like, how come nobody goes back to the apple that supposedly caused the fucking idea, right?
Yeah, to be honest, though, I mean, when Mimas comes in, I think it's important. It means he's been listening for a little bit, and he has something to say. Don't interrupt me when he comes in, man. Please.
No. In this case, we know he wasn't listening. We know for a fact he came in.
Okay. Well, either way.
That's weird because that's the case every time he joins. Everybody start like,
he's just like barely listens for 5 minutes, and he's like, I got something to say about this. It's like, motherfucker, you ain't been listening for the past hour.
Wait.
I don't think Helio.
I don't give a fuck.
I don't think he pays attention to the live stream all day like you do. I think he came in and said, "What the fuck is
I don't
this
pay attention to live stream. I listen to Stephen King audiobooks.
Well, here, I want you guys to notice something. He came in and within 5 to 10 minutes destroyed the dude, and now isn't talking anymore. When it took an hour and a half to get to that point. So
yeah, it's great. It's great, but
it's all good. I love you guys.
He didn't say anything that wasn't a repeat either.
That's true. That's true. I'm just saying there's a difference, and I think it was just because he was worn out, and I think that the Globers need to understand that you need to agree with reality when it's presented to you at some point, and that's okay.
Right.
Don't get emotional.
That's also proof. That's also proof that we're not freaking puppets or whatever. We all have different opinions, and me came back in saying the same exact
like you're going to
thing
give
we
yourself
were saying.
cancer disagreeing with the real world.
Listen, guys,
it's going to boil up inside.
You gotta learn the Mexican way. When you tap in, you give your chance. You let the other guy jump in and fight the luchador, and then
Dude, I got words about this conversation that have to go to the locker room because I can't pump
your hand. Then you can jump in again. Don't jump whenever. That's cheating.
Wait. Me and what he did, he just hopped in, took the killing blow, and just done. Right? That's what he did. And Lou, you're not gonna
up everything we were saying
and say that he's a fucking simp. What
Dude,
the fuck?
Lou put the work in.
Why you didn't close the server, man? This is unfair.
Hey, by the way, I mean, just for the I'm about to stop. Hold on, I'm about to stop the live stream, and then we can go.
My problem is that you guys are trying to give credit to him for doing everything when it was a work of everybody here. That was everything.
It was a team effort.
Sure, yeah.
Lou, it was definitely team effort. He had been softened up for an hour and a half.
Yeah, listen, Neo would be nobody without his crew.
Yeah, bro.
Me with
I just want to. Anyone listening on live stream, I'm going to post that PDF that he posted to me about gravity, and you guys can read it. And we're going to see you
having
in
a
about.
quinceañera in the background, and we need
you
to quiet
what
your
the
mic.
hell's going on while I'm trying to? This is the PDF that he shared about this Newtonian / freaking Einsteinian gravity and this new freaking guru or whatever. You guys can check that out, and we'll see you on the flip side about 10 minutes from now. I'm going to stop the live stream. Thanks, everyone, for joining.
Love you.
Go have a drink, Helio.
That's already been done.
I'll tell you, you're really asking.
All right, my live stream stopped. Roger's probably still going, but anyway.
One at a time.
You're asking. You're asking a lot when you ask them to accept reality when it's presented to them. Because if they did that,
somebody's got some really hard feedback, man. It's
so hard to listen to the stream, man. Like, not only do we have like 5 people trying to talk over each other, but we got these freaking bad mics and shit busting through. Like,
Scarred is flat. You gotta fix your mic. Scarred it's flat. Exclamation point.
My mic is bad.
Now it sounds kind of better. Go ahead and say what you wanted to say. Nobody interrupts.
Okay, I was just saying that you're asking a lot to have them accept reality as it's presented to them. Because if they did that, their entire religion would collapse.
I know. That's the entire 110% the point. And yes, in the globe world, you can have more than 100% of something.
It's a belief system. Their entire belief system. We're attacking that. Their whole world.
Oh shit! The battle mod's here, but your mic's a little low. Can you turn it
up? All right, everybody, act normal. Battle mod is here.
Oh, don't act normal. You better get in line because what I hear on the YouTube live stream
boosted up about 20%, man.
If that shit's normal,
there it is. There it is.
Yeah, because I didn't have my headset on. But
right, cool.
If this shit I've been listening to for the last hour is normal, man, I was getting ready to go make super loud in this motherfucker. What's up?
Yeah, there's another round coming, man. At about on my live stream, man, Roger does his own thing too. But we sleep at different times. He's probably sleeping right now.
I was talking about what I was listening coming from this VC.
Were you listening to that last chat?
Oh my
madness!
That was fucking crazy, wasn't it?
You were getting fucked without lube, man, and you was muting nobody. What the hell?
Well,
it's true. That's okay. It got handled somehow.
We got to get that man mod.
Who?
I had a question.
Lou for mod. All right, everybody.
Lou for mod.
Lou
there you go.
No, we didn't say lube. Cut
Guys,
the shit.
somebody has a question. Somebody has a question.
you see, cut the shit. It's fucking last.
I am in a fight mood, and somebody has a question.
Me Moore said, "Shut the fuck up. Ask your question."
Sorry.
Yes.
Yeah. I was wondering, like, I heard like someone in the chat saying that someone being a Glober means that you're like an atheist or a Satanist. How does that correlate?
I wouldn't say anything like that.
That's actually a really deep question. That I don't even know if that really belongs in the live stream.
I'm still hearing a lot of background noise. I'm hearing a lot of background noise. Somebody is giving some hard feedback.
Guys,
I don't want to start the live stream again with this background noise. It's
fix the feedback and then let the admin.
Who is it? We got to figure that out.
I don't know.
You, Helio.
Every one of you motherfuckers just talked over me.
You already know it's not me. No, it's not me.
Every one of you just talked over me more. And
I know, but I'm just saying.
I'm gonna mute you, Helio, if I can't finish my sentence. I'm tired of that shit. Meme said he's looking for a fight. You guys just walk over it and then jam pile him.
It might have been me.
When I see who's feeding back, I'll mute that motherfucker and let him know.
I got a suspicion. Tabby, could you use your mic again?
Yeah.
Well, everybody else has to talk at the same time in order for us to determine if it was the feedback to your mic. I'm kidding. Look, your question is a good question. Like, how does that extrapolate out? Like, how does being a Glober mean that you're also probably an atheist? And also, could you rephrase that? Do that one more time?
Or a Satanist.
Satanist?
Theist. A theist. Listen, he's saying, how does Earth, the way you believe Earth's shape is, how does that correlate with a belief in God or a non-belief in God? That's what he's saying.
Yeah. All right. So essentially, it has to do with like all creation of these things come
versus
together.
Evolution. It's creation versus evolution. Either God created or it evolved out of nowhere, out of nothing, from a natural process. So if you believe in the Big Bang and evolution, you probably don't believe in a God. But if you believe in creation, you absolutely believe in a God. That's the ontological question. Where did everything come from? Did it come from nothing? And how?
You rumpus the shit out of me, but good answer.
I know I did because you were choking it out, dude. You sound constipated. Just let it flow.
Excuse me? I got feelings out.
You cannot let that slide, bro.
You sound constipated, bro. I would recommend X-Lax.
I said essentially, and then you rumpused me.
A little less beer.
Excuse me?
No, I won't.
What makes you think?
What makes you think excuses? You got to make them up for yourself.
See, this is it. You just yell at Helio.
I'm doing that on purpose. You got offended for no reason, bro.
No, I'm getting offended now, and it's
I really don't give a fuck. It's a simple question. It doesn't take Did God create the world, or did it naturally evolve? What? No, it seems like you're mad because you're not running everything. I don't know. I'm just trying to make the live stream productive again. I'm just trying to make the live stream productive again. It wasn't for the last half hour. That's the only reason I got on.
Are you fucking serious? We roasted this dude for an hour before you actually jumped in here. What the hell are you talking about?
I've been listening to it on YouTube, Helio. Did you not hear me say that?
Let's make the live stream great and talk about cars all night.
No, but let's let 10 people jump on one person over talking each other nonstop and call it productive.
I didn't say it was productive. I was trying. I actually made an effort to actually control
why most
just like that.
Don't come in the fucking live stream. Fuck you guys, dude. Seriously.
Well, you guys just gave me the example. He was talking and you talked over him.
ਕੰਮ ਤੇ ਚੱਲੀ ਆ ਮੈਂ ਤੇਰੇ ਵਾਲੀ ਗੱਡੀ ਲੈ ਜਾਨੀ ਆ ਠੀਕ ਹੈ ਅੱਜ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਹੁਣੇ ਫੋਨ ਆਇਆ
I don't understand that language.
Look, anytime you call tech support, you do understand that language.
Yeah, well,
Yeah, that's funny.
you try the best you can. You know, just like, excuse me.
Okay.
So can someone address the question that someone had a question and that overrules whatever your guys' feelings are? Just someone address the question and maybe give the lady an answer, possibly.
If you, I think the question was.
Sure. I mean, she was asking about a lot of people. I don't know, something about Satanism. What was that? I mean, what was the original?
Ilio, if you don't know what they asked,
what the fuck, dude?
I broke it down in the most remedial fashion I could.
Mike did it, I think. I don't know.
I mean, I thought that Jemsy was like, "Hey, so what was your question?" And she was asking.
But I'd rather have Mike doing it without Helio jumping in the middle of his sentence.
I thought he explained it pretty good. Either you're a naturalistic person who believes in a Big Bang and evolution, that everything came from nothing, or you're a creationist who believes God created a world in which you live.
I have a third option. That being naturalist, if you're a real naturalist, you recognize that one of the primary laws is that everything has to have a beginning. Wouldn't a real naturalist recognize that?
Yep.
Because anything you can't have something exist, come into existence ex nihilo at all. You can't observe it. So it couldn't be part of a naturalistic theory. In fact, naturalism would be like, that's the hard evidence side that you can't be an atheist.
Okay.
You at least have to be a deist or agnostic.
And it's a good conversation to have amongst men, but fuck. So
what is
people are getting
constipated?
Pissed off.
Wait, no, hold on. I think it's calmed down a little bit. We've gotten over our shit a little bit. Hey, I think we're ready to go ahead.
Sighing in people's ear.
No, it's cool. It's cool. I think we've kind of gotten over the hump now, and
what's up, Indio?
Getting ready to flow again.
What's up? Yeah, but Meme's right. You got to have a beginning, man. Like otherwise, you're non-causal, right? Then their whole philosophy falls apart. You start saying there's non-causal things, and the whole cause and effect idea falls apart.
Yeah, you can't say,
exactly,
I'm a naturalist.
That's why I think that atheism is not logical. Like, right? They all just said it's usually just an excuse to not have to...
Who's talking?
Me.
Did you hear him talking? Oh, okay. Well, you just talked over our admin.
Hold on, Battlemod.
I'm sorry. I muted him previously.
I don't know him, so I'll let him go.
Yeah, sorry. I muted you previously because you had some background noise. Yeah, I'm new here. I'm also not a native speaker, but
you can't mute our admins or our moderators if you don't want to be moderated and you don't want to listen to the admin or the mod. Then
yeah, sure. I'm sorry. So I used to be a creationist, and I'm just not sure, but my actual argument is, or the point I wanted to talk about. Is the moon, like flat Earth and moon? How does it work together? Like if you move on Earth, like if you increase your longitude, then the moon will rotate. Like you will see an upside down moon.
Can I ask you something, Hoymar? I want to ask you something. Do you have a light on your ceiling?
Yeah, I do.
Stand on one side of it, and then go stand on the other side. The reverse of it, aren't you?
Yeah, I am. But
so from your perspective, if you change your position on your flat surface, it's going to be upside down from the other direction.
Yeah, so that works on a flat kind of disc that's pointing down towards me. But if that was the case, then also it would get like thinner from perspective. If I'm standing on one side of my room, then the lamp is thinner than when I'm right below it. So that and the moon from its shadow and the surface irregularities.
Hold on. Are you trying to measure the ground by looking at the moon now?
Yeah.
Really?
Much.
Can I do that on like a job site? Like if I'm surveying for a job, can I look at stars and the moon and the sun and like measure the ground?
Well, I'm not
the
sure
answer is
if it's
no.
actually working for
the answer is no. We have.
geodesy, but
I'm saying the answer is no. We have extremely precise measuring equipment to do our surveying for getting flats in order to measure angles off of.
Yeah, no, I'm not sure you can actually use the moon or firmament for geodesy or what it's called, but it gives you a clue about the shape of the.
Well, no, I'm not interested in clues. If we pull a straight line, if what we're measuring on the Earth is straight, where's the curve?
Well, it depends on how you are measuring. I guess I'm not sure. That's a bit vague. Could you
let me put it to you like this. Where I live, I can stand on the coast, I can look northeast, and I can see a lighthouse that's 31 miles away.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Now, I can just see it. You need binoculars. And when they used to run the light, they don't run the light anymore. But you used to be able to see the light. And this is from Savannah all the way up to Honey Island.
Yeah,
right?
So the curvature should hide it if it were an idealized world.
Yeah, by several hundred feet.
Yeah, so usually if over water, that's usually just refraction.
Hold on. What's refraction?
Refraction, the bending of light that's traveling through a medium, in this case air or atmosphere.
Okay, so where does that come from? How did you get that?
Refraction. Well, you can measure that. You can take a cup of water and put like a coin in, and then it will bend. You see how the light.
So you're talking about Snell's law, right?
Which law?
That's called Snell's law. SNELL, Snell's law. It's called refraction. You put the pencil in the jar of water, in the cup of water, and it changes direction, doesn't it?
It does, exactly.
Yeah. How many different medium is that passing through?
Well, just it isn't passing through one medium. It has changing temperature.
Passing through two, water, then to gas, and a solid in between.
Wait, water? No, it's not.
If you put something in a cup of water,
passing through water,
then the image of that is passing through what? Water.
Yeah, water.
So there's a change. There's a change of what?
Of medium. Yeah, I know what you're getting to. But you also have to keep in mind that the temperature.
Hold on. Snell's law is not temperature.
It's isotropic.
Yeah.
Two separate isotropic mediums. Without that, without two separate isotropic mediums, you can't apply Snell's law to it.
Yeah, you can't bend light. See, the problem is this: there's no measurement.
Of course you can. Do you know how fiber works?
Refraction is just an ad hoc made up nothing. It's just an ad hoc argument.
Well, you can experimentally prove that refraction happens.
Prove that atmospheric refraction is happening.
You wanted to go to fiber optic.
I can't prove it right now from like where I'm sitting, but it has been proven over and over.
No.
Okay.
Tell me how.
Do you know how mirages work?
Hold on, what?
Mirages. Mirages. Yeah. Do you know how those work?
Do you?
Well, mostly. I'm not a scientist, but.
What if I told you I can create a perfectly fine mirage on a flat table?
Table? Well, table is too small.
On a flat table. In fact, you can't have a mirage unless you're on a plane. And when I say plane, I mean plane, flat plane. Because it requires what you're looking at to go to less than a degree of angular resolution. And that has to be a flat plane that you're looking across.
Well, it doesn't have to be perfectly flat.
That's when the depth of the ground floor of what you're looking at looks homogeneous, like a mirror, like a reflector. It happens in the desert, it happens in the ice, and it happens on the water. You'll see like
there's a sufficient degree of flatness. Like it doesn't have to be absolutely perfectly flat.
Yeah, there's a sufficient degree because the whole thing is flat.
I think what you're looking for doesn't have to be smooth. Doesn't have to be smooth, but it has to be flat.
Now, here's the problem.
You know,
that's
flat
not
enough
true.
for water levels to work.
Hold
for
on,
example.
hold on. See, the reason that refraction is ad hoc is because curvature is not measured or found anywhere, and so we have to explain why it's not found anywhere. And the ad hoc argument is that, well, light must be bending, which automatically makes curvature unfalsifiable. It's a violation of scientific principle number 1.
But when you say you can't find curvature, I disagree.
You cannot measure it. You can only infer it after the fact. Anytime we do surveying, we are shooting straight lines, and then we are inferring curvature. That's added in.
Well, you assume it's a straight line.
No, it is actually a straight line.
It's measurably straight.
Because when you actually use the equipment to do the work, you are shooting in straight lines. It's only after that you say there must be this much curve in it, and that part's completely imaginary. Because when you're using it, that never happens.
He's telling you that he's not.
You assume that it is a straight line.
No.
But that is wrong.
I observe that it's a straight line. You're assuming that straight line is actually a curve that we can't positively prove because light bends, which that's a fantasy.
Why were you assuming it's a straight line? Do you actually have like a rebuttal other than nuh-uh? I mean, I'm serious. Do you have like a rebuttal other than nuh-uh? You already admitted you're not a quote scientist, so you don't actually know of anything to actually support what you're saying. So why are you saying it?
Well, I'm not enough of a physicist to explain to you exactly.
Okay, to give me one single paper that demonstrates or has measured light curving in air.
Well, there's enough visual proof of stuff disappearing bottom up when it's far away, and you can't.
That's not what he asked for.
It's not angular. No, you see, your whole argument is based on the presumption that there is no curvature at all. And
there is none at all.
It's not. I disagree with that.
It's not a presumption. It's what we experience.
It's what we observe here on Earth. We don't observe curvature. You input it. We're asking for the proof that makes it logical. Excuse me, I'm talking.
You don't experience it. Sorry.
By the way, if what you're saying is true, things disappear from the bottom up as they go out. We would expect to see that every single time. But we don't.
Yeah, don't we?
Yeah.
No, we have images.
We just gave an example of the lighthouse. Just literally gave an example.
Yeah.
Yeah, but the explanation on the globe Earth is that
explanations aren't. An explanation isn't a fact.
But it's proof.
Let me explain something about explanations. They don't prove anything.
He just wants to keep saying no. You're a contrarian, bro. Get out of here.
Measuring that doesn't prove that is flat. Okay.
Okay, I got an explanation. The reason tides happen.
I just want I want you to think for a minute, and I want you to present what you think is like a proof, something that we can know, not an inference, not an explanation, but something that you can prove that you know.
Yeah. So let's go to something else entirely. It's similar to the moon argument.
I'll take that as your argument. Let's go to something else.
No. Wasn't that what you just?
That is what you call a concession. So go ahead.
Fine. I'll give you that. Whatever. So,
hey, can you guys let the Golden Buddha talk up for a minute so I can do something? I need to verify who this guy is. Golden Buddha.
No, I'm not an old account. I just joined here.
Not you. Golden Buddha. Whammer. Speak up, man.
The suspense is killing me.
All right, we can move on.
All right, so let's get back to something simpler. There's a firmament. Like we all know the firmament, like the stars we see ahead.
I've heard the word firmament. Yeah.
Okay, so there is the North Star, Polaris, You can see that it's straight up. If you are at the North Pole, it will
Show
be
us that.
straight
I
above
want to
you.
see that. You said it was straight up at the North Pole. Show us.
Yeah, well, you can put a telescope in your backyard and see Polaris. It
Yeah,
will
that's
point
cool,
to the north.
dude. But you just said it was at the North Pole. If I point the telescope straight up,
disregard.
no, disregard your claim that you actually have zero evidence for.
I have a telescope. I can see.
And you went to the North Pole with it?
It's always painted.
You went to the North Pole with it? Yes or no?
I didn't.
Okay.
What are you
Nobody
getting
else
at?
did
What are you getting
either.
at? What are
That
you
you just
getting
made
at?
a claim which there's no evidence for.
Okay, I retract that claim. You can see
like
Polaris
zero evidence,
from-
like
from
literally zero.
everywhere. Yeah, sure, okay. I retract that claim. So there is Polaris, the North Star, and it's always pointing north from your position, regardless of where you are. Now, if you go north, then you will see how the firmament changes with your longitude. And suddenly you will stop seeing Polaris, and you will instead see Sigma Octantis. It's the south.
Oh, you will,
south
will
pole
ya?
star.
Oh, you will ya?
This dude is so full of shit.
No,
Hey.
Elio, no, let him.
You know how rare it is that you can actually view that.
Yeah, as in you can't. Anyway.
No, it's just that the firmament is
You can't
Sure, why don't
view
you
it.
just say?
as you
why don't you
change
get a-
longitude, and that can't happen on a flat disk. That is my point.
Okay, first of all, no one said it's a flat disk. Second of all, Sigma Octantis isn't even visible with the naked eye in the first place.
I'm not talking about.
And third off, by navigation, you can ignore longitude and latitude for oceanic navigation. Just follow rum lines.
So Nathan Oakley asked the observatory in New Zealand for a picture of Sigma Octantis from their telescope. Want to know what they sent them? A black picture.
Yeah, they sent him a black
with
picture.
nothing in it.
Okay, so what's the point then? It doesn't exist.
You said you can see it, but you can't.
Sigma Octantis
Okay,
is disputable whether even it exists in the first
Sigma,
place.
I can't see this.
Okay, guys, let's simplify it even more.
But what you're really asking is, why does the North Star think? First of all, let's go back to latitude lines. Those are arbitrary points, right? So what do you find first, Polaris or the latitude line?
What am I inferring? Or what was the question?
Latitude lines of latitude.
Yeah, those that always go from the North Pole to the South.
How do
pole
I find a line of latitude?
You take a compass that orients itself to the magnetic field of the Earth, so you find a line of longitude.
Oh God, I said latitude.
We follow rum lines.
I line of latitude, and you're wrong about the compass too. But anyway.
So let's simplify it even more. Why can't
it doesn't need to be simplified? You don't know what you're talking about.
Well,
you literally have no idea what you're talking about. First of all, compasses don't point north and south because there's something called magnetic declination.
Okay.
In some places they do, in a lot of places they
point to the
you're wrong about
magnetic
Polaris above the horizon.
What are you saying? I mean, they're used every day in navigation.
No, they do not.
No, they're not.
No,
Nobody
they do
navigates.
not.
Yep, nobody navigates by a compass.
But you can, and it works.
That's not what you said, though.
It's not in the South Pacific.
It doesn't. It doesn't. Use the sextant. They never used a magnet. Magnetic. They used the sextant. They identified heavenly bodies. They created angles of equal latitude, which can't exist, or altitude, which can't exist on a sphere. They ignore curvature and they follow rum lines. Rum lines are Cartesian coordinates that are set out like a tic-tac-toe board. The angle to Polaris tells them what vector they're in or what square, and they follow straight line past. They don't use longitude or latitude to navigate on the ocean. Never have.
So you seem to know that a lot about that stuff. So how can they navigate according to Polaris when they
told you
on
how.
the so-called southern hemisphere?
In the southern hemisphere,
Polaris is not visible.
I didn't say Polaris anyway. I didn't say Polaris anyway. I said Polaris or whatever heavenly body you can identify.
Okay, fine, but
so it doesn't have to be Polaris
on this on the outer longitudinal.
Why do you go? Your question is why do you go
why
far,
can't you
so
see
far
it from the
south and
south?
see Polaris anymore?
Attenuation
exactly.
and atmospheric extinction of light.
Well, and then there's the other thing called perspective, right? The things above your head approach the horizon as you get further away from them.
Yeah, but then use a telescope. Use a telescope, so you could see it. So it doesn't
No.
get. It doesn't
You
get.
couldn't
by-
see
by-
air
by-
masses
by-
you're
looking
or
through. whatever.
No, you couldn't see because Mike just covered that. It's called optical extinction. You can't see through the thickest parts of the air.
Yeah, you're looking through what's considered to be astronomically 15 air masses from the ground in the southern hemisphere all the way up to the angle that you'd be looking at for Polaris. 15 air or atmospheres.
I mean, you're saying I should be able to see through 3,000, 4,000, 8,000 miles of air. You can't even see the stars through the clouds, and that cloud thickness is what, 1,000 feet?
Yep, ceiling, cloud ceiling, yeah.
Yeah, of course you should. I mean, you
You
can
just keep
resolve,
saying, of course you should. You would.
Of course you should.
What is this called? The Ipsy-Dixit fallacy? It is because I said so?
It is not me saying that. I mean, you know, obviously that there's a huge
astronomers
scientific consensus, and a lot of
there's
people
more than
that
one
are a lot
reason.
smarter than all of us.
Listen,
have,
I beg to differ.
investigated all of these
Okay,
topics.
I beg to differ too.
listen, first of all, you're wrong. First, half the shit you said that you think supports what you're saying, you're factually wrong about. So what are you talking about?
Well, I asked you, why can't you see the Polaris from the southern hemisphere, or well, it doesn't.
There is no
matter for you.
southern hemisphere.
So, yeah,
Told you why anyway.
the outer hole, the outer half of your disc.
In idiot terms, you're
already
looking
said there's.
Who claimed the disc? Who
That's
said
what
we
we don't-
said
we
are
don't
this?
believe
Okay,
flat Earth is
okay,
a disc
not a
floating in
disc.
space. We don't see evidence of space being a place you can travel to.
Why now you are saying okay, and you said that's not working on disk? If we never said disk, why are you claiming that?
Okay, so I
We're not
wrongly
the flat
assumed
Earth
that, you think
society.
it's a disc.
Maybe
We're
you
not the
have some
flat Earth
prejudice.
society.
Maybe you came here with some prejudice that you know what we know. Maybe you need to
Hey, watch
ask
Flat
first.
Earth Society.
What you know
I did. I'm
to
sorry.
realize. Maybe you need to ask first to realize what we claiming or what we know, what we are saying, and not put words in our mouth and saying, "This, you people, that is not working on the flat disk." Who said this? Nobody. That means.
So then.
We do
Then
not
tell
think
me,
the Earth
what's
is
the
a
shape?
flat
We
disk.
live on a plane. That your claim
Level
is that we live on a
topographical.
plane.
Yep.
Is
that's
the floor of the
Can
universe.
I
That is
speak?
a plane.
Right, seriously, can I just speak for a second? I answered your question. It's perspective. Just repeating yourself and pretending I didn't answer it isn't going to do you any good. Your response was, I should be able to see it with a telescope. It's factually incorrect. What's the difference in brightness of just the sun between noon and it being on the horizon? The difference in brightness.
Difference of brightness?
Yeah, how less bright is the sun on the
how-
horizon versus noon?
It is the length of the light path has to take through the atmosphere.
No,
that
how
makes-
bright is it?
Yeah.
The difference in
that
brightness.
Yeah, that changes how bright it appears.
Yeah, so how much? What's the difference of the sun? So noon versus horizon.
Oh, I don't know. I just know it gets brighter.
23,000 times.
23?
Yeah, 23,000 times.
Okay.
So you're saying that Polaris, which is nowhere near the brightness of the sun, when it reaches the horizon, you should still be able to see it if you have a telescope. That's preposterous.
Yeah, or anywhere on the outer ring of longitude. I'm not sure what you called it, but I mean, I don't think it is perspective.
Well, congratulations.
You should go if you were able to go to I mean you are able, but if you go to the southernmost part of Earth that's known to us, and take a telescope that can resolve detail of astronomical
Can I ask
bodies
a question?
that are
Is there a curvature
far
in
away.
that southern
Hold on,
place?
I didn't hear what he said, Sasha. You can resolve detail
Sorry,
of what?
idiot.
Well, if I say millions of miles, then you say, well, we don't know they are that far away. But let's just say they're farther away than Polaris or whatever. I mean, well, it's hard to discuss even if you say that all these bodies are much closer to us.
Okay, so why would we think all these bodies are far away from us? Where did we get that measurement? How far away it is?
Because there's like a parallax, stellar parallax. It tells the shift between stars in different seasons, so we can tell.
Really?
We can use trigonometry to tell how far away they are.
No, you can't use trig.
Okay.
Not on the ball.
Hold on, I want him to just like finish. Are you done? Is that it? So to measure this stellar parallax, do we need to know the radius of the Earth first?
Of the Earth?
The radius.
The radius of the ball, or do you mean the orbit around the sun?
The radius of the Earth. Do you need this distance to these stars? You don't, right? So you didn't need to know the radius to find the distance of the sun, because the distance to the sun, you need to know the size of the orbit to get this parallax you think exists, which doesn't. It's calculated. It's not measured anyway, but I'm not going to get into that, right? So there's a cosmic distance ladder, and the first measurement's a radius. The radius that you are sitting here trying to prove, right? You're trying to prove it using radius. That's called circular logic. The radius exists because the radius exists. We know the distance to these stars are far away is because we have a radius, right? Well, and that's why we know the Earth is a ball. You see how that's circular logic?
Yeah, I see that. But then on the other hand, the burden of
there
proof.
is no but. That's the end.
Sorry, what?
That's the end. There is no but. You can't just we'll just keep going with the circular logic as if we'll just pretend logical fallacies prove things and just.
Well, I didn't start talking about that. I mean, I was talking about lines of sight to Polaris and Sigma Octantis, and you. I mean, you just
and that was addressed, and your response was not on.
Yeah, but you're just saying it's perspective. Like, is it the same perspective that you can zoom ships back into with the Nikon camera or whatever? I mean, then you can use a telescope.
You're just
to
mixing
bring back anything.
That is not true, because you can't. The air is not transparent. See, there's actually formulas and actual equations for this. It's called Laplace's extinction theorem, right? And just like the bottom of the ocean is not lit up because the light has to pass through a medium, the light has to pass through the medium of the air, and it can't illuminate everything because the thickness of the air.
Mm-hmm.
The air is this isn't just, we don't live in a vacuum, right? We live in air that's full of particulates, water vapor, etc. So if something is 9,000 miles away, that is a gigantic volume of air that the light has to pass through before it reaches your eye. Because we don't see out, right? The light reaches our eye, comes to us. So it has to pass through a medium before it reaches us. And you're saying, if I just get a bigger telescope, I can magically clear that air in front of the telescope. No. It's not how it works. The light that reaches your eye, a telescope, binoculars, whatever, is the same.
I see. I get your point. Well, I mean, then on the other hand, how far away are the stars or the planets or whatever that you can see with the telescope clearly that you can resolve details on?
Well, because you brought up something called parallax, there is no measured parallax, right? So they have a theory, a physics theory called stellar aberration, right? And that theory says that where we see a star, it's not actually there because of light, because of where we are in the so-called orbit. The light is coming from another direction, and it only appears to be there. And this is where we calculated for it to really be, and that's where the parallax is. And then there's other things like negative parallax. Have you ever heard of this?
No, I didn't.
So you can actually Google this, right? So there's negative parallax. So if we take this theory of parallax to be true, when you see negative parallax, if you do the math, that means whatever you're looking at is actually behind you. which makes no sense, right?
Okay.
That makes no sense.
Yeah.
So, see, there's physics theories, right? And then they take these physics theories and smack them onto an observation and say the observation, they interpret the observation not naively, just saying this is what it is. They say, like I said, this is the apparent position, but where it really is 1 degree to the left. And that 1 degree to the left is the parallax.
Mm-hmm. I'm not
but
sure
this is completely a calculation based upon a physics model. In this particular physics model, stellar aberration was disproven by Airy's failure.
Yeah, right.
Have you heard of Airy's failure, the water-filled telescope?
I haven't, no.
So Airy's failure, he took a telescope, he observed Draconis. Now, George Biddle Airy was the astronomer royale for the Royal Society. He's the big cheese there. And he tried to, stellar aberration was a thing, and he actually proved that it didn't exist, and he proved that the Earth was not in motion. Because there's a phenomenon called the Fizeau effect, right? So when you look, if you look at something through a medium, and that medium is in motion, the light will be deflected into the direction of the motion. So if you had water going left to right, and you look through that water, the light would be deflected left to right. So if the Earth is in motion, and this is dependent on the refractive index, right? So if you look through air, it's one amount, and if you look through a medium with a higher refractive index, it's a greater amount. So he looked at the star through air, and then he looked at it through water, and there was no deflection, zero, none. Okay? But we can demonstrate that if you're in motion, there has to be a deflection.
Okay. Well, I haven't heard of that. I mean, that would be very interesting.
They hide it. That is one of the major ones that is hidden. They do not. Normal astronomy does not like that one.
Yeah, I mean, I'm entertaining the thought that we live in a geocentric universe, but I was not sure that you can actually prove whether Earth is in motion or the rest of the universe is moving around us. But that's very interesting. Can you link to that or something?
Yeah, I'll post the paper directly. There's also a video about it that explains it. The way you can think about it is like say you had an umbrella, right? And you were in the rain. But if you started running in the rain with the umbrella, you'd have to tilt the umbrella to catch the raindrops if you were moving.
Oh, I see.
So he should have had to tip the telescope when he was looking through water to capture the light, because the light should have been deflected. It should have never reached the bottom of the eyepiece. It should have hit the side of the telescope. Right? So if he looks in on one star, puts that star in the center of his vision, right? Then when he fills it up with water and he doesn't move the telescope, and he looks back at that star, the star should be shifted. But
exactly, yeah.
It was in the exact same place.
Okay. Well, that's interesting. So, but that may prove that Earth is still, right? But I think you use it as proof for, I'm not sure, how a medium will, what did you say? I'm not sure what you used it as a proof for. But I'm still not convinced, because the firmament is shifting. You walk along a longitudinal line on Earth, so I'm not sure how you explain that on a flat plane.
Man, you have a model of flat. You have flat Earth model in your head. That's your problem.
You cannot think of the Earth being an object rotating around the sun. That's not what we observe. We observe the sun, the moon, and all of the so-called planets, along with the zodiac, all along what's called the ecliptic plane. The sun actually does a figure eight. If you can do this little observation yourself, because it's not really an experiment, it's an observation. You take a camera every day at the same time, take a picture of the sun. Just take a picture of the sky with the sun in it. Same location every day for a year, and you will see a giant figure 8 in the sky when you composite all of the images together and overlay the images.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, in the geocentric universe, you have the ecliptic of the sun moving up and down with the seasons. So yeah, that's definitely. I mean, it can be explained both in a heliocentric and a geocentric universe. But
okay, so this is not an explanation. You said that the stars don't stay above your head, right? And you don't think it's due to perspective. Have you ever had a light that stayed above your head when you moved away from it? Ever?
No, but I mean the lights.
Okay, so why would
imagine like a
why
lot
would the
of lights at a quite a large distance, and they rotate away from you.
Did you measure it? Did you measure?
Not myself.
Did you measure the large distance?
Well, we're getting back to the other point that these distances would not be correct, which I'm not qualified to answer, but I mean they
so
are
you're just
further
going to
away
affirm
than
the
the
large
sun,
distance anyway. You're just going
They
to
are further
affirm the
away than
large
the sun.
distance anyway, even though you can't confirm it, right?
No, I mean I can't. I'm not qualified to answer how far they are away, or if the means of measuring these distances is correct.
Right. So when you have a light over your head and you walk away from it, does it stay over your head?
No, it surely doesn't.
Right. Due to perspective and your proximity to the light. So if there's lights above your head at nighttime and you don't know how far they are, they could be quintillions of miles or they could be thousands of miles. You don't know the difference. You can't tell, can you?
Not from that. No, not with my bare eyes anyway.
Right. So when you walk away from them, like let's say if they're thousands of miles up and you go thousands of miles on the other side of the earth, do you think those stars are going to stay in the same spot?
No, they surely don't. But I should still be able to see them. Like, it should be rather easy. If the firmament is quite close to the surface, then it should be extremely easy to see these like measly few thousand miles to the North Star from anywhere on the flat plane. Like, it should be quite easy to see that, right?
So can you see the lights at your playground where you went to elementary school? Can you see the lights right now?
I'm not sure what this question
is. At your first school, can you see the lights?
No.
They should be easy to see, right?
Well, I mean, what are you getting at?
When you move away from lights, you can no longer see them. That's true anywhere on Earth.
Yeah, but you can, if they are hidden due to perspective, due to angular resolution, you should be able to easily zoom in on them using a camera or a strong lens. You can zoom in if it is due to perspective. However, they are not visible at all, just as the sun. And you should also be able to zoom in on the sun when it disappears behind the horizon every day. That has never been done. And that's another huge problem. Like with disappearing sun, if you say it's due to perspective, then zoom in on it, use a telescope, use a camera, and you should see it, but you don't. Although it's just it's not very far away in your models.
Understand when the sun goes away due to perspective, it's being occluded by the atmosphere. The light can't reach us anymore. There's nothing to zoom in. It's not strong enough. The sun would have to be strong enough.
But there are stars like behind the sun that you can still see, even if it goes if it disappears behind the horizon. You can clearly see stars directly above the horizon that are arguably farther away than the sun. They should be on the other side of the firmament, basically, and you can still see them. And I mean, they are less strong than the sun.
How do you know the distances to those stars?
How do we know distances to stars?
Yeah, simple question.
Yeah, we can measure that.
How?
As far as I know, there is stellar parallax, but we've already talked about that. I'm also not an expert on that.
You just explained for 10 minutes that there's no detectable parallax.
There is a detectable parallax. Stars shift in relation to each other. That is easily detectable. And I mean, it doesn't disprove flat Earth. I mean, that would also be possible.
You're saying there's detectable parallax.
Universe.
I can show you the oldest known star chart known to man. It's a mammoth tusk dated 32,500 years ago, and it has Orion depicted on it. Now, if we're going around the outside of the galaxy like they say they are, according to Michio Kaku, the stars towards the edge of the galaxy spin the fastest, and the stars near the center have the slowest year. So if we're moving the fastest around the galaxy, then the stars moving slower would change Orion, and Orion wouldn't look like Orion anymore. So if the stars haven't changed in 32,500 years, according to the oldest known star chart, BBC article, that should pull up the link for you if you were curious. If that's true, then we haven't seen stellar parallax in 33,000 years. And yet you're in here claiming, and yet you're in here claiming stellar parallax. Can you provide any demonstration of a constellation that has changed?
He's provided a link in the chat, Hank. It's supposedly a satellite showing parallax. So that's invoking a whole boatload more fucking fallacies and problems.
Okay, just give me the coordinates to the satellite and the data. I'm sure there's some sort of password. If you just send it to me so that I can check it out, because if a satellite can detect it, well, then I guess I need the satellite information. Do you have that information on you right now?
The New Horizons.
Yeah, it's New Horizons. I'm not sure where it is. But
right, can you give me the password so that way I can uplink to the satellite, and so I can use it to measure the parallax?
You want me to provide the passwords?
And never mind that, Homo. I could recreate this image for you in about 2 minutes if you like.
I mean,
so you can send us another fucking shitty link because you ever did. Come on, bro, get real. You know how easy it would be to make that and claim it's from a satellite. It's pretty weak. And the second link is nothing but theory about parallax, no demonstrations of it. And that's all the globe is. It's just endless fucking theory. We need demonstrations of this theory.
You can also do the same from your position on Earth. If you measure the relative positions of stars with your telescope, and wait like a few months, wait like half a year, and you will.
When we will start to measure Earth. When we will start to measure Earth.
So basically you're saying 1 year measure it, and then the next year at the same time measure it again and observe the parallax, but we still have no fixed point from which fixed reference.
You have to wait. You have to wait half a year.
I just said that. You got to wait for the star patterns to change. Watch it at the exact same time, day and month, the next year, and assume parallax, because you don't have a relative fixed point to measure it from.
Parallax doesn't mean that star patterns of like the known zodiac signs have to change. Like those stars.
Well, actually, it doesn't mean they change. It means they change their true position on their ecliptic, either a jot or a tittle. What do you think parallax means?
Parallax is the relative motion of stars.
Yeah, to change your motion changes your ecliptic, changes your position.
Hang on, here's a good example of parallax. Exactly. You know, when you're in a vehicle and you're driving down the highway and you look out the window and you see the ground right at where the stripes are and it's just moving real fast, like so fast it looks like a line. And then further off in the distance, you see the midfield, and it's kind of moving a little bit slower than the immediate ground that you're on. And then further off in the background, you see like buildings moving, but you see the mountains in the distance, and the mountains are moving even slower, right? But in reality, you're all moving it's all moving at the same speed.
Yeah.
Right. That's an example of parallax.
Yeah.
The distortion between two objects when one is passing when one appears to move at a different rate. So if parallax was actually true, then the stars, since they are supposed to be at different distances, would be all fucked up.
Astronomical parallax Listen, astronomical parallax is the displacement or difference in two apparent positions of an object viewed along two different lines of sight.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. So whether you attribute that to the motion of the Earth or the motion of the complete universe doesn't matter. Like general relativity allows for geocentrism to be true, but it's still there. Like we can observe
relativity, huh? We gotta give everything. Everything has to be clarified by a theory, and I'll say not even a scientific theory because you can't back it with experimentation.
Well, I mean. I know I'm opening a can of worms by...
you can throw that relative can of worms out the window and measure parallax at 50.
Yeah, right. So, you know this classic example, like if you're sitting in a train and you look out the window and see nothing else but another train that's passing you, you can't tell whether you are moving or the other train is moving. And the same thing happens
have to do with anything?
Yeah, that was quite a leap.
That's the same. No,
I'll tell you what it has to do.
That is
just
our
what
frame
I was
of
asking.
reference on Earth.
Yeah, it lacks.
Can I finish my point?
Yeah, I was kind of talking before you, but
yeah, the relative motion. You can't. You can't tell whether you are moving or
that's because you lack a fixed frame of reference.
Exactly. We don't have that on Earth. Like we can't tell if the universe is moving or we are moving. So that's geocentrism, just to be clear.
Yeah, and that's if you also throw out your own direct experience.
Sorry, what? Can you repeat that, please?
Well, I agree with you in the analogy of the trains. For a very brief moment, you're not quite sure. You know? But then you realize which is moving. You realize because, oh wait, I'm not actually feeling any motion. So I'm not the one moving. Or you feel motion and you realize you're the one moving. You don't feel motion.
No.
Yeah, you're right. You don't feel motion when you're not in motion.
You feel it on a train going down some tracks, though.
You only feel change of motion, or like the slight rattling of the train.
When you ride in a vehicle, you feel every bump in the path and roadway. Same with the railroad. Same with the airplane. It's called turbulence. So none of them are analogous.
Not if it was a huge ball. But I'm not making the point that you would or would not feel like the Earth moving. Like you can't prove it that way.
You just said that you don't know if you're moving. You just said that. Unless you're changing directions or speeds, you don't know if you're moving.
No, he just gave a concession. I wouldn't know if we're moving. He also conceded we lack the frame of reference to tell whether or not what's moving.
Exactly. And that is general relativity.
That's only if you disregard your own senses.
But my own senses may mislead me.
Or they may not. When you burn your hand, is that is that misleading?
That is not misleading at all.
When you trip and say, "Oh shit, I'm about to fall," and then you bust your nose on the dining room table, was that misleading? I mean, we were given these sentences.
You fall into a hole.
So what?
So
do you see?
We use our senses. We use our senses every day to navigate this realm.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean that the senses
I cross
are
the
perfect
street.
And like
no, it doesn't mean they're
truth.
imperfect either. So I cross the street, I make it safely across. I walk down the street, I know when I'm moving. When I get in my car and drive, I safely use my senses to go home. Sometimes unsafely because I drive like a maniac.
How can a sense that you have not be perfect for what a sense is? That sounds pretty crazy to me. So if I can hear, it's hearing. So if I can see, it's seeing.
Why don't you just ignore your senses and try to go about your day? Guarantee it won't happen.
No, I'm not saying that. That is not.
Oh, okay.
You up in the forest with no hearing, no sight, no smell, no.
Your senses are imperfect. I mean, there's
so your brain.
Yeah, but you're
Hold on, what does that even mean?
Overestimating that imperfection. That's the problem.
Yeah, you can't.
So hold on, what's imperfect? You hear a tiger coming, you see it, you feel it go to bite you. What's imperfect about that? You know to run, right? As soon as you see it, you know to run when you hear it. You know to run when you feel it. What would be imperfect about those?
Why would you have instincts if they didn't work? Why would you have instincts if they didn't work?
Yeah, what would even be the point of having them at all? At all.
Are you trying to make the point that our senses are perfect and always?
The problem is,
when did I use the word perfect?
I'm trying to say you're being arbitrary.
You said the word perfect.
Guys, one at a time, please.
Your use of the word perfect and your understanding of stuff or your comprehension of what these words are or what you're doing with them is kind of silly. You have sight, you have touch, taste, smell. Most of us do, and if you don't, you have something that takes the place of it. So a blind person, like you know what I mean. So like, I don't understand what you're even talking about. How they're imperfect. They're that's all they could be is perfect for what they are.
Yeah, the imperfection of senses in no way debunks them or says we shouldn't use them. It doesn't defy our senses. Show me some evidence that defies a sense.
It's like an opinion saying something's perfect or not perfect. It's like it's off blue or blue.
Right, sky blue.
Okay. Do you know when you go out in summer and you're in the sun and you don't feel the UV light of the sun, but if you wait a few hours, you will still get the sunburn. Like how do your senses?
Who doesn't feel their skin hot and burning?
So that demonstrates that
are you fucking serious?
Can I ask one question? One simple question.
No offense, but I work in the asphalt all summer long, dude, and I know every moment the sun is shining on me that it's burning me. What the fuck are you talking about?
You don't feel the UV light.
No, right? You can't tell me what I feel and what I don't feel. I just told you I did, motherfucker. It's burning me all day long.
Don't insult me, man. That's not.
I didn't insult you. If you don't like motherfucker, then get out the motherfucking lobby.
Well, can I ask you if like your skin's blistering in front of your face and bubbles appear? What does that tell you? Don't touch that sense either. Is that gravity or what?
Go to Arizona and do me a rain dance in the middle of the desert, son. Then tell me
be able to survive out here. Mike could get bit by a snake.
Yeah. Then tell me the sun isn't close. It doesn't burn you. It wouldn't kill you. If you spend too much time in the sun, it'll kill you because they get burned. And most people know about sunburn because they realized they were being burnt the first time they were getting a sunburn. And then they store that memory and they're like, oh, I can't go out in this. I better use something to block that shit because it's going to burn the hell out of me. That's your senses.
I think he's implying because there's a delayed reaction between being out in the sun and then, you get home 8 hours later and you've got a sunburn, and it stings and all that. But that's not valid either.
It's not because I get darker as I'm standing on the lot, bro. I don't have to go home to see the results 5 hours later.
Oh, guys, it's because
what the fuck is that?
It's possibly because you guys are a bunch of sensitive flat earthers, and this guy is full of nonsense.
Yeah, we have skin that boils in front of our face and pops little bubbles, and we get third-degree burns. Yeah, don't never mind that. Just pay attention.
These people are deluded, man.
The smell of that bullshit is in the delicate nature of my nasal passages.
They see a few carefully crafted like optical illusions that trick our vision, and then they're like, see, our senses are fallible, but it's like that's a very, very specific circumstance. 99.99% of your existence, your senses are working perfectly.
Yeah, your senses are fallible. What you're looking at was fallible. You're looking at a false pretense of image. It's a false thing that you're looking at. So what you're using to look at that is real and works 100% What you're seeing is fake garbage.
Misdirection.
Yeah, usually because it's two images in one, and you just don't know which image to resolve to. You resolve to one or the other, So
that doesn't mean your
you're
sight's
right,
working. Exactly, your sight's working.
But I'm just meaning they take these very specific scenarios to play it off as if the senses are flawed or fallible.
I can point that out to them that like
you are a photographer and you want to make some picture of good, beautiful distance mountain, and you make a picture and you come back and somebody tell you cannot be photographer because that's not real.
But I mean, the sense of motion is entirely different. I don't think that ever fails unless you have severe inner ear problems, But if you're healthy, you're never going to feel motion when you're not in motion.
And you will prove stationary. Only with that. If you are not moving, you are stationary. That's it. Simple.
And these funny plays on words like, do you think it's perfect? Do you think it's perfect? What is perfect? What does that even mean? That's an imaginary word. It's arbitrary. It doesn't even mean anything. Where's the perfect orange? Where's the perfect grape? What the fuck does that even mean?
In my opinion, on my Mustang in the garage.
Yeah. See? There you go. I agree.
Yeah, Demok, how can we know if the Earth is moving? It's so big, right? So big.
Yeah. And listen this. Some wind.
Even if the Earth was moving, and then it's in this vast universe.
Listen this, Killer. You go out and it's windy. Let's say not so hot, but it's windy, and you say it's windy. But I also know that it's rotating.
Oh, I know when it's windy because I can step outside and feel the wind.
But it's rotating in the same way when it's not windy and when it's windy.
Since when did the magnitude of something make you not feel it? Can I ask anybody this silly ass question? Like, I've got so much of something.
A really good point, Demok. Yeah, of course.
You see what I'm saying? There's such a magnitude of this thing happening and going on, but it's not.
All right, so you could pretend the Earth is a globe, but it's so massive you can walk outside and you can travel across the Earth, never experience the globe at all.
No, that's the opposite.
Hold on. Let me finish the point, Tim. You can travel hundreds of miles, thousands of miles across said globe, never even think about it being flat, even though you're in an airplane. So they call it an airplane for a reason. Or you can stand outside and you feel the crosswinds. It's like, it's the winds are moving everywhere. So what's moving, the atmosphere or the globe itself? And now the spinning of the globe, does that cause all of these winds that you experience? Because when if there were no winds, you just stand outside and you're standing on Earth. That's where we all exist, right? We all exist on Earth, don't we?
Yeah.
All right. Well, this is. I mean, it's funny at the same time. It's not funny because they're trying to convince us that we live somewhere that we don't live.
Right. Yeah. Like the magnitude of sand proves this sand isn't here because the sand is so much I can't show you there's sand.
Sand is
too much sand. Up. Nope. So there, God, that's perfect. Too much sand, so there's no sand.
I mean, where the dunes come from the wind. They don't come from the spin of the earth. It's like the spin of the earth only exists in the ether. The ether is another discussion, but but it's just kind of like it's just out there somewhere. The dunes only exist because of the wind.
You have water in desert. You know Fata Morgana? It's there.
Fata Morgana? Well, that's an optical illusion, though. That's not a...
Water, man. You can see water.
Fata Morgana has nothing to do with the dirt and the actual stuff and the water itself being manipulated.
Hey, what happens when you move toward the Fata Morgana?
It disappears.
Yeah, well, it might form another Fata Morgana, but it changes when you move toward it across the flat, level, stationary plane.
But take into consideration, no matter what the magician does, the basketball still is the basketball, no matter what you think you're fucking seeing. So the size of the earth and what the earth is still what it is, regardless whether you're looking at dirt, water, something or rainbows in the air. The earth still is exactly what it is. It doesn't change.
Hey, let me ask you this, Demog. You've been listening for a while, and everyone else has as well. How many Globers in here, when we start talking about the Morgana, would know what that means?
They will think that it's a mirage.
No, just saying that word. We didn't say mirage. We're talking about the Fata Morgana, which is an aspect of a mirage. But if we just said Fata Morgana, they don't know because that's not. It's like, hey, show me the flat Earth, whatever. It's just.
But they can explain here.
No, well, they can explain what, how they live on a globe.
Everyone,
they're not even really good at that, But anyway, it's.
Man, you have Glober Newtonians, you have Glober Einsteinians, you have Globers Newtonsteinians. It depends who you catch.
Yeah, sure. I mean, it's just like fish in a bowl. It's like,
if you catch Newtonsteinian, that's the most difficult.
To be honest, I think what we're doing with the Discord and the YouTube channels that we're utilizing, we get new people that join us every day, and they come in here and ask questions. So, I mean, we're fishing for people that are like-minded. We're not here necessarily to debate here on the Discord. We're fishing for like-minded people that have come across the same information that we have. And if new people come in here and they're ignorant, which is not a bad word, ignorance is not a bad word.
When you say that you're ignorant about something, you are saying also that you are an honest person.
Honest. Yeah, you're being honest that you're ignorant about this. And so if someone comes in and says, I'm really curious about this. I'm totally ignorant. Tell me what you guys have discovered. And then we proceed to explain it. And, if they can do whatever they want to with the information after we explain it to them, that's on them, And we've been doing this for years now, so it's not on us. People just try to freaking shut us down, take the piss out of us. We've been doing this for a very, very long time, so it's not like we're not a religion trying to convert people, because I guarantee freaking you that all the flat earthers here, you've heard us on. We do this 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, live, and you can tell that the flat earthers don't always agree. But when new people jump in, we're concerned about how they came across this information, and we just ask them questions about what they think about it. So this nobody here is trying to convert anyone. Because for the most part, the general questions are about what you were taught about science in school or whatever. It doesn't matter if it's a young person or an older person. We ask them questions about science. Go ahead.
I said only that water is our friend, nothing else.
Sure, earth, water. Well,
real globe.
To be honest, we all were taught that Earth was a spinning globe. I mean, that's an easy thing. I mean, generally, when people are new to the topic, they all think the Earth was a spinning globe, and so did I when I first came across the topic, and I thought it was ridiculous. So it's not like if you're just like, you flat earthers are so dumb. Don't everybody knows that the Earth is a spinning globe? You fucking retards, or whatever they want to think about us.
Real globes, you can't take a look unless it's on a screen or in a book. Reading Rain Globe.
So I mean, it's just hey, it's just like, hey, we all thought that too. It's okay, man. Look, why don't you take a look at the information that we have? I don't care if you come in here and ask us the information that we're presenting, and then you leave saying, oh, yeah, you're still a dumbass flat earther, and leave and keep believing the globe. I don't give a fuck what you think at the end of the day.
Yeah.
I'm just telling you the information that I've come across. We spend our time doing this, not for you. It's
for everybody.
It's for everybody. Go ahead.
Maybe because information is about reality. It's not.
Right. Information doesn't give a fuck what anyone thinks. And that's not us being jerks. To me, it's tough love. I want you to stay on topic, whoever I'm talking to. That's all. That's all it is. And it's so much more productive when we can stick with the Earth measures flat. I'm sorry. If somebody's getting mad at me for continuing to bring it back there, I don't know what to tell you.
Nobody's getting mad. And that's what
Sean, you're right. I always want to be there. Always. Every fucking minute, where? On the water. Why? Because measure me that it's curving, no problem. It will go.
You know what we need to do, guys? Seriously, and stop messing around. We need to get as many people as possible, get a boat, go out and just be in the middle of the flat fucking ocean and just hang out.
What's a boat gonna do? What?
No, I'm not talking. Listen. Damn it. I'm not talking about going out and doing yet another set of measurements. You can if you want. Just hang out with each other and bring your P900 and fucking Helio bring 70 cases of beer. Let's fucking hang out, that kind of deal, and just see how flat it is everywhere. And look at the P100. That's cool.
The boatman with his beer
supply. I live in the mountains and it's flat here, but it's
you don't get it.
There's no oceans.
Listen this.
You think I don't get it? Yeah, bullshit. But anyway,
listen this.
I don't want to just sit around and yell at Globers all day. I want to meet you folks, and I want to party.
Yeah, that's what.
And I'm sober, so I'll be sober then too. I'll drive the boat. Damn it, I'm DD.
Sean, Sean, do you want to come? I will make dinner for you.
Dude, let's go. Let's go. I'm not kidding.
Yeah. Flo doesn't want to yell to Globers. That's why he yells at flat earthers most of the day, right? Right.
It's all good. I understand. Hey, bro, I'm as frustrated as you are. Don't worry about it. It's all good.
Yeah, worry about it because I'm here.
Really?
No, Jemsy, I appreciate your input, man.
Jemsy's here now. We should be worried about it. Is that the?
Well, now we're going to hear you two go back and forth for a while, but that's fun.
No, I'm not going to argue with Jemsy.
No, I'm not going to take your spotlight. No, definitely not.
You know what? Be really cool though is because as sarcastic as Jemsy is, and you glad
serious.
We could actually make a fun show.
You keep talking about it.
Speak for yourself. We need
the Jemsy show only, right? We just need the Jemsy show.
Yeah, I want you guys to make fun of me while I make fun of you, and we make fun of Jemsy.
All about you now, Helio. Sure. Jemsy, we saw this coming, didn't we?
No, it's really more about your mama. That's all I'm saying.
He's the lead singer in the band, the lead guitarist. Oh my god! Or were you the bassist, Helio? Oh shit! You were lead guitar, weren't you?
Listen this, in Mother Russia. I don't know.
Did you say Russia? Or are you from Russia?
You're just gonna dodge my question?
I'm trying. Listen to Glad. Go ahead,
Helio.
Glad. You got the mic.
Yeah, Helio. I asked, weren't you the guitarist and lead singer?
No, I think that Jimsy's from Russia. I can't remember the country that he's actually from.
What the fuck is happening?
He's the last singer, not the lead singer. Helio is the last singer.
The last singer.
Or the flat singer.
Well, I suppose we'll just move forward to be respectful. I don't know what just happened.
Neither. We're just trying to roast each other and we're failing at it. Go ahead.
It's true. It's true. Yeah. So anyway, lead singers are divas. Add to it, guitar player. Oh no.
Yeah, I'm not even a good guitar player. But
no, you know what's funny is people in bands, we should go back to Flat Earth, but I do want to tell you that people in bands, everyone thinks they're the most important member of the band. Thanks.
Anyways, earlier we were speaking to Samar.
Yeah.
Samar? Some of the guys were being mean to the girl. I'll be nice, or Helio will be nice. I wouldn't be nice.
I'm really nice to girls.
Parrot globes. Oh.
Samar had a question earlier. It was like hours ago, and she was asking something. What was it? I don't remember.
It's not the most interesting thing that I'd want to talk about now, but it was regarding that flight to from Bali to LAX.
Okay.
The one over and they had a kid real quick.
Yeah.
But since you don't want to talk about that now, what was your next question?
Right. I was actually more so thinking about the Star Trail.
Oh.
Cool.
Nobody wants to speak about it.
Come on. So what did you want to say?
So if I'm at the North Pole, all the stars will be moving counterclockwise.
My dear, have you ever been to the North Pole?
Are you saying that I can't trust the star trails that other people report from the North Pole?
No, I'm not saying anything. I asked a question.
No, I haven't been there.
Okay.
Well,
so
hold on.
Helio. So just so the audience knows, it's irresponsible to continue trying to make claims about it, correct?
No.
Helio, please.
1 second, because even if you are, let's say, multiple latitudes away from the so-called North Pole that I haven't been to, you can still look up and see a pattern up above, right?
Is that right?
Maybe you're asking
you there right now?
That?
Don't give him that, dude. Don't give him that. Listen.
Have
you been to the... Yes, because you're going to give them looking at the sky when they haven't even been there. They're just going to trust...
In Northern Europe, you would look up and you would still see them moving counterclockwise, right? So I don't have to be...
Why do you have to ask me if you're right?
No, you guys are...
Sounds like Glad doesn't want to have this conversation.
Yeah, Glad, man, you're just like, come on, bro.
I'm sorry.
He's bringing an important.
Okay.
He's bringing an important point that has to be pointed out. That
but he's not even let her finish her.
Is there anywhere on Earth that the stars move counterclockwise in their star trail? Since you guys
cannot confirm or deny.
I'm asking you guys. If you don't trust my judgment, that's fine. Is there anywhere on Earth that you guys
now you all got her all flustered.
Counterclockwise?
No, She's frustrated because I held her to task. Okay.
No.
Hold on.
She never got to make her point. Come on.
Helio, you're concerned trolling.
Hold on.
Go ahead and make your point.
Can I ask one question?
I don't know who this is.
Don't the stars always go from east to west, no matter where you're at?
I don't know what you're referring to. I'm referring to the Star Trail.
All right, Star Trails when they're recorded,
Helio, dude, one at a time, please.
You guys don't believe me when I talk about whether they go clockwise or counterclockwise. So I'm asking you guys, since you guys trust your judgment, you guys trust your eyes, whatever.
I have the complete answer, but nobody will let me fucking say it.
Go ahead. You see anywhere where it goes counterclockwise?
Clockwise or counterclockwise doesn't matter. East to west, always, no matter where you're at on Earth, east to west, period.
I don't know. I'm not asking about east to west or those things. I'm asking about in the star trail whether they go clockwise or counterclockwise.
That's depending on your perspective where you're looking.
Hold on. Look,
Okay,
I
so
have the answer. I have the answer. Don't get too excited. Here's the answer. If you look north, if you're standing on Earth and you look north, the stars and sun and moon will travel from your right side to your left side.
I'm asking looking directly up. I'm not asking north. Up is not north. Up is
directly up. Well, I thought you were talking about star trails.
Right, yes. You look up at the sky, and then you wonder which way the stars are going.
Well, hold on. Yeah, if you're talking about Earth, we're gonna have to establish, a base here. So when you say looking up, that means you're looking up at the sky, right?
Looking up, yes.
All right. So you're looking up at the sky. Now, when you're looking at a 90 degree position from standing on Earth, it still should make a difference because that would depend on your position on Earth.
Right. Yes. So I've heard, which is why I've asked you guys: is there anywhere on Earth where it goes counterclockwise?
No, all to everyone that exists on Earth. if you talk to anyone in south of the equator, north of the equator, the sun, moon, and stars move in the same direction.
I'm not asking about the moon. I don't know nothing about the moon.
Well,
I'm not asking about the
okay.
sun.
Well, all right. You're asking about the stars, right? All of the stars move in the same direction.
Which is?
East to west.
I'm not asking about east or west. I'm asking
that is a direction. When you ask about a direction, east to west is a direction.
I'm asking about
counterclockwise depends on which way you're looking at it.
You guys can look at Gemsy's
turn your head 90
degrees. Hold on.
You can look at Gemsy's profile. It looks like it's either going clockwise or counterclockwise.
No, there is
of a star trail. That's what it looks like. I'm asking.
Dude, if you listen on Earth, when you're talking about counterclockwise and clockwise, it depends on which direction you're looking. It's right to left, left to right.
You're looking directly up. I'm not asking about left to right, right to left.
Zara, are you referring to the anal lemmas of all the stars? Basically, the star trails. Is that what you're referring to?
I'm sorry?
Someone here brought up earlier in the day, he taught me a first thing. Is it called like this? When the sun makes a trail in the sky throughout the year, it's analemma, is it?
I'm not.
Yes, it's the analemma.
I gotta ask.
Are you to the analemma?
She knows shit about the analemma. To be honest.
Helio, come on now. Let one person finish what they're going to say before you speak.
Let's
please.
not. Not everybody has to reply to every single point. Just one person reply. One person. She's saying something. Let's allow one person to reply. And then the next person, Helio, you don't have to answer to every single point, bro. Just wait for the next person. It's okay.
Can I try to answer a question? Does anybody object?
Go ahead, Hank.
Okay, so let's say you're in the United States, right? And you look up, right, so many degrees in the sky, and you see all the stars, they're going counterclockwise. Now, if you had eyes in the back of your head, right, you can see that the stars back there are also moving in the same direction counterclockwise. But when you turn around and you look in the opposite direction, when you look south, now they're spinning clockwise. The only thing, hold on.
Almost had that.
Almost had it. The only thing that changed was you turned around. The stars are all moving in the same direction. The ones that rise in the east, they set in the west. Now, if you look below the North Pole star, known as Polaris, if you look below it, they're going the opposite directions than the stars on top, right? So other than those stars that are in between the horizon and the polar region, they all go east-west.
Okay, so
right, and the reason. Hold on, I'm almost done.
East to west.
Hold on. The reason.
East to west.
The reason I'm using east to west. Hold on, guys. Jesus. The reason I'm using east to west is because that's a reference frame, right? It's fixed. We're talking about the North Pole, right? So these cardinal directions are your reference frame. The problem is everybody wants to throw out the reference frame and say that everything's relative, right? When really all the stars that rise, they set east to west.
Look, listen to me. I have pea-sized brain. I'm very dumb. I can only focus on one bit of thing at a time. I can only think about the star trail because I'm very dumb. Do you understand that? I don't want to think about these other things yet. Now, when we finish this issue that I want to get through, then you can talk to me about the east and the west and the whatever. Do you understand?
Whoa, did you just order someone around in here?
No, I'm just saying I'm very stupid. I can't follow you guys.
No.
Bunch of shit. No. I'm very stupid. I can't
whatever.
follow you guys when
you don't have to fish for compliments. Just listen. Thank you.
Okay, ask your question.
Me?
Yeah. I just asked you to listen a little better.
Okay.
Yeah, you said you want me to explain to you without using the east and west. So ask.
No matter how much I listen, because I'm very stupid, I'm not gonna follow this shit if you guys keep bringing up other things. I can only think about the star trail right now. I'm very dumb.
Okay, bye.
Then you're not going to understand it. I'm sorry. You need to be able to hold all these things in your mind at once and put it together.
There are some places where it goes counterclockwise.
No.
Yeah.
First it was wait, hold on. So that's the problem. First you were asking a question. Now you're making the claim. See, that's the problem. You
someone just told me that there are places on Earth where it goes counterclockwise.
Okay,
I just want to ask you something. So you say that your direction is up, right?
Up.
You want to know what happens when you look up? Okay,
Yes.
You're looking up. Can you turn your head 90 degrees from wherever up is? Can you turn it another 90 degrees? Can you turn it another 90? There you go. It's just which way you're looking at it. It's purely perspective.
Are you saying that there is a way to make, when I'm looking straight up, to make the stars go from counterclockwise to clockwise when I'm looking straight up?
Yeah, I am. There is a way. Just turn around. You're looking up, right? Can you turn around? Hold on. You're looking up. Can you turn around 180 degrees?
Yeah.
So listen, on a globe that only spins east to west, how could you have two different rotations of the stars? It's an apparent thing. They appear to go one way because you have to be facing north to see the northern stars, and they'll come from the left and go to the right. But when you turn around and look to the other direction, they'll appear to move the opposite way because you're looking at it from a different direction.
But I'm thinking straight up. I can only think about straight up right now.
Yeah, well, if straight up, they only go east to west then. What? There's only one way it can move on one spinning object.
Again, I don't think the east to west thing is what I'm looking for. I'm looking for those, those very pretty pictures where they're spinning around, not in the
Those
sky,
are, listen,
not going away.
you're talking about the star trails, and those are created images. You can't get that. If you get it on Earth, that's bullshit.
What's his profile picture? Is Gemsy a secret undercover agent? Why has he got that picture?
A better question would be, why did they make that picture? Because you can't view that from the equator. You're not going to see two different rotations on the equator line, and you couldn't. It's impossible to see two different rotations on a sphere unless the top of the sphere spins one way and the bottom of the sphere spins the other way. So is that what you're saying your Earth does?
I haven't even gone that far. All I was I've managed.
What do you mean you haven't? You're already that far. You're already there. You're saying we have two different rotations. No, it's an apparent thing.
I never said that.
It appears that way, and it's because of the direction you see it from. Can you listen? Can you look straight up right now overhead of wherever you are and see the stars move two different ways?
No, sir. I live in the city. I can't see no stars.
I live in the country, and I never see a split where half of them are going one way and half of them the other.
So are you saying that they will always go in one direction on the clock?
East to west.
Look at star charts. They show you that, too.
Yeah, it follows a design or pattern. Do you know what that means?
Okay, just for the record, I just want to know. So you guys have said that depending on how I'm looking up, the stars can either appear to be going clockwise or counterclockwise.
No, nobody said up.
Straight up.
That's a false dichotomy. Nobody said that.
I thought somebody said that.
No, we didn't say when you're looking straight up. I said you can't look straight up and see two different rotations.
That's fine. I'm good with that. I agree with that.
But to see two different apparent rotations is because you're either facing north or facing south. It's really simple.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine.
So nobody in astrology will ever tell you stars rotate two different ways on Earth. They say they appear to, and that's because they understand this.
Yeah, okay. So can we at least agree that there are some places on Earth where when you look directly up, the star trail goes counterclockwise?
No.
Okay.
You'll never see counterclockwise. When you look up, you'll always see east to west. Always, whether you're in the south or the north.
So if I were to get a camera...
You'll only see that if you're looking at Polaris.
Sorry. Yeah, if you can get a camera
and I put it directly up and I have it record the whole night, and then I speed it up. And
Didn't I just cover that?
It will never, ever...
When we first started this conversation, I told you, you'll never be able to record that image you see with your video, no matter where you are looking up. I already said that.
Okay, thank you. All right, absolutely. Okay, that's all I need to know.
Well, hey, I mean, why would you say, I mean, a clock moves in a certain way that it records time, right? So if you're looking north, you're going to see the sun and the moon rise from the east to the west. If you look south, you're going to see it rise. It's still going to move the same direction from east to west. But if you consider that as part of the clock, you're just looking at it wrong.
Okay.
All of the sun, moon, and stars everywhere on Earth move the same direction.
Hey, one second.
You get it? You get it now?
Julio, can you give me 1 second, guys? Can you guys give me 1 second? Look at the live stream voice text, and there's kind of like a depiction over there that might maybe help visualize.
I get that. Tonight, I'm going to get my camera. I'm going to point it directly up. It will be recording the whole night.
Yeah, so you're going to put it at 0 degrees, right?
I'm going to look
Hold
at
on.
it.
No, 90 degrees zenith.
Spinny effect.
Directly up is 90 degrees zenith.
Yeah, is she looking at zenith or is she looking at Polaris? Because if you're looking at Polaris...
I don't care about Polaris. I don't give a damn about Polaris.
Okay, well, the stars rotate around Polaris. Just saying.
Always?
Yes.
So it never rotates around the Southern Cross?
No.
They all rotate around Polaris. Listen, around the Southern Cross, you can barely even see Sigma Octanus ever. It's rarely visible.
Okay, that's fine. All I need to know
from Tasmania.
Put my camera up and see if there's a little spinny effect. If there is, I'm done. I'm done. If there isn't, I will come.
You're only going to prove me right in what I said.
Yeah, what you're going to find, if you point your camera up and take a time-lapse video, you find out that the stars and sun, the stars are moving from east to west.
That means that you are done.
Spinny effect. I'm going to go see if there is one.
Zarmar, but can I ask you a simple question? What does that mean you are done when you realize that?
What I mean is, I'll be done. You guys always say that you need to trust your eyes. That you need to trust.
Okay, listen to me. My question was, I wanted to ask you simple. Can I ask you simple question? That will prove that Earth is globe. Is that true?
It will prove that you guys have explicit.
No, listen. It was simple question.
Let her get through it, bro.
Hold on. You asked her. Let her finish the answer.
It will prove to me that when somebody here told me that it will never spin for me, that if I do that time lapse, it shall not spin. I shall not receive a star trail. If I do this, there's a star trail.
Hold on.
I'm done. Because that's what you guys told me, and you always tell me, believe what I see with my
eyes. You sound upset.
No, I'm the one that said it. Hold on.
Go ahead, Michael.
Listen,
let Michael talk.
Either you shut up or I'm gonna mute you, both of you.
Yeah, okay. Michael. Let Michael talk to her.
Dude, Christ!
I'm just saying.
I can fucking do this myself. I don't need help. Nobody told you won't see or record movement of stars. What was said is you won't see a split in two different rotations.
I don't care. I just was only asking if there is ever a movement clockwise or counterclockwise, and you guys said there is none. Are you telling me I don't?
No, we didn't.
Do I have?
No, we didn't. We said stars move east to west. I'm saying you don't. You have comprehension problems, and this is a waste of our time.
You guys said it will never do a little spinny up. It's just going to go in one direction.
No.
Right?
Yeah, east to west. Yes, east to west. That's it. You keep saying clockwise and counterclockwise. That's only on apparent views. Stars go east to west.
Wait. So when is there? You said that there are only certain circumstances where there's a clockwise or counterclockwise rotation.
There is no circumstances. It is an assertion that if you viewed from the equator looking north, you would see one, and if you turn around all the way and viewed south, you would see another, and it would appear that way. Will you not fucking interrupt me, man?
You said there is never going to be a rotation for me, so I'm going to.
Once again, I just said no. That's not what I said.
Will there ever be a clockwise?
Oh, shut up, man! Christ.
Will there ever be a clockwise or counterclockwise movement?
What part of east or west don't you fucking understand?
Yeah, what part of no or east or west do you not understand?
No, it's east to west. She keeps saying clockwise and counterclockwise.
I know. Yeah, we've already told her that doesn't bullshit. Yeah.
I can rotate clockwise and counterclockwise. That's not specific enough. It's east to west.
It's just like if you look at the back of a clock.
Now I feel constipated. What the fuck?
I know. If you look at the front of the clock, it's gonna go clockwise. If you look at it from the back, say it's transparent, it's gonna go counterclockwise. But if you're standing on Earth and you look up,
she jumped the ship. Helio, thank you, Helio. She jumped the ship. She's gonna go set up the camera and prove you guys wrong.
The only thing, listen, the thing that's irritating is she says, if I don't see this or that, nobody told her this or that. What is wrong? Is a kid snorting Adderall or something?
Yeah, it's like, where did you come up with this shit? You know?
Because
at least you had. Go ahead.
She doesn't want to point camera on horizon. That's the problem. She will point the camera on the stars. Great, fantastic, and it's done. What is done? Point the camera on the horizon, and then it's done.
Hey, she sounds like she's kind of interested, but she's having this wall of resistance that is probably based on the
Master Chief. I disagree.
No.
Maybe she'll jump back in later after she thought about it.
The thing is that she's kind of emotional. She's showing a lot of emotion about it. And remember, we've been having multiple people bringing points and everything. And I think her mind is just on this fixated point, just looking at the star without relationship to the Earth and the relationship of the observer. You know, she is the observer, looking up, observing natural observable phenomena. My opinion or your opinion is not going to have an effect on the observable phenomena. It is what it is.
Yeah, it's great.
Earlier, in that same shrill voice, he was just wanting to do the subjective stuff and not the objective stuff. As soon as she went to the ground and the earthwork, she found. So she was just a thrilled little girl.
You have to fix your mic, bro, because I have maybe.
Yeah, it sounded like you were on a phaser or something. It was just like, whoa.
In the middle of his sentence.
Because I did try my best to understand what you said, because I did want to hear it, but I tried.
Yeah, I did too.
I'm sorry, I'm on Bluetooth. I'll shut up.
Just figure your mic, bro, and we'll definitely get your point.
It sounded like she was very passionate about this generic argument, as if we haven't heard it before, but that's okay. I mean,
I've heard her before.
Oh, really? I mean, so she's not new to the topic.
Yeah, we have start trails, we have rotation. Great. That means we have Coriolis. Great. We don't have Coriolis. How?
She been on here talking about Coriolis before?
Yeah, we have rotation. That means
Helio,
if we have
I've
rotation,
learned
we need to
something.
have.
I think I've ran into Hangouts before.
Hold on. Do you hear Gemsy talking?
Yeah, I want to appreciate Helio because now I've learned that I will never allow my young daughters to speak to drunk people.
Oh man, welcome to the Battle Mod Club. That's why my daughter's not on here. Not just Helio. It's other people.
I'm just showing appreciation for learning something new. No, guys, I'm just saying that, she sounded kind of young, and I think I've heard her multiple times already. And it will be, just from my opinion, it's kind of difficult for a young one to talking to so many people at the same time and everybody trying to jump out. That will definitely trigger some young ones. And I guess she's trying to, but when you put the walls that she has up, plus multiple people arguing, and we arguing about against ourselves too, in a little bit, in a way. That's what she's seeing, and we are contradicting, and she's not concentrating on the information that one person.
Five different answers on one question. Yeah, we work against each other. Yeah.
Yeah.
And the more you try to ask people to quit doing that shit, the more they dislike you for pointing it out.
But it's a learning experience, and it's everyone.
It is.
So Jamesy, let me ask you, Jamesy, if it was one-on-one with you, with her asking about the counterclockwise, what would you answer? The counterclockwise and the clockwise star. What would you?
I will do it the way I look at it from my perspective, east to west. That's what I observe. That's what happens. And then if I turn around, that's because.
Okay, well, is that different than what I said?
No, that's what most people said in here, and that may point.
Okay, then why are you saying like people talk to drunk people when I said exactly what you would say?
I'll tell you why. Hold on, I got this, Jimsy. Because there were 4 other people talking when you did that, and those 4 other people, they should recognize too. They're not helping; they're harming. When one person can't finish what the hell they're saying, and we don't work together to let one person talk, we're defeating ourselves. It's all day long in here, man.
Yeah, I mean, people are getting so frustrated. I'm not the only guilty one when it comes to that, but it's not because
listen, we're on the internet. It's not like we can do something about it. If we was in real life, I guarantee I could nip that shit in the bud right now, because I'd reach over and thump a knot on your head, and if you didn't like it, we can go in the front yard. It's all good. But we're on the internet, and we try and try and try, and we still get the same results. So people are ready to beat their heads against the wall right now, and I'll guarantee it.
I guess so.
I think I did meant it in a joke, in kind of like a joke way, whatever, because I'm just silly like that. But I respect you, Helio, and you did brought up.
But it's actually true. I mean, you guys know I drink a lot, but whatever. Yeah, it's all good, man.
I'm just messing a little bit. It's all good.
I think everyone was saying the same thing, just describing it their own way. Like, for instance, if it was just me and her, only me and her, and she asked me that question, I'd let her get everything she had to say out, and then I'd say, okay, look, let's do a mind exercise. Let's assume you're standing on the roadside, and you're watching the cars drive by you. It's a one-way road, so only one direction. And the cars are driving from your right to your left, right? So now go to the opposite end of the street and turn around. Now the cars are driving from your left to your right. Now let me ask you, are the cars going in a different direction or are they going the same direction?
Yeah, I think everybody in here said the same argument like 5 times, and she still didn't get it, and then she just got frustrated and left.
But
so
she will say to you now in this moment when you say that, she'll say, "But I will put my camera and look up, and you need to explain me does stars moving clockwise or she will ask you after that when you say that story about car."
Yeah, and the frustrating part is people like that, they don't listen to the information and then go inside of their mind and like try to view it and run it in their mind. But she's on one side of the road looking at the cars go one direction. That's all. That's it. So she's isolating an observation from one viewpoint only.
No.
She's not allowing herself to view the vehicles driving from the other side of the road and then know that we can observe this in real life, that the cars are actually going the same way. You're just observing it from a different perspective.
Yeah,
what we didn't do is tell her to look at the stars and look at the ground instead.
What a novel idea.
There you go. And then
when I'm under neither one of those things would have worked, because all she said was, I'm too dumb, I can't understand any of that until you have explained this in my example where I'm looking straight up and ignoring everything else.
Yeah, that's what threw me off with everything. I mean, she was like, when I look straight up, well, where are you on Earth? Looking straight up.
I'm sorry, guys, but she did turn into a rebel because she was kind of reflecting the attitude that she was given. When I asked her to open her mic and repeat the question that she had this very settled voice and she was engaging into the conversation. But then she said something, and then people were like, "Oh no, why will you say that? We don't like what you." I don't know, guys, but that young people will get that right back.
Dude, I was just going to say, when I'm under the affluence of alcohol, I stay off of the Discord.
No. The phrase, when she said straight up, that's where I was just like, what, when you look straight up? I mean, you don't, when you're observing star trails, when you're observing star trails, you're not looking straight up. You're looking toward the North Pole or the South. You're looking toward the North or the South with time-lapse video.
You gotta visualize that we have been through this mental exercise, probably me myself, probably over 1,000 times. From her perspective, she's just starting to think about it, to visualize it, to actually thinking about going out there and setting up a camera and doing the observation for herself. So we have to go from the step that she's on and walk her through the logical way so she can understand it. But if we start arguing with her, it's just gonna get lost. It's just she's definitely young and a child. And
I get that, and that's why I pointed out that this straight up idea was not going to work for her, and that's why at the very beginning I was like, well, you can't necessarily look straight up and see. When you look straight up, you're going to see the stars from east to west.
When you hear your children try to, because you and I, we spend a lot of time here, and many other people do. But let's try other people to open their mic, because I heard probably like 3 voices trying to engage with her, and me from my perspective, you and I, Helio, we could have stepped back and let maybe the other ones, because I hear some other young voices in here too. Let's ask the millennials and the boomers like yourself, Helio, step back a little bit and let the youngest ones try to talk to the youngest one too. For that, bro, because
the sun doesn't shine on the same dog's ass every day. You got to take a step back to let other people here shine. That's why I don't talk as much anymore. I'm trying to let other people talk. Then I can just listen and moderate.
Yeah, cool. If I was being too hot tonight, I'm sorry, guys.
Yeah, and it's not that because I open my mic and I say what I'm thinking at the moment, and then when the conversation keeps going, I'm still thinking about the conversation and listening, and I have my things to say, but I just stay quiet when I can because some other people want to say something, and we can just work from that. But if 4 people are trying to put their point at that moment, because Helio, you do this a lot. You want to reply to every single point that everyone brings, doesn't matter from which side. And you have to step back a little bit because you can't reply to every point.
I mean, you do too, but it goes through your brain while you're listening, So we all have that shit going on
I
in our
do
brain.
it, but I try to stay quiet mostly.
Okay, well, I'm mostly don't.
Because I do run past people too. Like I do it to you because I enjoy it.
Well, that's okay. I don't give a fuck about
He's
that.
on my team. That's my partner, Jimsy. Me and so anybody else want to join the Rumpus Helio team? What's up?
Rumpus
Go
team
Team
now.
Rumpus.
I'm with you.
I'm on that team.
Oh, yeah, okay, yeah.
All
We
right,
got
whose
like
side do I gotta
20,000
fucking-
members.
How about I never talk again and you guys? I'll just be the producer and you guys fucking have the whole fucking game. It's all good with me.
Oh, we didn't mean to hurt your feelings, Helio. Sorry,
Listen,
buddy.
bro, I'm not trying to take the whole game. Normally, when I interrupt, people get mad. Oh, you always interrupt. Yeah, that's because I'm trying to let everybody be heard, and not 5 people at once. I can't stand that shit. When I'm listening on YouTube and Indio too, he can't stand that shit either. We're listening on YouTube, and there's 6 people jumping one dude, and then they're like, "Oh, we whooped his ass." And you guys do it. You jam pile on everybody. They get frustrated and they trip out, and then they get banned. And then it's, why don't we have anybody to talk to? Well, because you can't have a cordial conversation with a person, a normal conversation. You can't have it. You got to have hecklers. You got to keep gallishing and changing the subject all the time. You can't stay on point and let it go to fruitation all the way, 1 point, then move on.
Then you get accused of rumpusing people, Mike, right? While you're
I get accused of rumpusing people when I'm just trying to fucking moderate.
Holy shit, that almost happened to me tonight. I'm just wondering what the fuck is going on here.
No,
It's people,
why
they want to fight the monologue so much. You're like, fuck you, Mike, shut up. I'm trying to talk here. And I'm like, I want to say you're the only one been interrupting everybody all night. Certain mods come in here and they're like, hold on, Jimsy. Certain mods come in here and they're like, I'm the mod here. Nobody else should be talking. I should be talking. Then they end up letting 5 people talk over them. Well, they think they're the only person talking.
Anyway,
we listen to shit on YouTube. Yeah, it's not the first time
it's been discussed. Yeah. So anyway, let's move on. We've already
what's important because
Go ahead,
we do have other people that have been in here, and we all learn from this. It's for the live stream.
Sure,
this is a conversation that adults have. It's not a big deal. It has to be recognized. But today, what I kind of noticed, we did have a few new people, and I heard a few things, and I did engage. But then when Memes and Indio joined, they both had to ask, "Hey guys, can I speak?" Because they were being, like jumped and jumped and jumped, and they don't jump here. Like Memes doesn't jump here. When he jumps here, he wants to speak to someone, right? And he asks, "Hey guys, can I speak to him? Just back up a little bit. Let me speak to him." And still,
that's when I got rumpus, Jimsy. When I tried to moderate and say, "Hey, let our admin speak," people wanted to fight and argue. Lou, oh, you just want to take over? No, I'm trying to get me more heard.
And it's okay. We gotta point it out and make sure that we allow for this conversation because it's better for the live stream when people can be heard and come to a logical conclusion.
When people can be respectful, bro, break it down. We're supposed to be teammates.
Nobody wants to listen to 5 people trying to talk.
We're supposed to be teammates, but we can't even respect each other when they're talking.
Yeah, I learned Mike, can I say something? I've learned sometimes with people like that, it's actually the less you say, the better. You kind of just let them talk and talk and talk, and then you give them real short That's why I gave my cars driving on a road scenario, right? And I'll just kind of come back with that and just let them visualize that for a minute before I can move on with discussion.
And you brought up exactly my point. Your voice and what the point that you brought, for me, after being pointed out east to west, what was pointed out already, but you would have brought it up to her in this way, and it will, it would be good, in my opinion.
Yeah, sometimes you have to give them a tether. You have to give them something that you have to like kind of test where they are. And how you do that is you let them speak more. And then you can kind of figure out where they are, where their mindset is, how they think. And then from there, you can formulate some type of mind exercise or example that you think they can grab onto. So,
and if you get tired because your point didn't work out, let's say, let's allow the next guy to speak to the person and try
something else. That's right.
But then we might have some people that point out, I don't like what you're saying. And then the next one tries to bring an idea. Oh, I don't like what you're saying. And then the next one brings something. Oh, I don't like what you're saying. But bro, just
yeah, everybody in here thinks I got a better way to do it than you. Know this. I try not to get frustrated, but I was doing this long before a lot of people. And I don't need help. I don't need a babysitter. I want to let everybody talk. But he's right. That's, somebody tries to explain it and lead it to a certain point, and other people don't like the way they're doing it, so they want to come in and redirect it. And when that happens 6 times in a row, it's no wonder people start leaving the damn voice chat and the live stream. You get 10 different explanations, and the last guy is wanting to talk for an hour and a half. And bitch somebody rumpus him when they get tired of him fucking talking. I'm about done being nice about this shit. Let's just move on.
But can I say something now? But Hank did it, all that things. Hank explained it, everything about Star Trail. Very concise.
Yeah, before we move on, I know we just said we're going to move on, but I just wanted to say this is the most contentious subject because it points out the direct error in the thinking of the baller. Everything is relative, and no, we need to have something that we can put a reference frame to so that we stop talking about appearances instead of talk about what actually is, because that's what we're trying to talk about. So when they come in here talking east and west, we're just like, no, you're going to get confused. And we can't handle the east and west because it's the start, they say clockwise and counterclockwise. I couldn't even say it right. So we get all like bent out of shape, and then they get bent out of shape. And this is like an easy one. This one's so easy to understand that we probably shouldn't even talk about it. And we should just say, we don't make claims about the stars and the moon and the sun. I don't know. I kind of think that would be a lot better than arguing this, because this should never be brought up again. It's so simple.
It's also, if
shouldn't
I
bring
can
it
say,
up. Oh, go ahead, whoever that is.
yeah, I was just gonna say, because this reminds me of when, for instance, I'm working with kids. You work with a lot of different people who have different ways of dealing with when a kid does something, for instance, they're not supposed to do. And a lot of the time, it's a lot about trusting the other person, like with the United Front and all that stuff, and giving the other person a chance to talk to the kid, or in this case, the Glober, which is pretty much like kids anyway. So I think we all just need to also trust each other a bit more to let them try it and finish their points, and then things will work out by themselves.
Yeah, and to someone seeking some answers, everyone's perspective is their reality. So she's seeing something from her perspective, and when we start coming from our perspective, she can't see it. She doesn't have the optics to see what you're putting down. So, I think with people like that, and she's isolating one part of an observation and locking it in and not taking the whole into consideration. So she only sees it one way, right? And so the best way, I don't know. I don't know if there is a best way. Again, it's a perspective.
I would say there's
of the person. So, and then kid gloves, I think, are a good thing to have when dealing with that. back to your teacher point.
Yeah, I was just saying, there's two ways to deal with that, I would say. One is to deal with the why she doesn't see it. What's stopping her from seeing something obvious? Because oftentimes there's the confirmation bias and looking for something that fits it, and holding on to the cognitive dissonance and all that stuff. And then there's, if you don't want to deal with all that right away, which is a whole thing, then you can just slowly walk them through it, and you have to ask them a lot of questions so they have to think it through, because a lot of the times she wasn't doing any active listening. She wasn't listening very well, and that's why she would say things like, "Oh, you guys said this, right?" Because she's been waiting to hear something that confirms her bias. So when she hears something that's even remotely like that, because she's not properly listening, she's just going to run with it. But you need to go slow and very clear with these types, because otherwise it's just going to weave into their delusions,
Yeah, and she wasn't very willing to play along and follow you guys. She wanted you guys to follow her example. So even though it was very wise and it's a good move to try to do what the guy earlier was suggesting and try to do it softly and do the basic explanations and lead her through it, if she's not willing to do it, it's very hard to get them there.
So yeah, I kind of wanted to hear, because what she was trying to get to is that counterclockwise, and then I think she was trying to use that as some type of proof of the shape below her feet. So maybe it's a good idea to allow her to go through all of it and just say continue, and get it all out. And then how does this in your mind prove what's below your feet, and let her drain it all out?
Yes, that's a very good move.
The way she was actually looking at it is that there's a lot of things that she she's been talking to people in here, and I'm pretty sure, thinking the way I looked at it when I was starting looking into it, I didn't understood everything, and not everything was adding up, right? And then she's looking from that perspective. She doesn't get everything yet, so she has her walls up. There's argument, and she said, if I look up and I set up my camera all night and it does something that guys are saying is not supposed to be doing, I'm done with the flat earth, because you guys are contradicting, right? She's kind of like looking for that exit at the moment. Is that cognitive dissonance or something? What is that? That she's like, okay, if you guys say something and I see something else, or she comes to the conclusion that she's seeing something for whatever reason, she's saying, I'm done with this, I'm done with you guys. That's kind of, I don't know, that's thanks for the lady that says something. I enjoy you guys talking about that perspective. But the girl, I'm sorry, guys. Yeah,
Sorry about that.
Thank you for that. Thank you for that.
Sorry, did I make somebody lose their lunch?
I had one more thing I wanted to say, because she did one thing that kind of annoyed me, that it could have been addressed, because you could tell that this is very, instead of logic based, this is very much emotion based for her, most likely, because she kept doing things like the emotional victim move, where you're like, I'm too stupid to get this, and then she tries to control the conversation by being like, I can only think of one thing at a time, and rejecting the explanation for her own question under the guise of this whole, oh, I'm too stupid, which leaves you with like, what are you fishing for a compliment, and don't want to respond to that, so they ignore it. When in fact, what you should do is like, you're not too stupid to get this. This is simple enough for a 3-year-old to understand, and dismantle that whole appeal of this is too advanced for me to understand. Like, I'm not intelligent enough for this. That's a bad excuse to not think about it.
Karma, you should run past Helio more often.
That's funny you point that out. I was when she was talking and saying that, I was thinking about my little girl. Every time I go to bitch at her and she's like, "Dad, does this shirt look good on me? Does my hair look right?" I'm trying to look good. I'm like, "Wait a minute, let's not change the subject, girl. I was talking about this." "Oh, I want to know if I look good in this outfit." Got to be well versed in that. Yeah.
Rumpus Helio.
Then she'll play victim. Now I'm bummed because you won't give me an answer, Dad. I must be looking ugly.
The globe has to be held accountable. Nothing to do with what you were saying, Mike.
Yeah, let's not lose the point. You're in trouble. Not because you did anything wrong, but because you listened to and believed the wrong people.
Well, you can have like a key phrase that's if she pulls this move regularly or something, you can have a counter line where you're like, "You always beautiful to me," and then you just go straight back to point. And then she can't say anything because you've already answered, and then you go straight back to point.
Where were you when she was here?
I was debating whether I should get my headset, but honestly, like I've spent the last 12 hours almost, well, other than the hour listening to her, cleaning for Christmas and getting everything ready, making desserts and stuff. So
I'm just messing.
I've been housewifing, so to speak. I've been polishing the silver and everything, man.
all the tinsel in your hair. I'm just messing.
That's tomorrow. I get tinsel tomorrow. We're gonna have Christmas presents for dinner tomorrow.
How does Christmas work in Iceland? What's going on with that? Is it similar to what we have going on in America?
It's a little different, but a little bit the same because we do have 13 Santa Clauses, of course. I think you guys celebrate on the 25th, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, we celebrate on the 24th.
I don't, but I go along with the culture, but I don't celebrate necessarily. But I get time off of work.
I'm on vacation for a little bit. I work between Christmas and New Year's this year. It's very flexible for my work. We just choose which shifts we kind of want and what's needed.
Sure, that's why. But that's kind of the way I look. Like, oh, holidays for everybody. Okay, I get time off of work. Oh, cool.
How's Iceland right now, as far as?
It's actually super nice. There's not even snow right now. It's been like super wet instead, and makes it super easy to go get presents and stuff.
It's been fairly warm here, where it's usually. I mean, it's not warm, but it's compared to what it usually is this time of year. It's.
Oh yeah, it's freaking cold. But at least you don't have to like shovel out your car, you know?
Like, what's the temperature in Iceland right now?
I've got no idea, but I can look it up. Although you see, there's like this is the temperature, but this is what it feels like because we have wind always coming, really cold wind.
Yeah, well, it's 54 in Arkansas right now, which is you never know. Which is kind of scary this time of year to have these type of temperatures because that means that it's going to get cold as shit in January.
Well, my phone says it's only -1 Celsius, so barely freezing. Well, a little bit freezing.
Well, that's not too bad, to be honest. Yeah.
I feel like that's nearly right there in the middle now, isn't it?
Dude, 2 days ago it was 28 degrees here when I woke up in the morning, which is Fahrenheit, which is zero.
Hasn't gone below 30 where I'm at in the Midwest, right through the whole season, and we should have been inundated with feet of snow by now.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I mean, it's kind of weird right now, but it's kind of scary if it's going to happen in January and February. It's probably going to be cold as shit.
Where I'm located in the tropics, it's actually been cooler than normal during the day.
Really?
Yeah, which tells me that there's a lot of heat displacement going on.
I think we should all read the.
And where the heat should be, it isn't.
I think we should be looking at the Farmer's Almanac because I think that's where.
No, I think you should look up Mark Morales. He's got a YouTube channel. He's kind of an older guy. He'll show you some stuff using all the radars. And I think last night was a pretty interesting show because there was like this big blob like out in the middle of like nowhere where there was like absolutely nothing, no clouds whatsoever, and it was almost like a square. Anyway, it's probably pareidolia, whatever. But I like Mike Morales' channel.
I saw some big X's in the sky today. Chemtrails going across where I'm at. I don't know if that has anything to do with temperature, but I did see some chemtrails.
It's a part of the geoengineering program. When they increase the particulate matter in the sky, it becomes easier to manipulate. So, like, when you have like NexRads, you have all these HARP in Alaska, and these things are actually worldwide. So, for instance, if you put some type of metal particulate in a microwave, it starts to spark, so you can heat an area. So you can superheat an area and move a system any way you want, however you want to do it. They pretty much at this point have full control over the weather. Like, it's completely weaponized at this point. And that can be proven without a shadow of a doubt. Do you
believe in HARP?
I don't believe in HARP. I know HARP exists, and HARP is old. That's like outdated.
Yeah, they might still use the system. Some of the HARP arrays are not even used anymore because they've progressed in a different way. But anyway, that's
a lot of the devices we use to check weather are actually changing the weather. There's actually laws on the books on how long they can use some of these devices to scan an area. Because if they scan too long, they can actually manipulate the weather. They can change systems. So there's actually laws on the book and regulations when using this. Like, that alone should wake somebody up, right? And if someone took the time to listen, I can go over document after document of programs throughout the years. Every single year since before any one of us in here was alive, they had some type of project active. So, and where they are today, I believe it was the NASA was a part of it, the Air Force, etc. Circa 2025 is when their weather will be fully weaponized, which we're close to 2025. Circa 2025 is around 2025. So,
well, here's good news. Right around in the Pacific Ocean, right around the location of Honduras, Guatemala, and Nicaragua, there's a huge storm, and these readings, the eye of it is reading at negative 113 degrees Fahrenheit. And that's what's causing all this weather coming over California, and it looks like it's going to start from the infrared.
Can you send the link to that? Holy shit, negative 113 degrees Fahrenheit?
What are you talking about, man?
Another anomaly in like Russia where it's been like it got down to like negative like 60 or something, but the readings came back at negative 111.
What? You said there's a storm that has those temperatures? That's moving
down south by the equator in the Pacific Ocean, and it's given all this. That's what's been giving us all this weird weather. Now it's formed tropical depression, so it's gonna be a typhoon, not a hurricane, a typhoon, because it looks like it's moving in the opposite direction, so a clockwise instead of so it's anticyclonic. So typhoon.
Does that prove the globe?
Hell no.
I wouldn't say it proves the globe, but I'm just
distant. Hang on. This one used to have the AE for the weather, so you could track the winds, and all the winds move in a circle.
Hold on. So is this typhoon different than prior typhoons, whereas it will spread cold Because if you're measuring temperatures in this typhoon, that cold.
I have no idea, Helio. I'm not a meteorologist.
Well, you're gonna have to send me some information about it. I'll take a look at it.
You don't have. Why would the winds move in a circle on a globe if they go outward into space?
Helio, have you ever watched The Day After Tomorrow?
Day After Tomorrow?
Like
Yes,
now
I've seen that
developing.
fucking movie. Yes, I've seen it.
The documentary.
Okay, well,
yeah, the day
time will tell, I guess.
Those hurricanes were special hurricanes, right? Those hurricanes were spinning in the opposite direction. They weren't spinning cyclonic like all hurricanes do. They were spinning anticyclonic like typhoons do.
No, I know.
Why do we even have wind in the direction we have it across the surface if the things from the surface go outward, like everything goes outward, like when you puncture the container and everything goes outward from the container? Why is there anything sticking to a surface and flowing anyway left or right? It should all be flowing straight the fuck up.
Bro.
On a globe.
Oh, on a globe.
I'm serious. Like on a globe, there shouldn't be any winds being able to collect herself and blow left and right and do it that. It should all be going straight to fucking space, right? And refilling.
Oh man.
I wonder what negative 109 Fahrenheit is in Celsius.
Hey guys, I'm long-winded, and I think everyone else in here is long-winded as well.
Except
you know
for
what that
Megan.
means?
Bro, I've been inside category 4 hurricanes, so yeah, I've been long-winded.
Oh, you're very long-winded, Jimsy.
Minus 76 Celsius, which is 197 Kelvin.
Who is this Kelvin? That dirty son.
Oh, wait, 197
It's the Home Alone
Kelvin.
kid.
Who weighs 197 Kelvin?
That's not a weight. That's a temperature.
I know.
Oh my God! So
It's almost Christmas time, so that Home Alone kid
yeah,
just came right out perfect.
We might as well just fucking bust each other's balls all day long.
McKelvin Culkin weighs 198.
McKelvin Culkin.
That's pretty good.
Kelvin
I like
at the
that.
eye, which is negative 80 Celsius, negative 112 Fahrenheit. That's fucking
well,
cool.
Like negative 80 Celsius.
Does only boomers get that joke?
Yeah, I bet only like 29% of people.
Holy shit!
No, if there's
Helio's
Globers
the only
listening,
person who laughed out loud at that one.
Yeah, if any Globers are listening, I think maybe 2% got that joke. Maybe 2% of any Globers would ever get that joke. Yeah,
2% of rose sniffers smelt that joke.
They smelt it. Yes,
cut it out.
They smelt it. You smell me, dog?
They smelt the overtone.
Wait, guys, what are we talking between ourselves? We have Hiomar. He was speaking earlier. Hiomar, what happened earlier?
Sorry, man. I'm just hanging with the boys.
Did you come to a logical conclusion about the cartoon spinning globe not being reality? Have you yet, Hiomar?
What do you want to know? Whether I am...
Are you habla español right now?
Already.
Hang on. Is the Earth a globe or is it flat?
Well, I currently believe it is a globe.
Okay. And why is that?
Why is that? Why I believe that the Earth is a globe.
Right.
Because all the evidence I've seen points towards the Earth being a globe.
You know what you did? You were honest right away, and I like that. You said you believe it's a globe, and my friend...
Wait, I want to hear the first evidence. Okay? Can you be specific and give me the number one evidence that you're talking about that tells you, points out, demonstrates that the Earth is in fact spin globe? What is it?
Thing that he just
wait.
I did not. He believes.
James, yeah, that's pretty hardcore, man.
Yeah, I didn't say I believed the Earth was a spinning globe. Just to be precise.
Okay.
So
it's a stationary globe.
Take it away, Helio.
Yeah.
No, I'm just fucking with you guys. But anyway, so it's a stationary globe.
It may just as well be a stationary globe, yeah, in a geocentric
Is it
universe.
geostationary?
Well, it is like the absolute center of universe in a geocentric universe. So yes,
The first place that ever existed, Earth.
According to Genesis, yeah, but you know.
Okay, cool. That's so Genesis in the Bible describes a globe as the first place that ever existed according to God. Is this what you're describing?
I'm not sure if it was the first place that
All
existed.
right, well, let's talk about what we actually experience here. I mean, I'm kind of joking around a little bit, but let's talk about what we actually experience as people on Earth. Let's talk about before we get into it, how did you find your place to this server, and what is your interest about it?
Well, these are some tough questions. So,
This is not a tough question. How did you find your way here, and what do you think about Earth?
And let him answer.
2 questions.
I found my way here by searching for flat Earth Discord servers because I wanted to debate people or be convinced. If you manage to do that, I have an open mind, so I have no problem with being convinced.
You don't have to be embarrassed. It's all good. All right. So you're curious. You were curious about flat Earth. Why are you curious about flat Earth?
Well, actually, I was discussing with some other people on the forum about flat Earth versus globe Earth, and
so have you talked to other people about this
context,
before?
But
yeah, sure, religious context. Yeah, and that's why you brought up Genesis.
Can I ask something real quick?
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Okay. So, are you here to learn more about what real flat earthers talk about and how we come to our conclusion, or are you here to obfuscate and try to convince us of the globe narrative?
Well, let's not start with accusations.
Well,
I was just asking.
It's a valid.
I'm just trying to figure out motive.
Anybody here has ever been convinced of the opposite, but
right.
it's. I think it's mainly curiosity.
Well, we see too far. End of the argument. Boom.
Okay, sorry.
I was having connection issues too. I was a red bar.
Anyway, so you found your way here, and now you're talking to flat earthers that want to discuss this, and so do you, right?
Exactly, yeah.
All right, cool. So what would be your first question for a flat earther?
My first question, well, to pick up on the point I was trying to make previously, that was about the firmament, like how we observe the stars and how they change depending on our position on Earth, and how you would explain that. So this is to simplify. How do you explain that certain stars disappear when you are further out or on a disk or further south on the?
Let me ask you this: what if you're trying to find out about Earth? Why would you look up instead of looking across Earth to find out whether or not Earth is a globe or flat? Why would you look up to determine that?
Well, Would I look up? Because it's a good reference point, like the stars, like the firmament, the skies. It's an easy reference point, and I know that. Can I finish that, please?
Yeah.
So I know that I'm barely like 2 meters above the surface, and it's pretty hard to draw like good conclusions from that. So just to say, well, I look.
Here's an addendum question. Do you know how large they say the Earth is? I mean, the general consensus, in this quote unquote scientific community, third rock from the sun and all that kind of stuff. Do you know how large they claim the Earth is?
Yeah.
All right. Well, give me the number. Don't Google it.
They say they have a diameter of 12,742 kilometers. Or I'm not sure what it is in miles, but I'm not used to.
No, that's not even, dude. That's the wrong number.
I don't think it is.
3,959 miles. That's about
He
right.
said the diameter.
No, he said 12,000
diameter. Helio, that's diameter. He's correct.
He said kilometers.
Oh, diameter. He said circumference. So anyway.
He said diameter. He's correct.
He said diameter.
I thought he said circumference, but that's okay.
Oh no.
He might be. You might be in.
Basically, you would have the diameter come up with the radius, right?
Sure, he said circumference, but that's
He
okay.
said diameter, yeah.
All right, cool. So diameter.
You can look all of that stuff up.
Man, listen. If you make half of that, that's radius, and then it is 6,000 kilometers. Okay?
Right, so you might be familiar of how they. I mean, since you're standing on Earth, how can you determine that from Earth? Are you aware of anyone that has actually determined this circumference, radius, or diameter of this shape, this ball Earth spinning through the universe? Are you aware of how they came up with those numbers?
I am aware of at least one way. It's a pretty easy way. It's the one Eratosthenes took. But yeah, it is important to mention that this doesn't prove that the Earth is round, but it gives you a number for if the Earth was a globe.
Eratosthenes?
Eratosthenes.
Yeah, it was him. Yeah.
So no, there's too many assumptions in that. That can't even be considered an approximation.
Well, I'm curious if he actually knows how he came up with that.
I mean, well, let's see if he's qualified to debate. How did he come up with the ratio? The shadow being equal to 1/52nd of the radius of a sphere. Specifically.
Give up.
Discord's fucking up. My signal keeps dropping. I think it's right.
No, it's working. It's working quite well for me.
It's for no one. He's goofy.
Michael and I are trying to get from this guy how Eratosthenes proved the Earth was a globe from wells and shadows, and we're working on that.
Well, he didn't prove anything. It was a quantified assumption.
Oh, of course, but I think this is a proof in his mind. That's why I wanted him to answer the questions.
Right, because I want to hear that Eratosthenes actually didn't come up with 52% of a radius. It was somebody else's formula.
Can I ask a really, really quick question, please? To the Glober.
Is it going to change the subject from my question?
I don't think so. It's about Eratosthenes and shadows and all that.
No, I specifically want to answer how did he come up with the angle of the shadow in degrees to be equal to 1/52nd of a radius.
Well, this has already turned into three flat earthers arguing about Aristophanes' dumbass experiment.
I was asking
whatever.
a question, Helio. That's all. But you can make it emotional if you'd like you do usually.
I don't think Aristophanes was doing an experiment either.
But I can say a lot of shit about your mama. That might help.
It was more relative to a survey than that, but then he couldn't even accurately calculate a stadia. He thought Cyrene and Alexandria existed on the same longitudinal plane, which we know damn well they don't. They couldn't accurately time a high noon, so Aristophanes wasn't doing anything but playing around with sticks.
Is our friend here still here that wants to talk about Aristophanes?
Yeah, I am here. I did not, in fact, want to talk about the Aristophanes.
You didn't want to cover that? You're not that well
you brought it up, but you don't want to talk about it?
No, you asked me. You asked me.
Yeah, because you didn't lose me and I didn't lose you. It was these other motherfuckers that came in and said something about it.
Back at the motherfuckers.
He asked you if there was a way that, listen, don't take offense to that. It's just a word he's using. He's not directing it at you. And I'm the motherfucker he's talking about, so I'm not motherfucking mad about it. It's all motherfucking good.
I quit fucking mothers a while ago.
It do what it do, motherfucker. But anyway, so the point was he asked you if anybody could accurately measure or attempted to measure. So would you concede that Aristophanes did neither a measurement or an experiment? He did neither. They were neither. It wasn't an experiment and it wasn't a measurement. It was a quantification based on multiple assumptions. 5 assumptions and a few hard maths.
Yeah, well,
and
he had some wrong assumptions.
My question was,
yeah.
Is it a calculation? Is a calculation a measurement or not? That's all. Is
no,
a calculation
quantification is not a measurement. No.
Correct. Yeah. That's what I was going to ask.
What he did was quantify an assumption that included the infinite distance to the sun, parallel light rays. Cyrene, Alexandria exists on the same longitude, that the radius of the angle of the shadow will be equal to the 1/52nd of the radius of Earth, and that it was high noon. That was an assumption. They had no way to accurately time high noon.
Well, you can
or the
look
stadia,
at the shadows.
or the stadia. Listen, the quantification itself becomes a false dichotomy when none of the values are absolute.
Well, whatever he did some things. He had some wrong assumptions for sure, yeah. But he ended up with roughly, well, his results deviates by about 1.5%.
Deviates
from the value
from what?
that is currently believed to be the Earth's radius.
You know how many times the radius has changed?
Well, I believe a lot of times.
And the
probably,
obliqueness. When they first came up with the sphere, they said it was wider north to south. Now it's wider on the equator, east to west.
Well, let's start with Aristophanes. Hold on. Aristophanes' idea, he was like, holy shit, it's noon, and I can see the bottom of this well. I can see the water at the bottom of this well. I wonder, since it's high noon, the sun is directly above this well, and I can see the water at the bottom. Now, when the sun moves, I can't see the bottom of this well anymore. What if I tell my friend, hey, put a stick in the ground and measure the shadow of your stick when I observe the sun at high noon 500 miles away from you where I am, and then we can determine something about that. Not only that, let's presume that the sun is an infinite distance away and presume that the Earth is a globe. And then we can just do our measurements from there.
And you said Helio 500 miles. Let's presume that he had a straight 500-mile line also. Because that's stick one, it's on the point one. Now he went 2,000 years ago. Listen to this. He went 500 miles straight line, and he put another stick. Can you imagine that? Can you do that today?
Yeah, I mean, it works the same with sticks and wells. I mean, you can put a stick and then high noon, whatever. Yeah, same shit.
Yeah, put the stick Helio tomorrow, put the stick in the ground and go 10 miles straight without any equipment. Okay? Look at the sun, whatever you want, and go straight line 10 miles and put another stick. You know? Not 500 miles, go 10 miles and go straight line with your head, with your legs, walk straight line. I don't know, use horse if you want, or camels in that time, those camels. Use that and go 10 miles and but you need to go straight line.
Hey, Sasha, wasn't there a Canadian guy like last year or the year before that said, I rode a bike and I prove Aristosthenes because he fucking put a stick in the ground and rode like 100 miles on his bike and fucking put another stick in the ground, you know?
And the only thing he proved was he was as dumb as Aristosthenes. He didn't advance with the rest of the fucking world.
He proved that he can drive the bike on the air. He proved that.
Well, that's my point. What dumbass does ride the bike? Why you got to ride the bike, man? Get in the fucking
Hey, man,
car.
a lot of people ride bikes, and it's healthy, man. I mean, good you got some exercise, but you didn't prove shit about Earth.
Hill's brother rides a bicycle.
Like
I ride a bike, but only on the farm, man. If I'm leaving I'm getting in a vehicle.
Like a science man then proved that you can jump on tractor.
But you guys kept saying 500-mile straight line. Well, Aristosthenes had no way to accurately measure 500 stadia.
He had a feeling.
He had a feeling, yeah. I feel like this is right. Run with it, guys.
What a feeling. Please believe. Don't even get me started on that shit.
I got too much time on my hands, drifting away, dressing me.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, Aristosthenes, I mean, it has not. Aristosthenes test, nobody, some people call it an experiment, but it's a test. It really just a measure of shadows, which actually proves that the sun is close, and it's close to you. Every time you measure shadows from the sun on Earth, and if you try to recreate Aristosthenes,
every time when you measure,
you're proving that the sun is very, very close to Earth, a lot closer than they claim it is in the heliocentric model. Much, much closer. I mean, I'm talking. Nobody knows where the sun is, but it's very much closer than 93 million miles.
Every time.
No, but actually, it doesn't prove either. It doesn't prove that the sun is 93 million miles away, nor does it prove that the sun is actually just like 3,000 miles.
No, I mean, well, okay. Well, have you heard of any flat earther claim any distance to the sun here tonight?
Yeah, I've heard it. No, not here tonight. I'm actually not sure what you even believe. What do you believe
on this server, you won't hear anyone claim that.
We don't believe anything.
Oh, okay.
Okay,
So we don't want to believe. We want to know. We want to know. We don't.
Wait. No. We don't believe anything. But how about you take a look across Earth and look at Earth and look at the sun, look at what you see, the crepuscular rays. It's like Drace posted right there in the live stream voice text. Look, those crepuscular rays, there's no freaking way that sun is 93 million miles away, with the Earth being a globe. This is, I mean, it's just...
The sun works like a lens, you know, it distorts like the rays.
I
The
believe...
sun doesn't... Wait, the sun doesn't work like a lens. The sun is the sun. No, I think you might mean that the atmosphere works like a lens. Can I help you with your globe argument? Because I can do this all day, too. I know all the globe arguments.
I believe the sun is I believe the sun is 186 million miles away.
Oh shit! Well, then you might agree with some of the other. They've claimed different distances throughout history.
Good argument. I have good
One
argument
person talking at a time, please.
My bad. I'll shut up.
No, there was somebody trying to overtalk you.
I have good argument.
I can't stand that crap.
No, I thought it was funny. It was 186. Yeah, I mean, there's been several different people that tried to claim different distances to the sun throughout history. There is no distance to the sun. You'll never find it out. You just have to believe that someone figured it out.
I believe that there is no distance that we can figure out ever.
Well, do you think the Earth is a globe 93 million miles away from the sun spinning around a solar system?
Well, all I can observe is that there is movement. Like either the sun is moving or we are moving.
Okay, well, how about this?
Distance.
When you walk outside and you see the sun rise and the sun set, are you moving or is the sun moving?
Both possibilities are there.
Both?
Yeah, he conceded we lack the frame of reference to tell which is moving.
Ooh, that's a good start. That's a good start.
Well, he conceded that hours ago, bro.
Yeah, that's cool. That's a good start.
We came back full circle.
All right, cool. So as far as distance goes, we started with Aristophanes, right? That didn't determine distance or size of the Earth or anything like that. It's impossible.
And ratios.
Yeah.
Too many assumptions for me.
Yeah.
What your sense is telling you? What your sense is telling you about moving sun? Are we moving or sun is moving?
The sun moves through our sky. 15 degrees every hour, brah. That's how I know when it's high noon.
It looks
but
to me
I work
also.
outside,
It definitely appears like it does. But does that objectively prove that the sun is moving and not we?
Okay, can I ask you one simple question? What your sense
proof isn't needed until you question what you see. This is the thing. The base axiom is that we observe it and we say, yup, the sun moves through our sky. But then you come in here and you say, but that's because it's a sphere and all this and all that without proof. So what's wrong with people who stay with the base axiom that if nobody had ever told you were on a sphere, rotating in space, going on an elliptic, 660,000 miles per hour, would that be your first thought? You'd be like, no, that light bulb in the sky moves through our sky. That'd be your first thought.
Yeah, but we are not the first to ask this question. So people went and figured out ways to see what the shape of the Earth was.
Yeah, see, actually,
there are a lot of proofs that
we address all them. We address all them when you're specific about it. So nobody attempted to prove anything. They postulated, and academia accepted it and propagated it.
When I was young, my mama told me that when the sun sets, I better be on my way home before it's done setting. And she never said that, hey, whenever you're done falling backwards, whenever the earth is done falling backwards, you better be home. Okay? She told me, when the sun sets, before it finishes setting, be home.
Great. Yeah, you had a good mom.
Yeah, but tell me this.
That doesn't say anything about the motion.
Okay, but listen, this question for you. Which of your human senses telling you that Earth is sphere?
My eyes.
Your eyes
tell me that
Really?
Certain observations tell me that.
Which observation?
Be specific, yeah. We don't
all,
like those.
Okay. Let's get specific.
We don't like generalized
what do my
comments.
eyes tell me? My eyes tell me that all objects disappear bottom up if they have a certain distance from me.
No, I didn't ask you that. I didn't ask you that. I asked you which sense are telling you. I didn't ask you which things disappearing. I asked you which sense telling you that it's a sphere.
Right. Where do you see a spherical nature to it? Not where do you observe something and attach a nature to it, and you're doing that. We always see things disappear bottom up. Well, the truth about it is it doesn't happen that way every time. You can observe 1,000 boats going out to sea, and it won't be bottom first that starts sinking every time. It depends on the weather and the atmospheric conditions that day. Some days you can see 5 foot in front of your face. Some days you can see 20 miles away. Some days you can only see 15. So what you're saying is a proof that's not true. You say always, every time, and they already covered that with you. We don't see boats disappear from the bottom up every time. It doesn't happen that way every time.
But why doesn't one of you guys then just take a telescope on a clear day, climb a mountain, and view the other side of the Earth? Like, it should be the measly 1,000 miles.
Listen, we already covered all this. It's called optical extinction, bro. We already covered this. You can't see through the atmosphere. Do you know the average amount of water that is in gaseous form in the atmosphere at any given time, not to mention particles of dust, leaves, and all that other shit?
Yeah, I know. There's a lot
How
of,
many?
stuff
How many
that's-
gallons of water? 30 trillion
know.
billions of 30 trillion billion
I do not know.
gal.
You tell me.
I'm trying to, but you keep interrupting me. 30 trillion billion gallons of water can be expended in the atmosphere at any time. So you're asking us, why can't I see through a fluid atmosphere that obstructs my view? It's called atmospheric obstruction. We wouldn't expect you to be able to. Why would you predict you should be able to see all the way to the other side of a flat disk when nobody told you it was a flat disk?
Because
And
I
we
can
know
see stars that are way beyond the disk.
stars are light. They're not. Listen, straight across from where you look. If you look straight forward, straight ahead, you're looking through the thickest part of the atmosphere. So at 5 miles, you're looking through like 10 air masses. At 20 miles, 30 air masses. And it's exponential. It's inverse square law. It keeps building up. The farther you can see, the more air masses you're looking through. But when you're looking 45 degrees at the sky, you're only looking through 3 air masses because of the angle to what you're seeing. You're also looking at a light source contrasted on a black sky. So there's many reasons why you can see above you, but you can't look across. It's
No, like,
atmospheric obstruction.
At night, I can still see stars that are directly at the horizon at night. So the light is definitely traveling
Here's a question.
through all of the atmosphere.
Here's a question. Can you see stars every night in your sky? Every night? Exact same stars all the time? Same?
No, surely not.
And why is that?
Well, because of the
atmospheric
atmosphere.
obstruction.
The
Atmospheric
climate and
obstruction.
whatever.
It's atmospheric obstruction, which is defined as scattering, absorption, refraction, reflection, and the particles of dust and water in the air. So no one would predict
on a
you
clear
could see
night I
that.
can still. But I can see on clear days you can see it.
Listen,
and that's
we
why you should
covered
be able to
that.
take a telescope.
You can see
across the
further
disk.
away because it's light. It's light. It travels to your eye.
When you
There's no logical reason why you think you should be able to see for 4,000 miles over across Earth through the thickest part of the atmosphere.
If
The
you're
cloud
on the
base is
southeast,
You
if you're on
know?
the southeast side of the island of Oahu in Hawaii, some days you can see the island of Molokai, and there's another island, I forget the name right now. But on other days, you cannot see them. They're still there, right?
Yeah, optics
They're
have
still there.
limits, and so do your
But you
eyes.
cannot see it because of there's obviously on the days you cannot see it, there's more moisture in the air, and it obstructs your view. A good channel you might want to check out, Hormar, that can actually give you something to look at to clear this up in your mind is Jay Tolan Media, and he will view things with normal optics that you can no longer see. Then he goes to infrared where it breaks and cuts through a lot of the atmosphere, and then
right.
the image is
I know
there.
this
So the
guy.
thing is still there, right? So using that as an argument to why we can't see over the entire Earth is bonkers. Like, we can't see infinitely. They want
Can
you to
I ask
believe
you
you
a
can
question?
see stars millions and billions and trillions of light years away, but there's no way to confirm that in any way, shape, or form. It's all a
Well,
belief
okay, so
system.
let's-
So if they say you can see China from California, that's just fucking ridiculous, right?
Right, yeah, but you
Yeah,
can
you know how
still,
many-
you can still,
For instance,
you can,
go look at your house Go up in the air in a helicopter. You can see your house in a helicopter, right? Now take that helicopter and continue to go up. So there's no obstruction. There's no physical obstruction. Go up 30,000 feet. Can you still see your house?
No, that house reduces.
So I whip out my Nikon camera and zoom all the way in, and I can still see it, right?
No, optics have limitations too.
Always.
Everything has limits, dude.
Listen, you know what arc minutes are, or angular size? When you observe something from 5 foot away, it has a massive angular size. But the further you get away, the smaller that thing gets in your view. Just like just like Drace's picture. See, it's called forefronting. Everything in the front of right next to the camera looks bigger than the thing in the background, which is actually taller than all that shit. But things reduce, and the further away it gets, the smaller it gets. So it's an infinitely small dot. It'll be pixelated to a millionth. Should you be able to see that?
Correct. So
should you be able to see that?
So if you magnify it, you will be able to see it. Yeah.
Angular size reduction. You can't magnify a millionth of a pixel, dude. That's what I'm saying. We don't have that technology.
If you magnify it by 10 times, 100 times, you will be able to see it.
Listen. It'll just be so distorted you wouldn't even know what it is.
No, you can. That is why you can zoom birds and stuff back into view.
Listen, we have finished photo record 275 miles, and that's it. Not more than that.
Listen, you're talking about 20 miles out, we can zoom a boat back in the distance, and we're talking about why you can't see China from fucking California.
Yeah,
and the example I just gave you to look at JTOL and media actually debunks your argument, because you're saying that you can infinitely zoom in with normal optics and pull anything back into view.
No, not infinitely.
It's something you cannot do. Right? He has to switch and switch. He has to switch the light spectrum, and go to the infrared to be able to see that thing. And then eventually he'll lose it there too. We know it's still there, but he'll lose it with that as well. Then what do? And so the arguments you're making are not, there's no substance to them, and we can prove that effect happens. And then to say that you see stars go down beyond the curve, like we can give examples too. In a hallway, the lights are all perfectly parallel to one another, but from our viewpoint, it looks like they go down. Or on a very, very, if you've ever driven in like the desert or something, on a long straight road, or wherever, you can see the light posts go downward. They're not going downward, because you know that if you were standing over there on that light post,
also is due to angular resolution. It merges with the horizon.
That's right. And the farther you go, the more exacerbated it gets.
Higher up than the sun. So if it was for a firmament, like if we are in a flat Earth model, I am at least. You think it's reality, yeah. So. It's higher up than the sun, so it should never be hidden or invisible.
You don't know that. You don't know that.
Nobody knows.
You can't prove that.
And if you take a telescope, you should be able to zoom it back into view from anywhere on the flat plane that is supposedly Earth. But that is not the case.
Now you're just making bullshit up, dude.
The same goes for the sun.
There's no
like if the sun disappears due to angular resolution, then take a telescope and zoom it back into view. But that has never been demonstrated to be possible.
Really?
And they say that this planet that
really like
is
to hear,
million light years away has water.
Refutation on
Prove that.
Yeah, I got a gift that'll show you it. Give me a second.
Yeah, so trace.
It shows.
Is he in here?
This gift shows the sun appearing to sweat.
Like, do that when the sun is below the horizon already.
There you go.
If you can't see it anymore, then zoom back in.
Oh my god, dude, do you ever be quiet?
See if it reappears
Shut
from
up.
Darkness, basically.
Mute his ass.
And that has never been observed to happen.
I would if I could.
Is that really angular
And they've never taken a solid photograph of the Earth. That's never happened. Isn't that interesting?
Mosaics are deceitfully deceiving.
Look at the GIF I posted where the sun appears to be setting. More than 30% of it is below the horizon, but then when you zoom in on it, you see that none of it's below the horizon.
Where am I muted?
Because you don't know when to listen and when to talk.
Hello?
No, see, the rest of us, we shut up and let you talk, and then when it comes time for an answer, you just start talking in the middle of our conversation. I'm not going to fight against it. I'll just mute you and then unmute you when it's your turn to talk. I'll teach you gently.
Oh, I couldn't hear you. I'm sorry. Whatever. Technical issues, I guess.
Oh yeah.
Oh, fuck. So I was talking all the time. I was wondering why
you
guys
couldn't.
were
That's
so
why
quiet.
you couldn't hear me, because you were talking.
He's saying, Mike, that he was not hearing us. But we was listening to you, and then Mike was saying something, but you didn't hear him.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. That's why I was muted. Anyway, so where did I cut off?
You guys want to pass this one? Or am I not hearing something? Somebody talking to this guy?
Go ahead, Hank.
If you want to, I mean, go ahead. But
I'm cool.
Well, so do you have any Zoom back interview? Is there any?
Man, I'm not going to say I posted the GIF again. I posted it in Livestream voice text. If you're not going to look at it, that's fine. Don't mention it.
I am looking at it. I am, but the sun is still visible. You should do this when it is already like behind the horizon, like below.
Well, then there's no pleasing you. You said it. No. You said you can't bring a setting sun back into view. There it is, a setting sun back into view. Now it's got to go from darkness to here's the sun.
Yeah, for sure. That's what you claim happens on the flat Earth. Like, yeah, the sun is going out of view due to perspective.
No, that's not what I'm claiming. Here's what I would claim. I wouldn't be able to predict to zoom in the rays of the sun if it's already out of my distance. You know why? Because it already attenuated to the point of atmospheric extinction of light. So I wouldn't assume to be able to increase the zoom and go further than the damn camera can work. You think the camera is going to increase the productivity of the rays of light. It's not. It's already extinct. The atmosphere made it extinct. The atmosphere made it extinct. It attenuates to the point of extinction.
So the same way the atmosphere extincts.
So the light can't penetrate the atmosphere. It doesn't matter how powerful your zoom is or your lens, because you're looking through. No, because the atmosphere is a medium. It's not. Listen, this isn't vacuum. You're not in an infinite space where the speed of light is infinite and it travels forever. We don't live in a vacuum. We live in an atmosphere where light can only propagate so far. It doesn't matter what optical aid you use, you won't get it to propagate back to a point for you to view it when it's already attenuated past that.
You can calculate how far the light would pass through a medium of a certain
Do you understand what I'm saying? Once it becomes extinct, it means it's no longer penetrating the atmosphere in your visible spectrum. Do you understand that?
I understand what you're saying.
So what would there be to zoom in? It's a scientific principle. It's an atmospheric extinction of light. Google it. That's not a flat earther saying it. That's science.
Yeah, sure.
And the same goes for astronomy. Astronomical extinction of light. You can't see all the stars. Listen, you can listen.
Those that are right behind the sun.
No, you can't see any stars behind the sun. They're washed out by the sunlight.
Yeah, but if it's dark enough, you will be able to see them.
Once the sun leaves, you can see stars. Listen, you can only see in your view. There's certain stars I can't see in Michigan that if I go down to Florida, I can see. Why is that? Because they're already to the point of extinction. The light will never reach Michigan. It got stomped down and beat down by the atmosphere. But if I move a little closer where the attenuation is less, the light is no longer extinct. I'm closer to light source. Now I can see it. I can use no optical aid to see it from Michigan. I have to go to Florida to see it because it's just too fucking far from me. You can't use an optical aid to bring something in view that's not penetrating that distance.
The point is that it is demonstrated. It is going through that distance. It is penetrating that distance.
Listen, it's not, or it wouldn't be nighttime where you are trying to view a star. What the hell are you talking about?
Yeah, let me ask you something, Michael. Is there a difference between comprehension and understanding? Because I think that he's saying he keeps saying I understand what you're saying, but he doesn't comprehend. Doesn't necessarily comprehend. All right, cool. Tell me why.
Yeah. If you don't understand, then you can't comprehend. If you can't comprehend, it's because you don't understand. They're synonymous. They're fucking synonymous.
I guess so. I mean, does it work in every situation? Go ahead.
Listen, he's not giving any valid reason why he doesn't understand. He's just saying, no, light's still propagating through the atmosphere. Past it. Don't interrupt me, goddammit. So even past the point of extinction, it should still be propagating. No. Once it's become extinct, that means the atmosphere has absorbed it, scattered it, and reflected it so much it's no longer propagating. You know, light propagates, right? Yeah, and for it to reach your eyes, it has to be able to propagate from where it is to where you are. Now, if I put a diamond in front of you or 10 diamonds in front of you, eventually I can propagate a laser through the diamonds, but none will ever reach your eyes. We could set it up in a line and put your eyes at the end covered with diamonds. And I can cut the light off with the medium of the diamond to where you never see a ray of light at all. It's the medium you're looking through that makes the light go extinct. It's that simple. That's why the southern stars can't be seen in the northern hemisphere and the northern stars in the southern hemisphere. Not because it's a sphere, but because the light has already became extinct as it traveled through the atmosphere. You're looking at a 45-degree angle. When it's on the horizon, you're looking at a 13-degree angle with 75 air masses you're looking through.
Yeah, you're looking through hundreds of miles.
So they teach you this in astronomy. If you read anything in astronomy, it'll talk about the angle to the view and the amount of air masses you're looking through, because this is celestial. It applies towards astronomical extinction of light in the atmosphere. Extinction means gone, no longer existent, gone. Propagates, that's like a flashlight where you can only see as far as it can shine. Guy 10 miles away from you, he has no idea you're shining a flashlight. But the people on your property say, who's this motherfucker out here with a flashlight?
Who that pecker would shining that flashlight?
Yeah, light isn't infinite in the medium.
Can I restate my point, because there was a misconception?
Sure. All right. Cool. So if it's really good, go ahead.
Who's
make it.
I sure hope it's.
Hold on. Make it good. Make it good, because this has got to be good. I want to hear this one.
Okay. Grab the popcorn, guys. So we're imagining, like, let's say a flat disk, for simplicity's sake, whatever.
Oh no! It's already not good. We're talking about the horizon. We're talking about the horizon, sunset. Isn't that what we were talking about?
Yeah, let's say a flat plane, right? Top down, flat plane. You have the sun.
Top down, flat plane. Who said that?
Christ,
why are you making assumptions?
Imagine if in your head.
You're making it like pulling teeth, bro. Can we just let him say it? Then we can beat him over the head.
Yeah, please do if you can. So we're imagining like a top-down view of the world, right? If we could do that, we can't apparently, but let's just imagine. So we have our position, we have the sun, and we have the firmament, like the stars. So the sun goes down, and according to you, it is invisible due to atmospheric attenuation of light.
Not invisible.
So what Joshua just posted, that's what I mean. If it's something like that, right? And then the sun goes down, it's invisible due to attenuation. If you look,
are you going to tell us what the flat Earth is?
This question is 700 straw men.
He's going to tell us what the flat Earth is, so he can just tell us how it couldn't work.
Hold on, no, let him finish. Let him finish. Come on.
Oh God, this is so.
Yeah, so the sun goes down, and you can still see light sources beyond the sun. Like the light travels all the way straight across the flat plane, still reaches your eye, but the light of the sun supposedly doesn't.
I'm speechless at this point.
See the
I
planets.
really.
Hang on, you can still see some planets during the daytime. You do know that, right?
Listen,
Yeah,
I know what he's saying.
Nighttime.
Listen, I know what he's saying. Listen, what you're saying is this: the sun is up there higher than the stars, behind the stars. We can see this. The stars are behind it, or the sun is, and we can see the stars, but we can't see the sun. Well, that's what you're assuming. You actually can't prove the true position of the sun or the stars. You know, refraction fucks you for that too. You see an apparent position, that's where it appears to be. But because of refraction, you never see the true position. And I don't care if you think triangulation can work. I can rip holes through it all day long. So you don't know further away and what
well,
isn't.
I have one question, Mike. Hold on, I have one question. Who told you that?
Because you don't know the medium that the light is traveling through outside of this realm.
Because it sounds like at this point you're making shit up.
I am not. This is like the simplest.
Really?
Stuff,
all right. So you're going to tell us our flat Earth model compared to the globe. You don't even know the globe Earth model. We already proved it, But anyway, go ahead.
I told you what he's saying. He's saying the sun is farther away than the stars. We can't see
Venus. No, not the other way around. It is the other way around.
Fuck.
It is the other way around. The stars must be farther away than the sun, right? Like we see from the motion of the sun and so on. This is pretty easy. Like the stars are their absolute position is farther away than the sun. And my question is, how can light
Listen, I already covered
the
that.
Atmosphere?
And don't fucking interrupt me while I'm saying this. Any one of you, or it's done for you. I'm done with this. Okay.
No, you're good, Mike. Go ahead.
I don't need your okay. Be quiet. At 90 degrees, when you're looking straight up at zenith, and I did already cover this, you're looking through 3 air masses. But when you're looking 15 degrees to the horizon, you're looking through 30 air masses. You're looking through more air masses. That's why you can see more stars above your head than you can on the horizon. I already covered this. Attenuation is greater when they're on the horizon because you're looking through more air masses. But when you're looking directly above your head, you're only looking through 3 air masses. This is astronomical science. This is astronomical philosophy. The point I want to make is you're arguing from a standpoint of ignorance. You think you know what you should see, but you haven't even studied the philosophy behind it.
I'm not sure there's any philosophy involved here.
There is philosophy involved in astronomy. They teach it to you when you get your PhD, which is a philosophical degree, a doctorate of philosophy. You know what a PhD is, right? They agree, yes, this is philosophy, Mike. Why? Because we can't tangibly, physically touch any of it. We can only quantify it and give assertions about it. We can't physically prove any of it or experiment on it. Astronomy isn't science. You can't prove any of your distances or placements.
That is a bold claim for sure.
It's not a bold claim. Ask an astronomer.
Well, ask a PhD. I mean, it does stand for doctrine in philosophy. That's what a PhD is.
We've had astronomers in here, right? And they admit this because they know it's true. They're not a hard science. They're a philosophical science. You can call philosophy science, but personally, I don't believe it is one. If you can't experiment on it, it's not science. Newton's flaming sword. Anything that we can't end with experimentation isn't worthy of discussion. If you can't demonstrate it, why the fuck should I argue it?
Elio, you interrupted, and his point of contention was the thing after what you were talking about. So you didn't even get his point of contention right.
I know. I tried to get my point of contention in there, bro, which is generally the period at the end of a sentence, but it's like pulling teeth in here, man.
Sorry, guys. I'm a dick.
But the point is, because when you're looking left or right, you're looking through more air masses. When you're looking straight up, you're looking through less air masses.
And you didn't even mention the inverse square law, which is also going to, even in perfect so-called space where it's a vacuum, right? Even there, the inverse square law is still happening without the material getting in the way. So it's the inverse square law plus the material, and it's like you can't see lights forever. I know that they told you that growing up, but I just wanted to speculate real fast while I was thinking about it. So the axis of evil, they measured it and said that it was like layers, and I was thinking about layers because DMT sometimes, and there's 3 different times that it takes. Like the sun is perfectly 24 hours, the moon is a little more, and the stars are a little less. So is that like the layers they were talking about? Sorry for speculating. Moving on.
Hey, I posted a Wikipedia link to air masses in astronomy so you can acquire some of this knowledge.
Does the inverse square law only apply to light?
No, it applies to a lot of things.
Sure does. One of the applies to microwaves, all kinds of stuff. So I didn't mean to interrupt.
Well, a lot of times when I have this conversation, I never really get to the point, and I want to get to the point. I gave the Wikipedia link on air masses. Now I'm going to give an image that shows you the difference in air masses you're looking through. If you're looking to the right, at what angle, straight up zenith. See, this shows zenith is 1 air mass, 45 degrees is 2 air masses, and 65 degrees is 5.6 air masses. That's 10 degrees off the horizon. So if you're only 2 degrees off the horizon, you're looking through 13 air masses. This is astronomy. This causes astronomical extinction of light, atmospheric astronomical extinction of light. And what it's saying is, at this angle, you're looking through too many air masses to see light from any stars below the angle, due to the inverse square law and angle of resolution plus angular size.
Yeah, and then if you start to use the sextant, if you're traveling across Earth using the sextant, that's why you would really go by the stars you can see, but you wouldn't necessarily travel.
It doesn't have to be Polaris. Yeah.
No, you wouldn't necessarily travel using stars that are low on the horizon. You want to travel by stars that you can
45 degrees or above.
Yeah. Go ahead.
And you don't have to worry about latitude or longitude. You lay out a tic-tac-toe board, and all those lines are considered rum lines. And you say, well, I'm in this box, and I need to get to that box. And you draw a straight line that's called a rum line from one box to the next. And then you calculate your angle to the star as you travel to keep you on the path from box to box to box. Angle should change.
In order for all the angles to be correct, you have to be able to see lined up in the mirror both the horizon, the zenith, and the target.
Yeah, that's how the sextant works.
Yep. Yeah.
And the nearer toward the horizon, the more inaccurate they become.
Well, the telescope is looking at the horizon.
Yeah, basically what he's telling you is you point at one star for navigation, and the second, the mirrored image, is your reference point, origin, destination.
You even have a polarized filter sometimes even like different colors.
Yeah, and if it's a globe, why on the first port of land charts for navigation did they use angles that are planar geometry, not spherical geometry? Just coordinates is just like I said, they ignore longitude, latitude, and curvature safely, and they get to where they're going. These navigation charts are not spherical. They have no spherical geometry. They're just 2-dimensional Cartesian coordinates, which is a tic-tac-toe board. And each box in that tic-tac-toe board is called a sector. You go from sector to sector to sector, from square to square to square. When you put your astronomical charts over your Cartesian coordinates, you view your heavenly bodies and your angles to them, you know exactly where you are. It only works on a flat plane. Wouldn't work on a spherical geometry.
Now, you need one other thing, right? You need an accurate watt, a chronometer. Because that tells you your latitude. How many seconds? That's why when they're doing the, north by 23 minutes, 54 seconds.
Yeah, you don't really need that to use a sextant, bro. You just lay out lines of Cartesian coordinates. All you need is a nav chart and a star chart. That's how it started. Pour the land charts with the sextant.
That for the most part, doesn't that give you heading? Right.
It gives you a origin, a heading, and a line of travel, which is called a rum line to a destination. Gives you everything you need. I posted the link to the articles for port of land charts, which tell you right in them you can safely ignore longitude and latitude and temperature and still navigate following rum lines.
Curvature. What the fuck is curvature?
Well, you need a rum line is a straight line, a bunch of straight lines. First, you make them go up and down, then you make them go back and forth. And you got.
You mean a straight curved line?
No, curved lines don't work because you'd never get to your point of destination.
It's a grid pattern, Helio.
I know. I'm just fucking.
So, and the reason being, you'd never get to you diverge off your rum line. So divergence would kill you if you tried to navigate with a spherical map.
In fact, some cities are drawn out on rum lines.
Yep.
Look at Phoenix, Arizona.
Dude, that's how as far as I know, it's how every state
1 mile,
in America is
1
laid
nautical
out.
mile? Not 1 mile, it's 1 nautical by 1 nautical mile.
Yeah, how can they use nautical stuff with Phoenix? I mean, it's fucking landlocked, right? So anyway, that's...
Well, it's just a convenient way to divvy up the hectares.
I mean, it comes up to planar surveying at that point. That's how they built Phoenix.
Anyway, has the guy that we've been speaking to come to any logical conclusions, or what's going on?
Me? Well, yeah. So the point I was trying to make earlier that Battlemod was debating me on, I posted a link there in the chat. So why do you not see the sun due to light attenuation, but you can still see the stars that are further away?
Can I cover that? First off, that's not our model. So it's
Great.
it's just a straw man. It's a straw man argument.
Fine, then show
we
me
don't
the
have a
model.
model.
Oh,
what you're showing me,
then we can't discuss anything.
What you're showing me is a equidistance azimuthal equidistance map, and you're showing the sun where it's supposed to be right above a mountain. Hold on, Hilo. Who here told you the fucking sun is right above the mountains?
That is the.
That's what I was going to say. I mean,
hold on, Hilo. I want to get to a point here.
My bad.
So, did any one of us tell you that it's right above the mountains? No.
Well, that is just the position, right? Like the sun is. Always,
I know, but hold on. So all the clouds on Earth sit at a ceiling height of 1,000 feet. Did we say it was above 1,000 foot?
Pretty sure I said that a few minutes ago.
Did we give you any distance to the sun?
This is not
well,
about
your dichotomy is this won't work on this model because of this. Well, first off, that's not our model. And second off, how did you get the relative size of the sun as it relative to that landmass or that circle?
This is not to scale except for the map. Like it's just a demonstration. Like but
yeah, it's a demonstration of this is how I'm picturing it. And I would say the sun wouldn't be that large relative to Earth.
If that is not your model, if you say we don't.
All right. Well, hold on. He may
it
think.
Doesn't make any sense. It doesn't
all
make
right.
any sense.
Check this out. He may not realize that the AE map is a globe Earth model.
Yeah, what doesn't make sense is you assume the size of the sun for us. You assumed a map for our map, and then you said this wouldn't work on the map I assumed for you with the size sun that I assumed for you with the distances I assumed for you.
I bet he doesn't even know what the AE map is.
Hold on, but
Guys,
I have no. I have no.
It doesn't matter.
Listen, hold on, I'm not done. I get tired of getting cut off when I'm not done. But I have no quantification for how the attenuation of light wouldn't work at that distance anyway. You know, you can quantify attenuation to atmospheric extinction. They have a scale for it. It's scientific. We know how far light can propagate at what intensity.
How far? How far? Do you have to figure?
Depends on the intensity. That's why I said at what intensity. You can look all this up.
Yeah, then say intensity. Like said,
I think his brain was shut off the whole time you were talking about that, Mike. To be honest,
no, it wasn't.
I was listening, but I don't think he was.
Here, I'll give you the scale for it. Average atmospheric extinction, but then you have to listen to what I said before that. Because for the equation, you need to know how many air masses you're looking through to apply the quantification.
Oh, I see. So you do not have a model? No, perhaps you have a model, but
that's absolute proof that I'm right, that he wasn't listening to a goddamn word you were saying.
Yeah, so you're saying
that's not our model.
Stuff, but you don't know
what I'm talking about.
Are away, how far the sun is away, and so on. I mean, then we can't debate, right? We don't have a common ground.
No, we can't debate because you don't know my model. And you want to straw man a model for me and say you're right.
Here's how. Hold on. Here's how a real debate happens. You understand both sides completely, and you support your side, and then we support our side, and then people can make their own conclusion from the talk.
Here, I'll just finalize my point for myself. Okay, my point is, you made a model for us. You assumed it. Now you're wanting us to defend the model you assumed. That's not my model. I'm not going to defend it. No, I don't have a model for you.
Okay, I agree. Yeah, I agree with you. That's a good point. I assumed the wrong
model. It doesn't have to be all that long.
Bullshit.
Yeah, he was just pretty much waiting for you to shut up so he could say this nonsense.
Bro, I just want to get to my point. We can quantify atmospheric
Helio, please stop cheerleading. Please stop cheerleading, Helio. Just let him finish the conversation one-on-one.
My point wasn't just that he can't quantify it. My point is also we don't know the size of the sun. We don't know the intensity of light. We don't know the distance to it or how many air masses we look through it. So we can't quantify attenuation for it either. But it's logical to understand that attenuation of light applies when the sun propagates through an atmosphere, which is a fluid medium. By fluid, I mean ever-changing, inconsistent, varying levels.
But the starlight is also subject to the same attenuation. So why doesn't it?
Yeah, but you only see the stars that are in your view. We already covered that. It's really simple, and if you don't get it, then there's nothing. I'll say it again. When you looking straight up above you, you're only looking through one air mass.
Not straight.
If you're looking at a 15-degree angle, it becomes 1.5 air masses. I gave you a gift.
Same line of sight. Same line of sight. That you don't see the sun.
I'll post a damn image one more time, and I've posted citations, images, and I got fucking 50 million people spamming the damn lobby. I got to scroll up 10 minutes to find my damn thing. And you don't look at anything, so it's a waste of my time. I'm getting tired of doing work for a person who doesn't care what you're saying. They just want to repeat what they got to say. That's all you do. You're repetitive. You keep repeating things. Christ, no.
So can you guys show me a model? Like, with
I already covered that, dude. Here's my point. We're right back to my point. You're not listening. I already covered that. We don't have
he's not listening. Why should we waste our time? And just I mean, and somebody's giving me shit. Black Floyd was saying, shut up. You're not. Dude, I've been listening the whole goddamn time. This dude hasn't listened to a goddamn word you said, Michael. So, so
he's in cognitive dissonance. You need to realize
you can throw around all of these.
Stop spamming the goddamn lobby.
You are. You don't realize it.
You guys are spamming logical fallacies.
Look at this image. Look at this image in Livestream voice text.
Oh, wait.
Hold on, Hero. I want a fucking concession. I don't want to fight you to talk.
All right.
Well, you concede to what I'm saying on the air masses and the angle at which you're viewing the stars. The greater the angle, the greater the attenuation, the less stars you'll see. When you get all the way down there to 7 degrees to the right, where you're looking straight forward, you're looking to like 12 air masses. Left, right, forward, backward. When you're looking up at a 45-degree angle, it's less. So you can only see those lights in the sphere of your view. You can't see infinitely.
Correct.
You can't see for an infinity. That's the answer to your fucking question.
No, it's not. Stars are still visible.
No, they're not.
Imagine a line of sight.
Listen, listen, dude.
Imagine.
Astronomy teaches this in the fucking first link I gave you. I said read it because astronomy teaches this. Anything below a certain angle won't be viewed. You can only view things that are 10 degrees off the horizon. Once they get less than 10 degrees off the horizon, they're out of your view due to angular size, angular resolution, and extinction of light.
How far can a bat see?
He has listened to what you said, but he hasn't comprehended it correctly.
That's why I said he's arguing from a standpoint of ignorance. I got that 20 minutes ago.
Yeah, I did. Well, I got it 30 minutes ago. So anyway,
sonar go forever. Can that sonar see forever?
Why can't I see his mom's fat ass from my love seat? Damn it!
Because the bitch has got some freaking zip
Well, it's not
code.
that fat.
Only when angular size reduction helps her out. She stands right next to you. Is my ass that bug?
She must have. She has. That must be why he can't see the flat Earth, because
Man, I like an ass so big I can't even see the curvature.
Looking across the fat Earth of his, over his mama's ass. He's trying to see the fat Earth over his mama's ass. I don't know. Okay, whatever.
If we can get the fat Earth going, you bet. I agree on the fat Earth.
I think it's because he grew up hearing
A lot
that
of cultures
his mother had
represent the fat Earth.
He created like a flat ass to like curvature.
So hold up.
Thinks curvature is actually flat.
Why is starlight visible but sunlight is not? He still went the same fucking thing. Which is your XY axis? Anything below 10 degrees? Listen,
variable. It's not an axis.
That image, see how it stops at 10 degrees off the horizon? See how that image, the air masses stop at 10 degrees off the horizon? Do you see that?
A and B.
I'm asking you a question, man. Do you see that image stops at 10 degrees off your horizon? You know why?
Yeah.
Because once it drops below 10 degrees, you're looking through too much atmosphere. You're no longer going to see it.
No shit, right?
Did you ever look at the horizon at night and see
it's so simple
right
to
above the
understand
horizon,
this.
like 1 degree, like they are right above the horizon. It is not invisible. The starlight, the star travels.
Here's another problem they have. They think the horizon is the curvature of the Earth. That's one of their big problems.
To this point.
No, it does. Well, it sort of does. It sort of does.
We can't address the point because other people keep thinking they have the point. They don't have the point. I got your point, bro. One day we'll talk about it in private. You and I.
My bad.
Sounds great.
No, I don't want to interrupt. My bad. Go ahead.
The point.
Yeah, the angle of distance toward the
horizon.
horizon.
Don't know the point, bro. Don't try.
Me?
You done dissed on it too many times. Yeah.
Oh, well,
he's saying you can still see the star in the direction where the sun is, but you can't see the sun. That's what he's saying. But the truth is you can't. And why do things appear to be less than 10 degrees off the horizon? This is an easy fucking question for anybody that knows about apparent position of stars and the absolute position of a star. So a star at 10 degrees off the horizon, once it goes below that, they're refracted. They're refracted downward, dude. So you never see in the true position.
What are you saying? I don't know that?
No, I didn't say I don't know that. I don't want to argue with you. Quit trying. I hate that every time you try to make a point and then you got to comment on every comment. Did you forget what Jimsy said earlier? I'm trying to get where this dude is. I'm talking to him.
All right.
Right. So your point, you are countering this argument by saying the stars are still visible directly above the horizon because they are it's apparent position, not actual position. Well, I give you that. There is refraction going on all the time, but it apparently does not affect the sun, which is disappearing below the horizon, but it does affect the starlight somehow.
You understand that the stars you see setting on the horizon are not actually below you.
Yeah.
They're above you.
It's
Yeah, and their light's
perspective
being
that's
bent
brought them down
downward.
to the horizon. You're thinking the stars you're seeing setting on the horizon are behind the sun. They're not. That's the problem.
Well, how does the line of sight look? Like the path of the light? How does it travel? Like, show me that.
What you have in your head, as you posted with your strawman image, is, you know, the sun circling above the flat Earth, and then the dome, of course, or the firmament would be, you know, at the edges, at Antarctica. That's the notion you have. You think you're seeing the stars on the very back wall of the firmament. You're not. You're only seeing a small portion of stars in your local area, and your geometry of vision has brought them down to the horizon. They're not actually setting, they're moving away from you.
Okay,
So you can't
the
conclude.
atmosphere. Listen,
Yeah,
apparent position versus actual position has nothing to do with any of that. It's all about refraction. The light gets refracted downward. The star appears to be lower than it is when it's actually higher. Now you're telling me that a light source that is refracted sinks below the horizon, but you're not applying astronomical refraction of light to it.
Okay, so let's apply astronomical
a stellar
refraction
abbreviation.
to both the sun and the stars. Why does
so
it
they
not
appear
work?
to go down, but they don't. When it's 10 degrees off the horizon, it gets refracted down. It hits the Earth before it's easier for people farther away from you to view, but it no longer reaches you because of two main things: attenuation and atmospheric refraction. You guys come in here every day and say it bends the light down, but you don't apply that bending to every observation you make. You think you're looking at the true path of the stars. You think you're looking at the true position of the stars, and you're not.
Exactly.
Well,
if you study astronomy, you'll know this.
Let's revisit the model. You were claiming that the sun disappears, and I said, well, but why do the stars not disappear? Although it is the same line of sight, right? And then you said, well, the stars are still visible.
Well, none of the stars on the horizon are actually on the horizon. They appear that way due to refraction.
Yeah, space doesn't exist.
That's why, hold on, that's why with a sextant, you want to pick a celestial object at 45 degrees or above, because you know you're getting closer to a true position than you would be off the horizon. Even sailors in the 1800s knew you couldn't trust the stars on the horizon because they look lower than they are.
Yeah, but the sun does not look lower than it is, or does it?
It does.
It disappears.
Yes, it does. That's why at noon it's called high fucking noon, because it hangs low at night and hangs low at dawn.
We're not at high noon. We are at sunset.
Well, you just came in with a false dichotomy. It does look lower in the morning and lower at night.
Can I interrupt, please? I can demonstrate this. So when you see the moon and one of the so-called planets, right, like Jupiter or Venus, right, as it gets closer to the horizon, they look like they're further apart, but they're actually not. They're the same distance that they are when they're right overhead. So when they pair up in the sky, notice what they look like above the sky. They're right next to each other, but the closer either the moon or the planet gets to the horizon, the lower it actually appears. Thanks.
Yeah, I was going to say it gets light before the sun comes up, and it gets dark faster after the sun goes down because you're not actually seeing the real position of the sun. The sun's actually like being bent as it goes through, just like if you look at a refraction or like all of those things I was posting about how light bends. And it goes both ways. It's not just one way, right? Because light goes both ways. You have to think about it this way. If it bends through like refraction and all of that throughout the atmosphere, just looking through the atmosphere, then it would be the same thing if you're looking through the thickest part to the thinnest. It would still be some sort of a bending of the light to where it wouldn't be in its exact location where it appears. That would just be the apparent location. So you would never be able to hit the moon with a laser.
Why? Because, I mean, the light would travel the same way, right? The same way it reaches your eye, the same way it would travel to the moon, so you can hit it with a laser. The laser is subject to the same refraction and perturbation.
In fact, you can take a crystal, and that way light's moving through two different mediums. One where it's moving at a medium pace, and at a slower pace moving through the prism. And you can see the path of the laser going through the prism, clearly indicating that it is bending, and then it straightens out again as it exits that medium from going from a slow-moving medium to a medium-paced moving medium. A fast-paced moving medium would be the theoretical vacuum, right, where there is no air molecules to slow anything down or interfere.
Yeah, correct. But still, well, so you do not have a model apparently, or like a map of the Earth, or a star map, or anything like that. That makes things quite difficult.
They're just lights in the sky.
Can I help a little bit on that one?
Yeah.
So if I'm in a Lamborghini, right, and I've never seen the outside of the Lamborghini, I've just sat in the Lamborghini my entire life. I've heard about the outside of the Lamborghini, all kinds of things, but I've never actually seen it for myself. Do you think I should start going around and telling people about the outside of my Lamborghini when I've never seen it?
Well, you shouldn't act like you are an authority on that. Like, you should ask questions if you want. But
great.
Yeah.
So that's all we're doing.
Like, so you're saying that's all you're doing. Oh, right. So you say it's not evolved enough to have a model like flat Earth. Well,
we can't see the whole thing, so you can't make a model of something. You can't see the whole 100%, right?
But I mean,
that make sense?
It's not that large, right? I mean, we could easily.
It's apparently way too large to see curvature. So how large is it? Up or down? Big or small? You go. You choose.
I think this would be easier with a different metaphor. So let's pretend, just imagine in your mind for a second a castle, all right? There's a dungeon in the castle. There's several floors of the dungeon. If you were born in the dungeon and you've lived your whole life in the dungeon and you've never left the dungeon, you could make a pretty accurate model of the dungeon, but you could never make an accurate model of the castle because you've never been to the other parts of the castle. So we don't have
Lamborghini's screaming lime green, by the way. Sorry.
We don't have a model that shows all of the different things that we haven't verified. And we're not interested in making up fairy tales and stories and stuff like that. So we're not going to lie to you either. But somebody else might somewhere else. But we're just not interested in making up shit.
I'm a bit similar to Plato's illegal
What is the best way to play with this troll? I mean, you guys have tried many different ways to play with this troll. Every time he comes back with some stupid nonsense. Come on. Fucking A, man. This is stupid.
I'm not a troll. Hey,
yes, you are.
That's insulting.
Yeah, you are.
Are there any other Globers in the chat?
Helio, that's what you get when you rumpus me when I was trying to speak to him.
Well, get me. But it's just like, after all that shit we've gone through for an hour with this guy, then he's just like, well, show me your model. Yeah, but that's stupid.
Wait a minute.
Question. That's freaking retarded.
I think we should show him his model.
Move on, man.
Why don't we show him his model?
We can actually change the topic or talk to someone else, something. Let's see.
That would be
model.
So we're not going to
see every model that mimics reality.
Some person and someone is trying to just let you just put all your bullshit out there and then just come out with some bullshit questions like, oh, I've heard your introduction of your model, but I don't really understand your model, but I don't understand mine either. I just want to waste your fucking time.
Well, has he ever played in a sandbox? Has he seen the globe sandbox?
Oh my lord, dude! Don't have a stroke.
Back. I want to build.
Okay, fine. I get it. So you're starting to get upset. So if you want, you can talk to somebody else.
Yo, guys, can I say something? Let me go out. I'm going to go out for Hormar, and I'm saying he's been very respectful.
He's been trying to interrupt while two people are talking over each other.
Yeah, I just want to say I'll put myself out there for Homer. I think he's been very respectful, even if he's not comprehending things. I think we're all forgetting in here that it is difficult to give this up when you're very new. So we need to remember that and consider it. I think we're going being a bit too hard on him.
I don't think he's being disrespectful.
No, I never. I said he's being respectful.
I heard what you said, bro.
Oh.
I agree.
Yeah.
I'm not talking against you. I agree. I don't think he's being disrespectful. I think he's just trying to stand on his position.
Of course, and that's what you do when you're in cognitive dissonance. I think we need to remember it's a very real thing. People go into that mode and they're
shut
stuck.
up when other people are talking.
So,
that's the one thing I don't like about it. Two
Yeah,
people sit there and talk both at the same time. It's like one of you, if not both of you, hear the other person talking, but you both refuse to get to quit, and we're just sitting here like, oh my God. It's like I'm in a room full of kids that I can't reach out and slap.
Yeah, cool. Michael, man, is as far as like the reason that I jumped in is because he went all the way back around and said, all right, so this model, and it was just, it's very frustrating for me.
Oh, I'm with you.
And I'm sure it's with a lot of people as well.
It's a circle jerk.
Yeah.
With this circular logic, when he starts at the premise and then ends right back at the premise.
It's almost like he didn't hear a goddamn word we said for 30 minutes.
What you said. Why can you not see the sun when you can see the stars, Helio?
Yeah.
Why?
All right.
Why? I'm not happy with your assertions. Well, the funny thing is, I'm not happy with your assertions either. You want to attribute it to the shape of the Earth, which doesn't account for the atmosphere or the refraction of light, and I can't prove anything about it anyway. Neither one of us can. We're both coming with dichotomies that we can't prove scientifically. We can't experiment on it. We could experiment on a diamond of a laser, but we don't know if that's analogistic to sunlight and the atmosphere. So I'm not happy with your question or either answers myself.
Take the next step. Paramo, what would be the best way to bring him down to his senses, down to earth, to start thinking logically instead of
he sticks with that why I see China from Canada bullshit. I feel like it's a long troll in a respectful manner. I feel like either he's part of Team Phil or Team Panda.
Yeah, I mean, it's like, I know you guys give me a lot of shit, but I'm called bullshit on it. That's all I'm saying. You guys can do with it. You can do with it what you want. You're right, Mike. It's a long troll. He's not gonna concede to any points. He's just gonna keep bringing up bullshit.
What evidence can you bring up that says I'm on the long troll?
No, I'm talking about him. The dude.
I'm not happy with that answer.
What if we talk to him about the shape of the Earth? What if we talk
like
to him
I said,
about
I'm going to shut up. You guys fucking keep playing with
You don't
him.
get it? I'm not happy with that answer either. I don't see how it works.
No,
I can still see the stars when I'm not supposed to be able to see the sun.
Can you guys hear the rain?
Can you guys hear me at all?
Oh, you know what's really cool though about it is that you guys gave some really good explanations of his dumbass questions. That's okay. I like that about this. This long.
Helio, you have it wrong. There are no dumbass questions.
Can I be heard?
That's true. That's true. I can see that.
Yes.
Go ahead, Hank.
What's up, Hank?
Yeah, have we tried talking to him about curvature, like on the Earth? Have we tried that yet? Because he was talking about his model, or our model. Let's talk to him about his model, where the lack of curvature all over the world.
You can't show us curvature, but we're supposed to accept your model. Good point.
Oh, we've already talked about curvature.
But, we have. To prove curvature, you're going to use sticks or boats, how you view things through the atmosphere, or everything you see above you. All this came from your attempt to prove curvature with all the motions.
Yeah, so what you're doing is you negatively say what is not true. However, you do not say what is in fact true. So I mean that's not
what is in fact
demonstrate
true
to you that there's no curvature on the surface of Earth. So.
What is in fact true is you can't show us curvature. You can only point at everything you observe in the atmosphere and say it does that. because of curvature. You can only assert that. That's what's true. You have no scientific experimentation to prove it. You have no way of proving it is curvature. You're just going to point at everything on Earth and say, that goes good with a round ball.
For sure, yeah, it does. It does. But
and correlation doesn't equal causation.
It does not. It does not. But show me positively what is the shape of the Earth. What does it look like? A map of the stars. Like if that stuff doesn't exist, how do
the stars have been mapped?
You want these answers? Ask
the
God.
stars have been mapped. You assume that the star charts are going to change if the shape changes. Is the believed shape changes, the star maps are going to change? Is that what you're saying?
No, I just like a map, with
the star map, that you can get a star chart and rotate it and show the position of the stars all year long. You know what it's going to look like? It'll fit right over that circular map that you gave us. It's going to be a circle too. Circular star charts. Have you never looked at these?
I have. So you do say.
Well, it goes pretty good with a flat Earth.
Something like that. So you do say it does look something like.
Do I say the Earth looks something like that? No, I'd say
you said at least that it is a circle.
No, you're trying to put words in my mouth. So I do say it looks something like that. No, that's not what I said.
It fits around that. What I posted. That is what you said. It fits around that.
Yeah, the star charts work good with the azimuthal equidistance map because that's the sphere of our view. That's where we can see from land and sea that's navigated on Earth.
Hoimar, do you know what a triangle is?
Kalimore.
No, tell me what a triangle is, man.
I don't know. Tell him what a triangle is. Explain it because he doesn't know.
It's a sphere.
It's a sphere. Okay, yeah.
No, what kind of triangle?
You can also disprove flat Earth with triangles. You can walk in a triangle and measure the angles, and it will not give you 180
Not on a globe, you can't. Listen, not on a globe you can't because they're all curved and they won't have that. They won't equal 180 degrees. It won't be a true triangle. It'll be a curved triangle. It's not a triangle.
Wait, let me show you something.
So a triangle is a plane figure. Plane. Plane, a plane figure with 3 straight sides and 3 equal angles. It's an equilateral triangle. And it has to have equal points of elevation, meaning all 3 points are at the same plane. It's all the same plane. When you start bending that around a sphere, it's no longer a triangle. And it doesn't equal 180 degrees. So Pythagorean theorems don't work on a sphere. Triangles are part of.
Well, yeah.
A triangle
on a sphere it doesn't work like you can't on the surface.
It doesn't work because
if it's too large, yeah.
A triangle is planar geometry. A triangle is planar geometry, meaning in a plane. Right. A 2-dimensional plane, it doesn't work in a 3-dimensional plane.
Yeah.
It doesn't work with spherical geometry. So you can't even bring it into the question. It doesn't work
on how you use it, how you use it. You can't apply it to the surface, yeah, for sure.
No.
I'm not sure what we are debating even, like.
It wouldn't be equal points of destination on a globe.
Can we just go back to basics, Homer? Can you give us your demonstration of curvature, please? We need a non-fallacious working methodology to obtain the R value of your model. I asked you hours ago for it. You obviously skipped way over it. So here's your chance. Please present.
Demonstration of curvature. Well,
your methodology for obtaining the R value of your model.
Well, if I say the stuff disappears below the horizon, then you say, well, that is due to attenuation.
Well, it doesn't have anything to do with
that's an observation.
No, you'll say that.
Observation.
Then I will say,
the
but
biggest variable.
Start with bending, refraction, and whatnot. So not sure.
The
how
biggest
I
variable
could
in
prove
any
that to you.
observation is atmosphere.
Yeah.
Remember, that's
very
why you
much.
can't trust your senses or your eyes. Because atmosphere distorts things. Doesn't give
Correct,
you
but
an accurate representation of reality.
Correct, but who made the point previously that your senses tell you the shape of the Earth and you should absolutely trust your senses to give
I
you
don't think
the absolute
not a
truth?
one of us were talking about the shape of Earth. At the time, they were talking about movement and your senses. So what was stated is you would sense movement, and you could trust that if you sensed it. Nobody said anything about the shape.
Okay, so yeah, I got that wrong.
Yeah, I got a great memory, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah,
The demonstration of the curvature. Well, I mean, there's also a geometrical demonstrations of the curvature, like a triangle. Let's get back to the triangle on a flat plane. Like if you span up a triangle, you walk in a triangle and measure the angles. Like it has to be large enough, of course, to get around any kind of imprecision, and you measure the angles. It on a right triangle, it should be 180
Doesn't
degrees.
work. A spherical Listen, a spherical triangle is not a true triangle. It's not 180 degrees.
About flat triangle.
Yeah, you can't put a flat triangle on a sphere. We already covered this. It'll be
we are on a flat Earth,
it'll be divergence.
No, we are on a flat plane, right? We do it. You have 3 points on a flat plane, so that forms a triangle, right? And then we measure the angles, and that should equal 180 degrees, as all triangles do. But in real life, it does not. Like if you walk in a triangle, you will get.
Are you kidding
larger... I am not. That is what.
So I can't go out in my front yard and walk a triangle.
Yeah, if it's 2 meters, you will have a lot of imprecision.
So I can't. I'll say fuck it and take 40 acres and quarter it off. I couldn't walk a true triangle on my 40 acres. You know why? Yeah,
well, you could.
I got way more than 40 acres, but no, you're right, and that's because surface distance would be greater than absolute distance due to topography. So actually, you're right on that point. You got to go uphill, downhill, potholes, dips, hills, eddies, So the surface isn't 100% true either. But you could set a path and walk a perfect triangle, even though what you're walking on isn't perfectly triangular shaped. You could ascend it above it. That's just what I'm saying. Even if you did that on a sphere, and you wanted to do, the great circle route, it wouldn't work. If you did the 180 of all equal distances, it wouldn't work. For it to work, you have to stretch it out like spherical geometry and make it look like this. So it's not a true triangle.
Yeah, but why are you we're talking about a sphere now? I thought we were talking about a flat, like what I posted. I'm not sure why I can't post it.
Yeah, planar geometry works perfectly fine for navigation. In portable land charts, you can just use triangles and rhumb lines and Cartesian coordinates. You can safely ignore curvature, longitude, or latitude and still get where you're going. So it is applicable on Earth. It's applied. Planar geometry, it's applied to Earth. Not just for nautical navigation, but air navigation and land navigation. All maps for land are Cartesian coordinates. You move from vector to vector on rhumb lines, roadways, north, south, east, west.
Yeah, obviously, yeah.
Yeah, so it's applied. So planar geometry is also applied to survey, and it works on a flat Earth. We don't even add in it. We don't add in spherical geometry to any survey we do in sectors on Earth. I know this because I'm a certified surveyor. I'm a highway engineer. I own a paving company, an asphalt company. So we don't use spherical geometry. That's a different section of survey for people who don't survey. They take our surveys and they try to wrap it around spherical geometry. And it doesn't work. There's divergence. Same way, if you try to use a globe map to navigate the oceans, you're going to end up somewhere you don't want to be. You have to use planar geometry and Cartesian coordinates, which is just a two-dimensional tic-tac-toe board in a square. So
do you know
that makes it logical that it can't be spherical. Every time we try to navigate it based on the fact it is spherical, we have divergence. We end up 1,000 miles from where we want to be. What does that tell you?
Theory, but it's not practically true. It's not practically used or practically true. It's just theory.
It's not practical for the application of navigation. That's why all navigation ignores. That's why all navigation ignores.
Maps work, right?
I know what a Cartesian map is. Yeah,
they all work.
I survey sectors.
You know, the azimuthal equidistant projection.
No, that's not. Listen, that map's not equal to a planar geometry survey.
That is a sphere.
Listen to me.
That is the
Listen to me.
To a flat surface.
Listen to me. The azimuthal equidistance map is a spherical projection, yes, but we're not talking about spherical projections. We're talking about Cartesian coordinates. One thing the azimuthal map is a Cartesian coordinates. It's not a Cartesian coordinates.
But you can use it to navigate.
No, you can't use it to navigate. You know why? You'll have divergence when you get towards a pole.
Yeah, it's not practically.
Yeah, you have to adjust for the converging lines. Now, here's the thing. It's a circle. All the lines converge at ends. All the run lines come together at a point, a focal point. Now, you have to open them up and make them square with math. That's why it has a lit legend at the end of it. When you get further and further in, you got to open them up mathematically so you stay on the proper run line. If it were a Cartesian coordinates, you wouldn't have to do that. Just follow that straight line. But on that map, all lines converge. So that even further points towards the fact that a Cartesian coordinates, two-dimensional plane geometry is better for navigation on Earth and application. But no offense, nobody ever navigated by motherfucking the AE map. They don't use that. They use Port of Land charts. That's the history of it goes all the way back to Port of Land charts. The naval charts are the same as what charts you think they use to fly across the oceans. Port of Land charts. They follow straight run lines. You guys always come in here and act like we navigate by globe maps with spherical geometry. I'm telling you straight up, if you do, you will not end up where you want to be. It's called divergence.
Okay.
I've been on.
I am not knowledgeable about sea navigation.
So listen, I've been on lots of Navy ships. I've never seen a projection map on a Navy ship. Only Port of Land charts.
Yep, charts. Here's the other thing too, right?
Well,
this guy Battle Mod, what he does is he owns a company.
It is an issue.
Paving company. So he uses those devices for surveying pretty much every job. I mean, you have to make sure you're on the pin.
Yeah.
I mean, I can't remember exactly what they're called. There's a couple of different devices. There's a fancy computerized device, and then you even have, I think they're theodolites, right?
A total station, a theodolite, a laser level.
You even have another one versus a telescope.
Acro level.
Yeah. So, like, there's a bunch of different tools for the trade, but they all find you the same result.
Telescopic.
Where your plot is. Yeah.
A telescopic theodolite is for bigger vectors or sectors. Yeah. But we only survey in small boxes. So like you make that Cartesian coordinates, the tic-tac-toe board, every box is a sector, and we'll cut a box up into 10 sectors. And we survey a sector at a time. So all our navigation charts are made out of little boxes.
Is that why, like, archaeological sites to do little boxes of dirt, cut into little sections?
Yeah. Well, you say what sector you found it in. Yeah.
It's all on a grid.
On an archaeological dig, they'll have a grid. They'll have a Cartesian grid set up. We found this here, that there.
If you did make a grid for a globe, it would have to be in triangles, right? But the triangle completely destroys the globe because when you got a sextant, right? And you got a adjacent that's going to the horizon, and then you're getting the position of that star. How does that work on a curved Earth? Show me your curved adjacent. How does that work out mathematically? So they say that you can calculate for it, but in reality, the mariners never did, right? And it was very accurate as to locating yourself once you use the triangulation.
That's because they assumed it to be lines of equal altitude. In other words, they were straight lines that they were making on the Cartesian coordinates, and the star on the right would be at the same altitude as the star on the left if you viewed them at the same angle. They would be equal altitude, the one behind you, the one in front of you, and you're using both of them for an origin and a destination on a straight line path.
So if you can show me a map, with triangles, I guess that would be a map made for a globe. But what I see is that we got the maps. So you guys have a model. Well, I can make a model. Nobody's going to buy it for $30,000, $40,000, right? Because the model isn't the real thing. So about your model, it demands curvature. So can you show me where in history someone has measured curvature? All the way back to ancient times up until now, directly measuring curvature. Can you provide any evidence for your globe?
No, but I got a few words I'd like to say about the groom.
A direct measurement of the curvature.
Hello, welcome to AT&T. I'm Samuel. I will be your agent. How may I help you?
I'm looking for curvature.
Oh my God, we are not that at AT&T, ma'am. This is AT&T, ma'am. We have no curvature.
Now you're supposed to say we are fresh out of curvature.
Oh, Sammy did the curvature last night. Get your own bed.
The curvature wasn't fucked off. They had the curve.
Fucking hell, Homer, you're embarrassing yourself, bro. You think the bridge curvature takes precedent over the water curvature that's supposed to be there?
Yeah, you know why that bridge is curved? I actually build bridges on highways and shit. Because the arch is the strongest structure known to man. We used to make them flat with triangles, but the arch of the bridge makes it strong, like the arch on an egg.
Instead of a keystone, it's a bunch of links.
That was not at all my point. The bridge's curvature does not have anything to do with Earth's curvature. Like it's just
because there is no Earth curvature.
So it's nothing to do with Earth curvature. Then it's just
no, guys. Come on.
You expect to see curvature under the bridge? Oh my goodness!
Show us the curvature. Give us the panorama. Listen. Give us the panorama.
Panoramic's coming up. Panoramic's coming up.
Give us a panorama of like 60 to 80 miles, which is common. You can do more if you have what is it called, a planisphere, like a spherical. What the hell is that called? It's a type of mount for a camera where you can rotate it so it's level. So you do a panorama. Show us the left and right curvature. I'm one of these panoramas. Any of them. Any of them. Show us left and right drop.
Always be a flat circle, of course. Like what do you expect to see? You
can't curvature 8 inches per mile squared.
Okay,
well, here's a good point.
8 inches per mile squared, left to right.
12,000 kilometers.
This is easily measurable, Hoimer.
You guys just keep talking over each other. But I kind of had a point I wanted to cover. Indio's asking this question, and I want to know if you can answer it. So if the bridge is built to compensate for thermal expansion and has a variance of 12 foot, it can expand to 12 foot wider or 12 foot thinner. What does 2 inches of precision mean? What does that mean? You say 2 inches of precision proves curvature when the bridge is made to sway, move, and expand 12 feet.
I did not say it proves curvature. The point is that structural engineers take into account curvature when they build large structures.
I don't agree they did. What we would, they took into account. Listen, No, because we know this. Listen, the GSW-84 model doesn't fucking predict curvature over land. Why? Because it's an ellipsoid. So it would be landmass that protrudes out the water, and we wouldn't expect that to be curved. The geoid is where the curvature is, which is all the water that wraps around the ellipsoid. So you don't even predict curvature over land in your model. So when we build to the layout of the land or the topography of the land. And we build for strength of structure and stencil weight and weight-bearing capacity. So unless you can get one of these engineers, and I have an engineering degree, unless you can get one of these guys in here to back up why they had to account for 2 inches of precision, wherein there would be way more curvature than that if we hold it down to a model that it's not held down to. Because in the ellipsoid model, the ground can be whatever shape it wants to be. It doesn't make up the globe. The globe is made up by the gravitational geoid model where water wraps around the ellipsoid. So in other words, it's like a spore. And this uncongruent, unequilateral spud of water sticks up out of a bunch of water. So we wouldn't predict it to have a uniform rate of curvature. The land isn't uniformly distributed. That's called topography. So every surveyor in the world knows that we account for the topography of the land we're going to build over. That's it. So for anybody to say that these engineers had to throw in curvature to build it, they're full of shit. Some islands are just fucking volcanoes that stick up out of the ground, dude. Why would we expect to see curvature on points that protrude out from water that are on lateral? None of them are equal. None of them are lateral. Some are higher, some are lower. Why would we expect to even see perfect curvature over land when we know it's topography? Hills, valleys, mountains.
Oh, you'll like what you just posted now, Ball Mod.
Yeah,
It's that cherry-picked image of the power lines. I forget who took it. You have to take like 1,000 pictures to get that one.
WS. Wow. Yikes.
I don't know this story, so
Well,
I can't explain it.
I just like to beat that into people's heads. I'm tired of hearing engineers account for curvature. Your model doesn't even predict curvature on land. Look up the GSW-84 model. No, it doesn't, and I just explained in depth why. If you don't understand that, I don't care. This is what I was taught in school.
GSW-84.
So listen. So if I'm standing on a hill and I measure down to a valley, could I call that curvature? Or would it be sine or cosine?
If you're standing on a hill and measure down to the surface.
Yeah, would we call that curvature of Earth, or would we call it cosine? The opposite of a straight line.
Apples and oranges here.
No, I'm not. Because
cosine and curvature.
Have you ever looked at what an ellipsoid is?
Jesus Christ.
I have.
Have you ever? What is it? It's an congressional shape or mass, right? Which means none of it is equal in distribution, size, or shape. 90% of that is covered by water. The points that stick out are not presumed to have equal anything. So we wouldn't presume to see an equal amount of curvature on the land as we would over the ocean.
Correct.
You only see what sticks up. You only see what sticks up or protrudes from the water, and that's called topography. So there's variations of elevation, and that's it. You don't have to account for curvature. You account for, I'm going from 1,000 foot to 800 foot, and I have to build over this span, and I have to be able to hold this much weight. You're saying they account for something they don't even say exists on land. It's uncongressional. You know what that means, right? No, it's not every piece of land sticks out exactly perfectly shaped with water. Because if that was true, there'd be a world flood on the globe. You guys don't even know your own model. You come in here, you probably don't even know what the Geodetic World Survey model of 1984 is.
No, I didn't until I looked it up just now.
Fantastic.
You know, there are
yeah, so
profession of profession
So
studies
at a
will,
collegiate
of course,
level.
take into account curvature.
Stop with the appeals to authority.
Listen,
please.
I know you're appealing to an authority that I'm qualified in. I have a bachelor's of science in engineering from Michigan State University, and I'm a professional engineer. I'm a highway engineer. We're not taught to account for curvature over land. Why? Because we know it's not congruent. It's incongruent, meaning it's not uniformly shaped, and we couldn't call anything we've seen on it curvature. We call it differences in elevation, variances, elevational variances.
Does it matter? Does it matter whether there's a difference in elevation or curvature? I mean, that would come down to the same thing, right?
No, it wouldn't. That's like calling a hill, acting like a hill reflects the shape of all of it. No, it doesn't, because the land is not uniformly shaped. So the rate of curvature that they give could not be expected to be seen over land because it's not uniformly shaped. That's why it's called topographical. It's embossing. It's got bumps and eddies and valleys all through it. I mean, how can you not understand this? Anybody tells you they found curvature over land is a dumbass. That's topography. Land?
Yeah, curvature over land, right? Like, but it can be demonstrated that you can't infinitely see over land due to curvature.
No,
but
not
you still can see the stars, so it is not light attenuation.
Oh, back to the stars. Here we fucking go, man.
No, it's not curvature over land. It's elevation, and it's. If you're in a valley, obviously you're not going to see. If you're in a valley trying to look past a mountain, if you're at the base of a mountain, you're looking past the mountain. You're just dumb enough to call that curvature. Thank you.
At the base of a mountain?
I can't see past the mountain. It must be curved.
No, of course not. Like, that's got.
Well, you're saying a hill or a valley. It's the same. They're analogous. You're in a valley trying to look over a hill. Is that curvature? No. Is the beach uniformly shaped? Is the elevation in the middle of a continent the same as the elevation at sea level? No. Why? Because it's not uniformly shaped. It's protruding up out of the water. It's not uniformly shaped. So what uniform curvature would you be looking for on a non-uniform, non-congruent landmass? Christ. This is simple shit. My 16-year-old gets this. She even knows how to use my survey equipment too and do most of the math. But that's because the company's going to...
He's now obsessed with Lake Pontchartrain, the image from Soundly.
You'll never find curvature over... If you give this to any true surveyor who does it in practice every day for a fucking living, they'll laugh at you when you call elevation differences curvature. They'll laugh at you. They'll say land's not equally distributed, so we don't call that curvature. We can't. It's an uneven landmass that protrudes from a body of water. That's called topography.
Yeah, but topography, it doesn't say anything whether there is curvature or not. Like, it doesn't say anything.
Exactly.
Difference in elevation may be curvature is just as well as it isn't curvature. Like, I'm not sure what you're getting at.
The point is, we don't assume it to be curvature.
Not in your profession, perhaps, yeah, but you do know about geodesy, right? Or whatever you could use.
Geodesy. Yeah, I know what geodesy. But listen, hold on. Geodetic surveyors didn't build that bridge. They don't build shit.
He's talking about geodesics and geodetics, how they add curvature that doesn't.
I know what he's talking about.
Exist and are able to subtract that curvature that doesn't exist back out.
Here's the thing.
There is no curvature. They add it, and then they have to. They feel clever. They feel clever because they can take flat measurements, then add curvature that doesn't exist, and then you have to or they're worthless.
Engineers don't learn geodetic survey to say an engineer, a structural engineer, used geodesy to build is bullshit. A surveyor,
and that's what he doesn't understand. Yeah, but he doesn't understand that.
To survey or build, you have to be taught in planar geometry. It's planar geometry. What we assume is that we're living on a mound of dirt, and we level that mound and we build over it. And we base how we're going to build it on weight-bearing capacity, variance for expansion, structural integrity, and the layout of the land we're going to build it over. When you're building them pillars underwater, you're not worried about the curvature of Earth. You're worried about how the floor looks under that body of water.
Yeah, but in his mind, he sees the Earth curving, so he would think that if you plumb a couple buildings that are far enough apart, geography of that the buildings are going to be different distances of distance for no measurable curvature in between any of the buildings or anything like that, and you would be able to see the buildings either tilting away from you or away from each other at long distances, and they simply don't do that.
The truth is that geodesy is a specific thing unto itself, and it's not applied to engineering, civil engineering, structural engineering. We don't use geodetic survey for structural engineering or civil engineering. We use planar geometry. We're building in a sector.
Well, just tell him, explain to him how a transit works, because that doesn't there's no way to factor curvature with a transit, but you can use it to prove there isn't curvature.
A transit on land, you're going to use it. I've already given my premise on, because this is what I'm taught in survey. I would call it topography. I wouldn't call it a proof of lack of curvature. I wouldn't call it proof of curvature, because I wouldn't look at a geoid and predict to see uniform curvature over a landmass protruding from a body of water that is topographical.
That's kind of difficult. But they do.
It lacks all common sense to do this. I do this shit just every time.
I was gonna add on that they do teach for like what you do to ignore the curvature when they build certain things. So it is kind of difficult.
Well, you think?
I think the Earth is round, but even I know that they.
The only curvature I worry about when I'm paving highways is uphill and downhill. Damn it!
If you learn the physics that this gentleman is talking about right here, you realize that in all of these courses they teach you to plane past the horizon, that it's linear, that your visual the point where your vision stops is not the edge, it's not the edge of the world, that Earth keeps on going, and you draw
your sight, your view.
Yeah, you draw the plane past that, and it's physics and it's perspective, and they want to confuse you about the way everything works. So you're imagining a globe in your head.
This is why in planar geometry and Cartesian coordinates, we don't do it in long distance survey. We take one sector and cut it down into 10 sectors, and we'll do it in 10 different sectors, because it's all based on eyesight, and that can vary day to day due to weather patterns or atmospheric obstruction. It's just the things that these people think are curvature, and they come in and argue from a standpoint of ignorance. And even a person that uses this and applies it every day to make a living, they ignore them and they say, no, I got this article that says this. Well, I can give you the Civil Engineer's Handbook, and it'll show you planar geometry. We survey in planar geometry.
You ain't got to lie to kick it. I stare at TV screens and computer screens all day long, and I know that you can't trust your eyes when you're out there surveying.
So, you guys prefer to stay to on the ground arguments, right?
I mean, well, if you're not going to abandon that argument and start talking about how you measured the ground by looking at the sky again, that's pretty crazy too.
I don't know. I'll argue anything you argue. I'm not scared to argue anything.
Like this argument that you guys use, that you're looking up at the sky and it somehow gives you the dimensions of the ground, is the most absurd argument I've ever heard. Ever.
Right, and that's why you're not an astronomer. So, when you look at the star trails, right? If you go to the equator, you can actually see.
We're going to go to star trails.
Yeah.
Hey, you were talking about the ground, bro. Hold on. Can you go to the equator and show me two opposite rotations in a video that you make yourself? Because it's my assumption. It's my presumption you won't be able to do that. You have to change your apparent position to change your apparent view.
When I get the chance,
that's an apparent thing.
South America, and I mean not America, to the
what?
When I get the chance, I would travel to the west coast of Africa.
I go to Florida once a year so I can see the Southern Cross from Florida, and in the northern hemisphere, it's visible for like 2 weeks. If you're lucky, you'll see it within a 2-week period. in Florida. Which
Yeah,
wouldn't
but I
be
think you have to
possible.
be a little bit closer to the equator.
Which wouldn't be possible. No, you can see it from Florida. In Michigan, I've done it multiple times in my life.
Mhm.
I was stationed in Florida in the Marine Corps. And that's how I
Oh,
learned
wow.
about it. My buddy
Fought
had a
overseas?
big telescope. And What?
So did you fight overseas?
Yeah.
I'm not trolling or anything. I'm just genuinely interested.
No, I'm deployed overseas, yeah, but I'm just not trying to get in there. I'm trying to say that they say you can't see these because it isn't possible to see one pole star from a certain hemisphere, but it actually is in certain times of the year. Florida is above the equator, and you can see the South Celestial Southern Cross certain times of the year, which is impossible on the globe, but you can do it.
Sir, did you happen to say that you were in the Marine Corps?
Here we go revisiting this. Yeah, and I also said we're not going to cover that. We're going to keep on this.
Yeah,
I
he
don't
said
like
he
to
didn't wanna
let
talk
people
about
change
it.
points.
Well, I just wanted to say Semper Fi, sir. I was myself
Hoorah.
am a Marine as well, and I just wanted to. I thought I heard that I'd stepped away from a second. I thought I heard that from the other room, and I just wanted to say, brother Marine here. Nice to meet you.
You get another roll then. Hold on.
Yeah, so the thing that doesn't make sense is why would the orientation, not the direction, the orientation of the
The
star
orientation matters because there's no two different rotations. That's a appearance thing. When you're facing north looking at the North Star, they appear to be one way. When you turn around and face south, they appear to be the other way, which really isn't true because if I'm in the north, I can't see all the shit in the south. But it would be an apparent thing. You'd have to be facing south to see one direction, facing north to see the other direction. But what is true is it's a globe, all rotating east to west. So they could all only move one way. There can't be two physical different rotations, not on one sphere spinning one way. So it's an apparent thing, and it's from your view, from your direction that you view it from. Just like if you're on the road and you're watching traffic and you cross the road and turn around and look the opposite way, the traffic appears to move in different directions because you've changed your perception.
Right, but my thing is, well, I mean, the first question would be, what does the planet Earth look like?
No,
what?
No. That's not it. Claw, listen. You're looking up at the sky. You think the NASA model's correct, okay? The heliocentric model is correct. And you imagine that in your mind.
To answer it. Look,
Okay, listen. You imagine this in your mind, okay? And in that model, listen.
I'm
No,
talking to someone else.
No, you're going to listen to me. You imagine that in your mind, just like you imagine the globe that you were saying.
You can't
before.
interrupt somebody else who was
I
talking.
I can interrupt you.
Actually, I was trying to talk to him.
Yeah,
but
he was trying to
I gave
talk.
you
It
the
was very rude,
military
bro.
role.
Yeah, well, you were just said imagine a globe. So you imagine your heliocentric
I didn't
system.
imagine a globe.
And then when you try and match it up, there's no 3 axis of rotation in the parallax there that's supposed to match up with your system. So you failed AutoCAD. At least you can't use AutoCAD to prove that out, or you can't draw that on paper. It's not going to match with any of your observations. So you failed the first step, which was to make your own observations and draw your conclusion off of that.
Look, if you look at so if you look at a ceiling fan, right? And if you walk far away from the ceiling fan, does it look like it's spinning sideways?
Well, see, listen, you're still viewing it from the same perspective. The ideal is that you view it from a different perspective.
So that's why I was asking what the model, well, not the model, but what does the plane look like?
The plane is an XY plane.
Right. So if that's the case, how would it switch orientation?
Listen, we can only talk about what we've explored and what we've seen. I couldn't give you a complete model of a plane. Christ.
Okay, that's fine.
Can I go over this real fast? You believe what you thought in university, right? What you were taught in university.
University's right.
Do you only believe now what you are able
University
to verify with your own
doesn't
senses?
Propagate that they're always right. You know the funny thing with the growth of knowledge, everything we know will change. Intelligent people know that.
Yeah, you're not intelligent.
Yeah, well, that's your opinion. You're entitled to it.
No, it's a scientific fact.
That's kind of
wow. Hey, Claw. Hey, Claw.
Hey,
Can he
I don't need
spiral over
people
the
to.
southern cross, man?
That's
I
rude,
don't.
bro. Why would
Okay,
you
I'm
say
gonna need
that?
the hypothesis. He said it's a scientific fact.
I don't need
Produce
people to
your
white
hypothesis.
Yeah, I don't need people to white knight me, man. Come on, dude. That's lame. At least my has better insults than that.
Wait, why did I get muted for a second?
Because I felt like muting you because you were insulting me. Come on, let's not be coy.
No. I didn't say anything to you. That's why I was confused. I didn't say anything.
Was it this Hoimar person? Hoimar? Is that the person that was hucking the insults?
I don't think it was him either.
I was not.
I don't think it was him either because it didn't sound.
So nobody's gonna own up to it. Who was the one that slung the insult?
We can find out. Let's go look at the live stream.
Yeah,
I'll just go look.
Yeah, I think Claude
Listen,
said,
guys, I don't need help. Nobody needs to hold my goddamn hand.
Yeah.
No, I just want to know because we're trying to figure out who it is, and they won't even own up to
I
their
can
own
debate that fact.
Yeah, look, if you watch the VOD,
I say you're wrong. Prove I'm not intelligent. Prove it.
No, I didn't say you're not intelligent. If you actually look at the
Okay,
live
then
stream,
I'm not
you see I
talking to you.
said-
Be quiet.
Well, okay, now you're
Guy
being
that said
quiet.
I'm not intelligent. I
It was
challenge you to
Stephen
prove it.
H. It was
Yeah, I
Stephen
know.
H. Yeah.
I know who it is. I'm
Ah.
quick.
Oh.
Hey, Stephanie. Now he done muted himself.
I just want to say that's really cowardly, Steven, to ditch a comment like that and then to not chime back in when we're all calling it out.
Oh, he's deafened.
I mean,
You know how Glovers be. They ain't got any evidence, ain't got demonstrations, just got their little snarky remarks.
Yeah, so back to it not being a globe and everything about that and not trying to sell everybody else on like a new model, just, simply going over the fact that it's not a globe and the heliocentric model is crap and there's a million ways to prove that.
Well, I gotta go finish some work, so I will talk to you guys later. Everyone have a good night.
Peter. Stephen A.
Take it easy, Chloe.
What do you need?
Is that how you normally introduce yourself to people you don't know, Steven? By just slinging an insult just randomly out of nowhere?
It wasn't an insult, but
yeah.
How
Well,
so?
have you been hit in the face at all recently?
And I guess intelligence is important to you.
Have you been hit in the face recently?
Oh,
I'm surprised.
He sounds like he drinks tap water.
Yeah, sounds like he's got that float
is that another conspiracy?
Hey, Steven, why
I
don't you
know,
prove?
bro. Fluoride's so good for you. Take Prozac, bro. Bro, man.
Is that another conspiracy? How many conspiracies are there?
It's a conspiracy that I'm retired. Keep chasing the clown bucks there, broski.
Take it easy, guys. What's going on?
It's understandable why you're so stubborn on your beliefs.
Actually,
Your
a
entire
fact
belief system.
on Germany.
Okay, Steven, you want to demonstrate your intelligence for us? Can you provide us a working, non-fallacious methodology for finding the R value of the heliocentric model?
No.
The globe Earth. No?
I don't need
You
to.
believe you live on a sphere, right?
But
you don't know how to prove that.
Okay, when you prove something, right? When you prove it with logic, and then you just completely deny it.
Okay, bro. And then you spin in your head, bro, and it's spinning around, bro.
Hey, can we
And,
stop with that crap before I get mad? So you said prove with logic. You don't prove anything with logic. You can prove something to like 98% with demonstration and experimentation, but logic doesn't prove anything. It becomes an inference when it's based.
It's like now you're being a nihilist. I mean,
I'm not being a nihilist. You started it when you popped out with the shots, buddy. I'm taking my shots.
Logic
is
yeah,
a
bro.
Nihilists
flat
say,
Earth, man.
nihilists
It
say,
doesn't exist, bro. It's not. It doesn't exist. It's not
nihilists say nothing matters, and that's not what I'm saying. Whoever keeps heckling me, man, dude, I'm really getting ready to fucking ban you.
I'm just going after Steven. He wanted to play his little game there. He's got his little fake, not like nasal sound.
I know what you're doing. I don't need Madden play-by-play. I'm right here living it. So, Stephen, why am I a nihilist? Why am I saying nothing matters? Because I'm saying logic doesn't prove anything.
You're outright denying logic. Logic literally.
I'm not denying logic. I'm denying that it proves. It doesn't prove anything.
That's denying.
That's what. Listen, that's why we use the scientific method for demonstration.
Scientific method follows.
I'm not denying logic. I'm respecting it for what it is because I am logical.
Yeah, well,
so you can use logic and correlation to make a logical inference, but it doesn't become a fact because it lacks demonstration. So logically, you would say, how can we demonstrate this? Then you would come up with a premise, maybe a prediction, an experimentation to prove it. So what is your point, Stephen?
That you're just outright denying logic that follows. Like, you can look at all the engineering.
He just figured out that you're a globe denier.
Listen, you've already said that once, bro. I can look at all the engineering for what? Didn't you hear me when I said geodesy is not used in structural engineering?
And now you're just cherry picking. Come on, like
I'm not cherry picking.
There's probably thousands
I'm being
of research
specific.
papers.
I'm being specific.
If flat Earth model
I don't care about
exist,
research papers. Demonstration over postulation, Stephen. That's logical.
I mean,
demonstration.
You just outright deny the globe model. I mean, you're basically denying like.
Can you demonstrate the globe model? You already conceded that no, you could not. So why? That which is asserted, not backed with experimentation, can be thrown out without experimentation or proof also. If you can't prove it, why do I have to accept it? How is that logical? You can't even demonstrate curvature, but I'm illogical because I won't accept curvature. I won't say, picture this. Okay, I believe. Now show me.
It's like the curvature experiment you've performed is like a 2-year-old made it. I mean,
what
it's literally
curvature experiment,
high school research paper.
Stephen,
like, come on, it's not a real research. It's not the one where like it has the image and it like you put the equation on it.
I made this.
Well, you've posted it like the last time we.
No, I didn't.
It might have been somebody else, but some guy posted some like picture of if P then Q, and it just completely was cherry picked.
It wasn't cherry picked.
There's thousands of observations.
It's a calculation for observation on Earth given to us by science. We didn't cherry pick it.
Why is it that people who believe
that's
that
the
Earth
image? That's the image.
Why
I
is
know what image you're talking about.
Why is it that it's so hard to explain that what flat is if people believe they're on a globe, it's like they can't understand flat for themselves. How hard is it to understand that we're saying it's flat, that it doesn't curve like that? Like, why can't you understand that?
Well, Stephen can't demonstrate curvature for us. All he can do is point at shit and say that happens like that because of curvature. He can't prove it. He can't demonstrate
the horizon is self-evident that it proves curvature.
It's not self-evident. What's self-evident is you live on a flat local plane. If you didn't have this model, you wouldn't look at the horizon and go, "Oh, we live on a ball," because the horizon's not curved.
A multitude of variables would collapse if the Earth would actually be flat. I mean, entire science, basically every science.
Be specific.
Essentially, is calling flat like.
Yeah, be specific.
Know,
Come
for
on.
example,
what would collapse?
Wow, he said what I wanted to say, but he said it.
Be specific, Stephen. Give me a specific example of a physics that wouldn't work on a flat Earth.
How about when you're using the Pythagorean theorem with the moon to Earth? You need to use a triangle to calculate.
You know the funny thing about that, Stephen? You couldn't prove that distance is true. You're trying to use an unprovable truth to propagate a truth, but you can't prove either one of them. You can't prove the distance, Stephen.
Oh, when you go to different positions of the Earth, you can use math or the Pythagorean theorem, which is a theorem.
Can.
It's a theorem, and you can.
No, that's incorrect. The angle of incidence is always going to give you an offset, which.
Yeah. Listen, you can't prove the distance to the moon is absolute. You can't prove that the Pythagorean theorem worked to give you an absolute distance. So it becomes an untruth. So you're building your dichotomy on an untruth because this untruth is untruth. So is the other thing untrue too?
You're just
and how to use
you're just crumbling
Pythagoras
words together now. I don't even know. What
I'm
you're
not
doing.
fumbling words, dude. You can't show me absolutely your distance to the moon is correct. You can't show, can't demonstrate it. But you're trying to use it to cosine something else.
Stephen, you said you were
Yeah, but,
logical,
I mean-
and that's all he demonstrated to you. The extreme logic of it. Now you're denying it. So,
well,
are
first
you
of all,
logical
So
or are
Stephen,
you?
so Stephen denies logic. Thank you.
Purely logic, and you've denied logic before, and you've even stated that logic you can't, like logic doesn't make sense.
Pythagoras uses a right triangle. How can you
No,
have a right triangle on a
listen.
ball?
I didn't say logic doesn't make sense because logic is sense. But logic doesn't point to an inference of something we can't demonstrate or prove. That's illogical. It's not logical to say this is what it is, but we can't prove it. That's illogical.
You're just putting.
So can you
words
try
together.
another specific? Can you try to start with something you can actually demonstrate and prove, and then attribute that to why? That's why the globe's true. Here we were. All this shit wouldn't work on a flat Earth. So on a flat Earth, our distance wouldn't be true to the moon, which nobody can verify that damn distance anyway. So it's not true in either damn model. That applies to both models.
Something that's not ad populum.
See, a lot of people come in here and they say science and physics, and they make these broad statements and general statements, and they couldn't be specific about them if they wanted to, because they're just arguing from a standpoint of ignorance and trying their hardest to sound intelligent while they tell other people they're stupid.
It's kind of what you're doing too. I mean, if you look in the voice text channel, I mean, it's quite a lot of ignorance in there.
I'm talking to you specifically, Stephen, about your points that wouldn't work on a flat Earth. What science wouldn't work on a flat Earth? Physics.
I've explained one. I'd have to think about another. How about
Yeah, you explained one. So we have a distance to the moon that wouldn't work on a flat Earth, but the truth is we can't verify that distance. Yeah, that's real logical, Stephen.
Well, you technically can with the position of the moon corresponding to different locations on the Earth.
No, that's not a physical measurement of, yep, here our distance was right. So no, you can't.
Perhaps he's a pseudoscience believer.
Well,
how do you measure a refracted object in a not location, in a apparent location? Not an actual location, it's the apparent. So you're measuring the distance of an object due to its appearance, right? Kind of like putting a fat guy in a mirror that's bent to make him look skinny and then trying to calculate his weight. It's a no-go. Right? Fruit from a poisonous tree. You ever heard that doctrine?
Yeah.
Nope. It's not, I don't know if it's a doctrine.
He's saying it's poisoned. All of it's tainted because you're starting from a false dichotomy.
What does that correspond to, though?
Well, you can't build truth out of untruths.
Well, you can certainly build truth off a lie.
You can't.
I mean, Christianity,
your
religion
truth is tainted with a lie.
Religion, particularly Christian.
That has nothing to do with the flat Earth.
Well, no. It basically just debunks an entire thing where you can't build truth off a lie.
Oh, it debunks a bunch of religious people that really don't care.
Well, the thing about Christianity is that it wanted truth to come out, and arguably science would have not came out if it weren't for Christian. Because Christian is not or same thing with Catholic too, because they're interested in the truth.
Good point. Good point.
The globe is a Catholic model of your reality, so I don't know where you got what you were saying, but you're wrong.
Greek model.
Yeah, George Lemaitre.
Yes, that's correct. George Lemaitre was the priest that was responsible for the Big Bang theory.
That doesn't.
A lot of them guys were Jesuits.
What about dark matter? Was he was that guy
Jesuit priest?
Oh, sure. So he's the one that fixed the cosmological constant crisis.
Well,
he's the one that patched it up.
Yeah, back in their day, most of these guys were either natural philosophers or educated at Jesuit universities. Most of them are Jesuits.
The Vatican was actually executing globalists to begin with because it was competing with their sun worship models, and it was only over time that they came to the understanding that the globe relies upon their sun worship models and their heliocentric model and all this stuff,
You
that
think
it doesn't get
Roman, the
rid of
Holy
it.
Roman Empire has never heard of the Hegelian dialectic. You think they
And
don't
so
know how to manipulate
the Vatican
people?
eventually adopted the globe model and started running with it. And if you look up the Wikipedia page, it's really easy. It's called Globus Cruciger, and it's their crusade to conquer in the name of the globe. So they became globalists after executing globalists for heresy, and then it being explained to them how it doesn't ruin what they have going for them. It's just complementary, just another layer of the deception.
So, do you believe that they don't know about the Hegelian dialectic? You think the Holy Roman Empire doesn't know how to manipulate the populace?
Oh, for sure. They don't care whether it's a flat model or a globe model, as long as you still imagine the sun as some finite thing like a ball of fire, and they can misrepresent it and control people. Any way they can misrepresent reality to control people, that's what they're going to do.
Well, you guys get your religion from them because the heliocentric model was ad hoc repaired by them with the dark matter. Because gravity fell apart at the galactic level. Doesn't work. Stars are spinning 10 times too fast, according to Michio Kaku. Not enough gravitation because there's not enough mass in the galaxy. It's mostly empty space, according to them. 10 to the 17 negative Torah. Other than a few gas giants and rock planets here and there. And a few star suns. Well, and they think stars are suns, so I kind of fumbled my words. So the cosmological constant crisis says that you're not off by a factor of 10, according to Michio Kaku, but 10 to the 120th. Whew, that's got to hurt. Because you guys thought you had a model when you came in here, right? Cosmological constant problem. It's not a little problem. It's a big problem.
I can't even watch that Michio Kaku guy. It's what I imagine, like what he thinks in his head is like. It feels like when my eyes are crossing. Like that's what it feels like to me.
Well, it just sounds like he told the truth. Because the Casimir effect's well known. It's not like they made that shit up and did one experiment, right? It's been done a bunch of times. Look at how many times the Casimir experiment's been done, and all the ways that it's been done.
Can you break it down a little more?
Yeah, the 0 point energy, right? Do you understand what that is?
Creating energy without expending energy.
No, not really. So say there's two ships, right? And there's all kinds of waves because there's a battle going on, right? But there's no waves between the two ships, except for the two ships are being attracted to each other sideways, right? Because of 0 point energy. Because there's no waves right there. So this is the Casimir effect. You can look it up. So,
yeah, I mean, they like to misattribute these different effects and claim that it's like ball physics by like taking something you can prove on like a micro level and trying to apply it on a macro level. Because you'd be like, oh well, water doesn't. How's water curve? And they'll be like, well, if you look at the glass, the surface adhesion of the water, bends it up where it's touching the glass, and you're like, but that is a micro, and you're trying to
this is
apply.
a false equivalency.
Yeah, you're trying
Right?
to apply something that happens
doesn't
on the
work on
micro.
oceans.
Yeah, to a
Right? The
macro,
0
and that's
point energy, we can observe it. We can observe 0 point energy.
well. It's just you're talking about displacement with the boats, right?
It's not displacement. Okay, so the energy density of the vacuum would predict large gravitational effects according to the Harvard link that I'll post here in a minute. But these effects are not observed, right? So we're not observing what we think we should observe. And this discrepancy between observation And theory is an incredible 120 orders of magnitude. It's 10 with 120 zeros, according to Michio Kaku. So this is a problem for you guys' model. It's not even a model. It's not a scientific model, that's for certain. But at this point, you guys, you don't have a model because you don't have a galaxy. Not without making up stuff like black holes and dark matter, right? And you can't explain the expansion of the universe without dark energy. So 96% of your model is made up bullshit because we can't verify any of it scientifically. You might say 95. Some people used to say 96. Yeah, it's made up. It's made up to patch the holes in your model. And you can't have dark matter and black holes. You got to pick one. They're competing theories with dark gravity. So there's three theories right there trying to patch the hole. We don't know which one's right. We just hope that, one of our readers will read one and go, okay, that makes sense. Dark matter. Never heard of it. But apparently it doesn't have to do with light. We don't know what it is, but we know what it does.
Well, why would they even support theories like this when they put these people like this Michio Kaku guys literally says the most outlandish and dumbest things. Whenever I see him, it's just ridiculous. Why would they back somebody like that as like the person that's projecting out this good information about their theory? He doesn't even look believable. It's like a clown.
It's Disney for adults.
And Bill Nye, I never understood that either. They throw weight behind him, but if you look at him, he was a failed actor, and he's got like, you could still look up the promo for him, Speed Walker, and then you guys are like, oh, he knows everything about the universe. I'm like, wow. And you let him around your kids too, and then and you've seen him like in the last couple of years doing this weird stuff in the media, which isn't even acceptable. So they're kind of shielding him now a little bit because it's unacceptable. It's ridiculous. Why would you let that person be the face of anything you believed? Could you imagine being lined up behind that guy in the end or whatever? Like, yes, this is the guy that we supported, and he's just a total charlatan. Oh my goodness. Didn't Bill Nye have a kids show too? Wasn't like it was called Weird Science or something like that? Like, I'm gonna have to go back and look. It's just unbelievable.
And by the way, if that was a true analogy, then they wouldn't need to come up with theories like dark matter and black holes and dark gravity.
And then I'm really into physics and numbers. And so I always want them to like give me whatever it is so I can go and try and reverse engineer it. And they'll never give you any of the measurements. So you can go look at the stuff for yourself. Where's the actual measurements? Where I want I want the telemetry data for their missions to the moon. How many times they said they've landed on the moon now? I want telemetry data from one. Just one.
Yeah, so they want us to believe, the Earth is a sphere, but when they come in here for proof, they talk about the sun, moon, and stars. How come they don't talk about the Earth? Right? And so Mike said that you can't really detect it over the Earth. So really, what are we talking about? Water? So we just measure in water? I've heard people make measurements over land. But what Michael said does make sense.
Yeah, but somebody went out of their way to make that map of the Earth that if all the waters were curved and the land masses were not, and showing how they stick out, and it's just absurd. And I mean, they've built a couple models where they try and just plug in the information for the various theories, and then the 3D images that come out are just ridiculous. There's no way that it could be even believable.
You know, a lot of flat earthers, they don't like to entertain talking about space, right? They just like to cut it right at the knee, chop it down. Where's the curvature? Show us the curvature in your model, right? So we can see we want to be believers too. We used to believe, and then we lost our belief because we were looking for evidence. But maybe you're the guy. Maybe you're the guy who found the evidence, right? You were looking in the right place, right? We just want to see that. Show us the curvature. Show us the rotation. Show us proof of vacuum.
See, the problem is you get up to a higher physics level where they teach physics and it starts going against what they taught you originally. And then you're faced with the fact that they're like, how do you work that out once you get to a higher education level? And they basically are like, oh yeah, we just give you that gist of it there, but it's not really correct. It's just that's what we say at that level. And then you get up to it, like, why were they misleading you in the first place? What ends was that? What was the means and the ends that they were affecting there? Like, why would they do that? Why wouldn't you just give it straight from the beginning?
Well, I don't think they try to teach Einstein to children because children are too savvy, right? They're going to be like, man, what are you talking about? So they just say mass attracts mass. And does a child really know what mass is? Do the adults know what mass is? So they're like, okay, whatever that means, right? And then they just go on about their business. And then later on, when they're already like indoctrinated, they say, oh, well, it wasn't Newton, it was Einstein. Sorry, we lied to you kids, but we had to because it has to be. Why do they lie to the children? Why do they teach them? Why don't they just hit them with Einstein at kindergarten, right? Or when do they start teaching science in first grade?
I mean, we had a globe on the table since kindergarten, and one of those little things with the little styrofoam planets so that you could move the little planets around.
Yeah, one teacher had us making like atoms, and then one teacher had us making like solar systems. They were the exact same thing.
All trying to reinforce that type of model in your head. I mean, we now know that germ theory has been misrepresented to us, and that that there's obviously conflicting theories out there that they don't teach at all, like terrain theory and other things, and that they're using now.
It's one of those 69 things where both are true. One guy's facing south, one guy's facing north. There's a 6 in between them, and they're arguing: is it a 6? No, it's a 9. It's a 6.
Yeah,
this is one of those things where terrain is true. Because let's use the terminals for example. The terminals on your battery, they get like the fungus or the little growth or whatever, and then you have to pour Coca-Cola, and then you have to scrub them, and then you put the axle grease so it doesn't grow back. So if you put the axle grease down, you change the terrain, and you can dump all the flakes on there from the mess that you just made, and they won't grow because the terrain isn't good. But if the terrain is good and there's no germs, will it grow then? Like, how can you say for certain that no germs got to it? So I get where the germ theory is kind of iffy, right? But with bacteria, it kind of makes a lot of sense.
No, I mean, that's not what I'm arguing. What I'm arguing is they're materially misrepresenting things on purpose, because now look at the environment they've created out of that by unbalancing it, giving what you were saying, how there's both angles, and that there could be some truth to everything, by just discarding one altogether, and then they can push whatever they want out of this one that's only half the story, or less than half the story.
It's half the story because it's lie by omission. They don't teach you the terrain versus germ.
Damn,
Appreciate
this
that.
place is full, man. I should leave. Damn. Fuck, it's busy up in here. Must be a holiday weekend or some shit or something. I don't know. Hollywood holiday weekend. Okay, carry on. Carry on. I love you guys, man. Keep it up. Kick ass
Love you
day.
back.
It was a kick ass day, man. It was fun.
Yeah, I'm wondering where the Glovers go.
They're all in the VC check-in, man. If you want to go up there, man, go ahead.
I'm still lurking. I'm still lurking.
I got there's two up in the VC check-in.
glad.
Man. Somebody go
Glad
in
you're
there.
still looking, 'cause
CB and I were in there just crushing. Anyway, little help. Go up there. Thank you. All right. Just wanted to say hi and have a great weekend, everybody. Man,
You too.
I'll be here,
You
there,
too, man.
everywhere. You guys, it was a fun day, man. We had a lot of Globers dropping in, bro. It was good. Good day, man. Good day. Woo.
Merry Christmas.
It was funny to see him admit to certain things, and they didn't realize that they admitted that the reason the feathers in the ball fell at the same rate is because they changed the fucking density of the medium. And Sonny said, "Welcome to Flat Earth, baby." And it was beautiful, man. I was laughing my ass off. I was working, but I was laughing. Thank you.
You're welcome. It was my pleasure. No, I wasn't even there. So, Guy, you said you're still lurking. Did you see what I just posted?
Hey, Flat Earth dude, you ever heard anybody tell you that you sound like Adam Carolla?
No, please don't say that. No, fuck that guy.
Not the new stuff. I'm talking. I used to listen to Loveline way back in the day. So
You sound like Nathan.
oh no, don't do that to me.
Oh, hey.
Betcha.
Oh, hey. Yes, doesn't he? Am I right or am I right?
I gotta hear.
Ouch, man! Ouch!
I gotta hear it some more.
Well,
man.
you do sound a little bit like Nathan. They tell me I sound like Chong. Hey,
you sound like Gay.
Hey, Gay's not here.
Come
on,
on,
went to get the stuff.
Gay's not here, man. Gay's not here, man.
I wasn't trying to be insulting.
Don't live it, man.
I'm not trying to insult anybody either.
Sound like Gay.
Oh yeah, I won't even say what you sound like. My daughter's sitting here.
A little help in the VC check-in, man. If anybody's like bored or something, man, go up
Fuck
there.
your VC check-in.
No, man, just saying, man. I need a little fucking love up there, man, because they're starting to go into the fucking black
You guys
swan.
are up there debating,
We're
man.
going into the black swan up there, man. I'm like, whoa.
You're not
whoa.
supposed to be debating up there. You're supposed to be sending them down here.
No, well, fuck, we got to check them in.
Tell every one of them motherfuckers up there that's debating, I'm going to demote them all.
Got a real fucking cock up and fucking.
Go to now.
All right, I'll be back.
Tell them, Batamad's going to demote them all if they don't send the people down here, damn it.
Dude, you don't want this guy down here, man. Trust me, man.
And then they're going to have to please Deuce Volt before they can get it back.
Like, I got a Logan Paul on the hook up there, okay?
Oh.
Come on. That's what I'm talking about. Logan Paul is up there in the fucking VC check-in right now.
No, he's not. And I got a bone to pick with that guy because he said that he was dating my fiance and posted a picture of my fiance and said he was dating her. And I never got a chance to take him up on why he was fronting like that on the internet.
That's so bad. It's
so bad.
So bad, man. It just drives me a little fucking anxious.
Yeah, but I'd love to speak with Logan if you got if we really got him on the hook because he really did do that, and I'd like to know why.
I'm telling you, there, man.
I hope he's dating my ex.
He's gone, man. He laughed because I called him out, man. I'm like, dude, this is Logan Paul bullshit right here, man. He started laughing, man. I'm like, I got you, motherfucker. He laughed. Yeah, okay, never mind. All right, carry on.
My wayward son.
Peace.
Hey, did you guys see that fight though, where he was supposed to be? Did you guys see that fight where he got clipped real good, and then he kind of leaned, and dude was holding him up for a second? Like, I had to run that back a couple times and watch it just to absorb all that. They had it looked like they tried to stage like some type of fight, pulling a bunch of money for some type of publicity match. It's not even not a pride match, not a prize match, not a grudge match, just to generate some revenue, like some fake boxing match. I don't know. I'm not really into that scene, but somebody sent me the clips and was like, "Hey, look at this fight. It's not even like a real fight where he's like basically got knocked out here, and they're trying to hold him up so he doesn't hit the ground." And I'm not making it up, man. I'm not really into the boxing thing. I'm telling you. Somebody sent me the clips. I don't care that much about it, but I mean, he was fighting some name line boxer, I think. I don't have to go look this up, I guess. Hey, don't leave me out to dry here. I know y'all seen this. I'm not the only one.
No, bro, we have no idea what you're talking about. You're talking about boxing?
Yeah, Logan Paul,
World's a stage.
and Jake Paul both are trying to do their little boxing whatever thing and make some name or some money, or I don't know what the hell they're doing, because I don't really pay attention to that. But somebody sent me the clips of some fight that he did. I mean, I'm gonna have to pull this up and just put it in the chat here. It should be easy to find. I'll be right back.
You know, I was wondering what the Pauls were doing. Just thinking about that earlier.
It says Mayweather. It says it was fighting Mayweather in this match here. That's the buddy deal. You never done anything in boxing. You just come out as a boxer like the year before, and then you get to fight Mayweather. Hey, what club did that guy join?
The oldest and largest pub in the world. Masonry.
Yeah, that pretty much is what I was thinking for how he got matched up with Mayweather. Isn't Mayweather touted as one of the best technical boxers? And then you have this bully internet kid who just busts onto the show. How does he get a match with Mayweather? What are they rewarding him for? Throwing the truth under the bus so hard that he gets to fight Mayweather and be made out to look like a champion? I mean, he did full on assault the topic of flat Earth, and then devalue it and mock it in the eyes of the youth, all of his peer group, and did a lot of damage to the people that are promoting this at the time to suffer the repercussions of this type of content going out, and then people coming back saying stuff about it. So he made something that was more visible in the eyes of the public, mocking flat Earth, than we can be with any of our open flat Earth content that we make, no matter how successful it is. And so somebody was promoting all of that. He made a ton of money merchandising off of that. They even went to this whatever that flat Earth conference was and made a mockery of the conference, and the people that were running the conference allowed that to happen. And I wasn't the only person that saw that, right? We have a bunch of people who are involved in this community. Y'all saw the thing that he did. What is that movie that he made? I can't remember what the name of the movie. He made some flat Earth mockumentary. I'm gonna look that up right now, as a matter of fact.
So who made a mockumentary?
Logan Paul. Flat Earth.
He's a piece of crap, and obviously he's connected.
Oh my god.
It's incentivization. So they have incentives set up so that even if you somehow are some random no-name person, you're incentivized to behave and make fun of certain things. So that's what gets you an opportunity to sell your soul.
Yeah, they promote you up the ranks. The more successful your propaganda is. This guy was propagandizing children, doing ridiculous things to get the attention of the pop culture youth, and then leading up to him going to this Flat Earth conference, totally making fun of it, and then making a mockumentary, which is a documentary that mocks the subject, called Flat Earth to the Edge and Back.
So anything that's a threat to your belief system is propaganda, essentially what you're saying.
Well,
so someone opposes your flat Earth theory, then it's propaganda.
It's not a theory, and that's not what he said.
It is a theory. Do you know what a theory means?
It's not a theory.
Technically,
Steven,
it's not
I
a
have
theory when you measure. It's not a theory if
I
you
have a
make direct
question for
measurement.
Steven. Steven, I know how to fly an
theory is a
airplane.
hypothesis.
No.
Being born on Earth is a
Hold on.
theory. Okay.
Steven, I know how to fly an
Is the
airplane.
Earth flat? Is the Earth flat a hypothesis or a thesis or not? Tell me.
No, it's an
The Earth
observation.
being flat
It's an observation.
It's
the
a
Earth being
hypothesis.
flat is a control in scientific papers. They
It's a
remove the curvature of the Earth.
measurement. It's not science. It's a measurement.
Okay. In scientific articles, they remove the curvature and the spin of the Earth from the article because
You're robot and you cut out completely, Corporal Major.
variables that they would have to factor.
We didn't understand the
They
last minute, Corporal Major.
I'm sorry. Is it good now?
Cutting out, bro.
Try it.
It's still roboting now.
You sound
When
good
I
for
first
now.
joined, I thought you guys were like joking about this whole thing. Like this is ridiculous if you think the Earth is flat.
Wait until you
That's
find
what we
out
all. Guess what? That's what we all. That's what we. That's what we all thought, Steven. That's what every one of us thought until we researched it ourselves.
You know, you're not the Enlightenment, okay? It's not like
What a nice guy. That was such a nice comment. You
Not
are
the
the definition of nice.
not the Enlightenment.
Hey, you do know that science is never settled, right? Is science settled on this?
You know,
is science settled on the shape of the Earth? Sir, can you hear me? I'm talking to you. Is science settled on the shape of the Earth?
I can't hear you because your thoughts aren't good enough.
Is science settled on the shape of the Earth?
Science what?
Is the science settled?
Yes.
Settled? You know, like fact that's never going to change?
I said yes.
Okay, so science is settled. That's a religion, bro. Science is never settled. Try to keep up.
Yeah, so I'm gonna start back in before everybody. Okay, so Steven, I know how to. In my life, I learned how to fly an airplane. Okay, I know how to sail a boat. I know how to land navigate from the
you're not gonna be
military.
my pilot or my
Okay,
sailor.
I know how to dive the ocean. Okay, all of these require very specific knowledge of physics, or you could die. And so, I know how to use all the
No, you don't.
instrumentation.
Not for selling too.
I know how to use all the instrumentation to fly an airplane, to sail a boat across the water, to dive underneath the sea. Okay, and through all those things that I've learned physics. Okay, each one has taught me a certain thing that I use very specifically in my arguments to prove that the Earth is not a globe. So I can equate my real world experience and observations. I can equate that, okay, into evidence of what I'm saying. What evidence do you have? No, what evidence do you?
Ethos doesn't prove a point.
No, Steven. What
That's all.
evidence?
That's what.
No, not
Steven, stop interrupting.
I'm saying from these things that I learned how to do, which are tools in my tool bag of life, okay, I learned certain things. And that's how I make my argument that Earth is not a globe. And you, in your life, have made certain observations in your life. And I want to know what firsthand observations that you've made in your life as a person that you use as evidence that Earth is a globe. I want to know that.
There's some things you just can't look at through the naked eye, and you have to use intelligence or abstract thinking to divulge. You can't
Okay,
just
so
look.
it's a fairy tale that you can only imagine in your head, is what you're
So
saying.
the globe is
Well,
abstract. Got it.
something do you not know
Thank you
what
for the
abstract
honesty.
means? You know,
Thank you for being honest with us,
I'm
Stephen.
saying
That's just what we
metaphorical.
wanted to know. That's what we were asking, is
Now
that
you're
if you
just
had any
twisting
hard
my words.
evidence of
Now you're
belief
just
from your own
twisting.
observations, and now that you've
You're just
admitted that
twisting
you
words now. You're just
no
twisting words now. You're just
no
twisting
you
words.
admitted that
You
you
didn't let
have
me.
no
You didn't even let me
okay
finish. You didn't
okay
even let me
finish.
finish.
What is your
For example, when you look at for example, when you look at circuitry, right? You can't. It's something you can't touch. You have to sometimes do equations to actually, or when you go into further dimensions, you can't touch it. You have to
So you're saying
use
that
your
the street
abstract
is
thinking.
the street observes to be flat and non-motion,
Abstract
non-moving,
thinking.
and that you apply that when you close your eyes, you then again
Abstract thinking.
imagine that globe, but you
I'm not
don't have
saying
any
imagine. I'm not saying
real world
imagine. I
evidence.
didn't say that.
Stop interrupting,
I said,
Stephen. Okay,
right,
this is the last
listen.
warning, Stephen. Last warning,
Yeah,
Stephen.
Sonny.
Interrupt
Next time,
again, and you're
No.
gonna be
yeah.
banned. You're gonna be muted.
Hold on. The proper time to talk is when somebody else isn't already talking.
He left.
Oh, he
Oh,
left.
I
I was
muted
about to.
him to tell him that, and he left.
I was about to blow him up on this Logan Paul. I mean, stuff.
Well, he's obviously. Oh, there he came back. Okay, I
All
guess.
right, cool. So
Okay, here we go.
I've got this video. I mean, might as well. We ain't talking about anything else, I guess, right now.
And whatever Nathan was hanging out with, what's it?
Oh, well, yeah. I don't think
Now he's
that's
going
even
in and
relevant
out.
now. I mean, whatever that is.
Steven
No,
is
that dude
going
didn't
back.
sound like him. To be honest, I don't.
I don't
They
think
had a falling out, from what I understand.
Yeah,
I
but
don't. Can
this
I answer him?
That was a
I
little
don't.
kid that was trolling.
I didn't. We're not talking about him. I didn't
Okay,
think
sorry.
he was him. I was. He sounded like him.
he kind of did, I guess. But hey, just this. What he was talking about. He was saying Logan Paul is a fighter. No, it's his brother Jake that's the fighter.
No,
And
both of them. Both of them are in the boxing thing.
yeah,
Look
but
up.
Jake's way better, But
but look
What
up
is it
Logan
tonight,
Paul.
man? Don't talk when other people
Look
are fucking talking. I'm
up
getting pissed
Logan
off.
Paul.
Oh my God, you're doing it while I'm
Logan
moderating you. Dude, shut
Paul
up.
Mayweather.
Shut the fuck up.
I
Don't
can't
talk
tell if you're
when
talking
other
to me
people
or
are talking. No.
are you talking about me or
No, I want people to let people finish, damn it. I know we
Yeah, I
ain't
mean-
got that much fucking lag. Come on, let people finish.
Well, I was just thinking while I was listening to that guy, he was talking about a fight that was recent, right? And I captured a clip of the knockout that Jake did, and I shared it in the mod chat, and I'm sharing it now. This is just a clip of the knockout, and to me it looks like it was kind of staged. Just kind of the way it played out. I mean, I shared it right there. If you play that video, you'll see it's a short video. It's only 1 minute long. It's like dude dropped his left, and Logan hit him, and then immediately the referee just stood on top. Oh, fight's over, like a UFC is. But it wasn't like it did. There was no 10 count or whatever. I don't know. I don't know. It just seemed kind of weird to me. Because I watched all the rounds leading up to this knockout. I know it doesn't really necessarily matter. Anyway, I was just only bringing it up because someone else brought it up. So
Mute the motherfucker that just asked. Who cares? I do. So be quiet when he's talking.
Well, either way, I mean, the guy that
I'm
was
done
talking
playing
about
games.
the guy that was talking about is gone now. So whatever,
Yeah, I'm just done begging grown men to fucking control themselves. If you can't govern yourself, you will be governed. And don't ask me why you got governed, because I told you right now.
No, I'm still here. I was talking about.
You were
the
talking
Logan
about, yeah, but it
Paul.
wasn't Logan. It was his brother, Jake.
I'm still here.
That was a recent fight that Jake had. Did you see the video I put in live stream voice text?
Yeah, I could see that. I was looking for the link where I was talking about Logan Paul and Mayweather, where Mayweather knocked him out and was holding him up for a second so he didn't hit the mat. And it was pretty obvious to me, but I found
a lot of boxing is really kind of staged. All of it's kind of. That's what I mean, if you're making that point, that it's just. Are you saying that?
Well, I think the fight was staged to boost Logan Paul in the eyes of the public, his celebrity in the first place. So it makes sense that he would get a little extra help. But I mean, if you look at the footage, it's clearly he got winged, and then he was in that zone where, he was off base, and instead of in a regular fight, that's when you lay your final shot, and that's it. And he holds him up for a second so that he doesn't put his knees down on the mat.
No, but look at this. Look at this video I posted. Look how fast it all happens. Right before the knockout, and then what happens right afterwards. It's like it's too fast. It's like it was.
But you're talking about
the video I posted.
Yeah,
with Jake Paul.
Yeah, you're talking about Jake Paul.
Watch it. Did you watch it? It's only a minute long.
I got it right now.
I recorded that from on my computer. I recorded this from my computer, and so it's a good, it's not a corrupted file or anything. You guys can fucking download it and watch it or whatever. But yeah, it's just too fast. It's like. I mean, this is like sixth round, right? So it's, they've been hitting each other and shit. But this portion of it to me seems staged. It's just like boom, bam, he's out, face down. Ref just jumps right on top of him, over, and then Jake just starts running around the ring and shit. It's like, oh yeah. There's no 10 count or anything like that.
That was brutal. Brutal.
Yeah, but where's the 10 count? I mean,
he was out, man. He was doing the wiggle on the ground there.
Can I make a suggestion?
Yeah.
We open up Livestream 2 for the holidays. If there's overflow, maybe we could get both rooms going at the same time. Because there's going to be a lot of new people coming in over the next couple weeks, right?
Yeah, sure. So there may or may not be an issue with that. If we move one of the live streams to Livestream 2, Roger's not here to, commiserate with that. So if Roger's agreeable with that, which he's probably sleeping right now. Sure, he might. Do you want to go down there and sing some Christmas carols, Hank? I'm just fucking with you. I ain't gonna lie, I've had some Christmas carols coming up in my brain lately.
So it says 31 that are active with 99. So is it 31 people that can talk and 99 is the people that can hear? How does that work?
Well, 99 is the max you can have in the room. We used to have it where you can limit. I mean, the admin set the maximum that can be involved in a voice room, and this one is set to 99 now because many different reasons. Whatever. But we have 2 live streams running, and we have this live stream, and then we have live stream 2. This is right below the this live stream, and there's a voice text associated with that as well. It's rarely used because It just depends on what you want to talk about. I mean, if you want, if there's a bunch of people that are trying to talk and whatever, you can split the live stream, and we can, some people can jump in the live stream too, and we can move. Right at the top of the live stream here, we have 24/7, 24/7 live too. Those are they're essentially bots. You can just move them to whichever live stream, and they're both of those channels are live streaming 24 hours a day, and so we can move them wherever the talk is going on. So you can pick which room you want to be in if we split them up. So yeah, that's what Hank was asking. And Hank, do you want to talk about your Christmas stories? In live stream too. I'm just fucking with you, bro. It's beginning to look a lot like Flatmus all around the globe. Made me look like a dick, Hank, man. Laugh at that shit.
I'm still here.
No, it's all good. Hey, anyway, we don't have to talk about Logan or Jake. I don't give a fuck about that. I was just saying, I just noticed it when I was scrolling through some stuff. I watched that fight, and I was like, yeah, it's like bullshit to me. But
yeah,
anyway,
man, that hit was brutal, though. I'm glad you showed me that. That's wow.
Yeah,
but it's just like, I mean, I don't want to think it's fake. I mean, just like with all, good fights and shit, it just, I mean, I think Jake's, I mean, I wouldn't square up in the ring with Jake, but he freaking hit him hard. But it just seemed like the way the ref, reacted. Maybe he was, because it looked like dude was trying to get up, but Jake was already celebrating it, like he already knew he was going to win. Boom, 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 and the ref was there, and he's like, "It's over." It's like, fuck, that was within 2 seconds. It's like, I already won this match. Knockout, boom, everybody knows. It's just like too fast. Anyway.
Fake or not, that guy earned his pay.
Oh, well, sure. I guess.
I mean, that looked pretty
they're doing hugs within 30 seconds of the it's just like the whole thing it just
I'd be surprised if it wasn't rigged. Any high number of dollars around any type of sport is 99% chance it's rigged. So just like the NFL or NBA, anything.
Well, how much is it going to cost for you to let Jake Paul hit your reset button like that? That's I would be
$200,000 is like fucking knock me out, motherfucker.
Yeah, sometimes these people get $1 million or more.
Yeah, I think you got probably $1 million or more. Yeah.
It's like,
a lot of people.
Yeah, man. I'll go with you 6 rounds, and then I'll drop my left, and you fucking hit me in the mouth. Fucking hit me hard.
I think it's settled. Then that's if we come up with that easy, then that's got to be what happened.
Motherfucker, I'll fucking throw a fight for $200,000. Fuck that.
Oh, we're talking about gambling? Are we talking about gambling?
No, we're talking about fighters, man. Of course, there's all the promoters. You have to pay them too, but whatever.
Talk about gambling, man.
No. This is a sure thing, though. That's not gambling. This is about duping the public.
It's still gambling. Come on.
No, everyone else is gambling, but it's a sure thing for you to take a loss. You know, you already know that you're going to get paid.
We're talking about
Boom.
You're talking about
That's not a gamble. You already know. It's not a gamble for you personally. Everyone else is maybe gambling on the fight, but that's not on you. You're taking the loss because you already know. So anyway, so I would I would have, if I was gambling, I would bet on Jake Paul because I knew he was going to win the fight because I pretty much knew the other guy was going to throw it.
Logan Paul, man, Logan Paul.
No, Jake.
Hey, who the fuck is Jake?
Motherfucker, I just showed the video. Oh man, Logan Paul.
They better be thanking you guys for all this publicity because
man, holy
100 times.
Fuck those guys, man.
All right, well, fuck both of them. Like I'm saying, but actually,
I don't even like
I was
the
saying,
guy, but I went and watched his fight recap. We're all talking about it.
dude, I watched the whole. I watched everything up until the knockout, and I saw it coming. You know, I already knew it was going to happen. So, so yeah, you know, hey, Jake Paul, you know, good job fixing the fight. You know, so is this publicity for me calling him out for fixing the fight? You know, whatever. I don't.
No.
But he didn't fix the fight. I mean,
No,
it was
really,
it was all his promoters that did that shit. Whatever.
I mean, he's gonna have 20 more hits on some random YouTube channels that are hosting the clips we were talking about. Like, come on, it's not that big a promotion. It's not that big.
Good deal, man. Fuck it, yeah, it's nothing. Man. Fuck that guy, man. Fuck.
Hey, Flat Earth, dude, I just somebody shared one of your videos on Facebook. Oh, it was Travis. It shared one of your videos on Facebook. The moon transit. That was really cool. Can you share that on here?
Sure, man. Sure.
Yeah, that was a good video, man. I watched it today. It was really good.
Sure. Yeah. I'll mute for a second. I'll be back.
I could probably find it faster than you can. Just fucking with you, man. Well, I mean, the only reason I say that is because it's in my history on YouTube. So, but anyway, Flat Earth Dude made this this moon transit video of a Satelloon going, you know, moon transit of a Satelloon. And that was about 3 years ago, wasn't it? Well, he's AFK right now. But let me see if I can beat him to it.
That's pretty epic. He had like a telescope that he could record off of, or
he had a P900. He used the P900.
He got the P900 and caught something transiting across the lit part of the moon. That's
he caught a freaking satellite.
I beat you to it, Helio, man.
Oh shit, he beat me to it.
Gotta see this.
Hey, can I make an announcement? Just so everybody knows, if you do any check-ins, there's 2 live streams going, or 2 voice chats going. Only one of them is live, though. But
thank you, Mike.
All that down to the live stream. We got 2 going. Fuck it, it's a holiday. If all our people show up at once, it'll be bam.
Yeah, I don't want to move Roger's stream in there unless he wants me to. Oh, and if they're talking, I don't think he would mind.
Oh, they're talking. You can move yours if you want.
Well, do you guys? I mean, do you guys want this one here or the
Helio, man?
It doesn't really matter to me.
Right, it don't matter to me. Do what you want, bro. I just want people to know there's a choice and let people know that when you bring them through check-in.
Well, I'll move Rogers to there, and then we'll stay up here. All right.
Okay.
It straight up looks like a hang glider in front of the moon.
It looks like the fucking house from the movie Up.
My God, that's exactly what it looks like.
What do you think?
It does. It actually does look like that.
And David Weiss was the guy that pointed that out. I was like, it does look like a fucking house from Up. It's got the 3 balloons, right? Yeah.
That's definitely Up.
This is definitely Up. But I caught that in my backyard fucking just lucked out, man. That's
Did you put it in general?
No, I put it in a live stream to voice text.
Okay.
Oh, this is like that one they did for the Vietnam vets, and they were like, the Vietnam vets got traumatic brain injuries from being in trauma. Don't believe what they say about the Vietnam War, only believe us.
Yeah, basically.
Same kind of bullshit where you're taking a non-hard science, which it's all guesswork, and you're trying to say that it actually means something. And so don't listen to these political radicals. Well, you're only a radical. It's a real radical ideal to most of the power.
I don't know, man. That's our satellites. Dude, there's so many videos of satellite launches with balloons, man. I don't have to fucking prove it with some moon crossing. Fuck that. There's plenty of fucking video of NASA launching balloons from fucking satellites from balloons, man. I mean, if you haven't seen one of those videos, man, let me know, man. I'll send you a link. Yeah. But yeah, there's a shitload of them out there.
Did you know that if you just Google NASA and helium, that it will tell you that NASA is one of the largest commercial users of helium in the entire world, using over 100 million cubic feet of helium per year?
What is helium? Can you tell me what helium is?
It's a gas. It's a gas. It's lighter than air, bro.
Is it made of a certain amount of spheres connected to some sort of like other sphere?
I wouldn't go that far, man. It's a gas. Are you familiar with gases at all? Or maybe.
Well, is this some sort of molecular neutronic electron
Far out,
particle
man.
thing?
I think it's a Matrix fucking trip scene, bro. Check it out.
Fractal dust, man. It's fractal dust.
Fractal dust, man. Inside the fractal refraction of the dust, bro.
Yeah, man. That's how they got to dark matter. You didn't know? It's the fractal dust, but without the light.
The fractal dust swallowed the light inside of the hole.
Well, have you guys ever really got into?
No, that's a black hole. That's not to be confused with dark matter.
But sort of.
Dude, this shit gets so funny around here sometimes. It's so realistic. It's so funny. Inside the black hole of the darkness of the specter in between your fucking between your cockazoid next to the pussyzoid. It's amazing.
Or the other
it's amazing. You just gotta believe. You just gotta believe there's a fractal black hole for your cuckoo caca fucking cocoa.
Well, it's all based on density, bro.
Density of the cocoa. Or the
just do the speed with the density.
Yeah.
Energy. Just throw in energy and force value, and then there you go. You squared it.
But bro, this topic's so dense for me. You just have to look at the sky and imagine balls in your head.
All right, just think about it, bro. You're on your way.
That's the funniest thing I've heard all year right there. You just got to imagine, like your fucking balls in the sky. You'll be good.
Just figure it out, bro. You'll be one of us.
It's like the total orgasm, bro. Come on. Balls in the sky. Yeah.
Okay, so think about rockets in space, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so if you got a density measurement, that's not really a speed. If you got a what else? An energy value, that doesn't give you a distance. If you got a speed doesn't really give you distance. It really just gives you a rate. So it's like, okay, whenever they shoot a rocket into space, they can't really use density, speed, energy. Like, how do they get a distance from any of this stuff? Like, I feel like they just get to a place and they're just stuck. You just can't go any further.
Well, there was the Operation Fishbowl. You might have heard
Yeah,
of
like
that.
you see those spirals in the sky. Like they just can't get anywhere. I don't think.
There's a limit. Look, there's a limit to our realm.
Like, have you ever seen those? They had one in Norway, the spiral, and they had one off the beach of California, spiral. They say they launch a rocket and it goes out of control and it creates a perfect spiral, Fibonacci sequence, whatever thing. And
That's the first stage breaking loose because it's no longer being guided. Yeah.
All right, so you've heard about. All right, so they do that. You never see them really do it during the day. I don't know why you never see them do that during the day.
Because it's a spectacle to reinforce the propaganda of the globe in your mind.
Well, like,
so you want to have the most visibility as possible.
Okay, so we had Operation Dominic Fishbowl thing was a kind of spiral. Like, we really can't go up there. We don't know what's happening.
Hey, I got to ask you guys a quick question, man. I want you guys to think about this. Don't answer it quickly because it took me many years to kind of think about it, and I've got a little history.
We don't have a lot of years to think about that. Better.
Well, I'm just telling you, man. It's been years since I came up with the concept that if space was real, why wouldn't like Coca-Cola advertise in space? So they could put up some satellites or lights or whatever.
Yeah, they could
and they could spell out the name Coca-Cola, and the entire fucking world could fucking see it every day, every night.
Hey, let me
think about that as a
There's
point.
money in Coca-Cola.
There's money in fucking space. Why the fuck wouldn't you spell out Coca-Cola? Because they would pay you a fucking billion fucking trillion dollars
they got all the money
to fucking do it. If everybody in the world could see Coca-Cola in the sky every fucking night.
Hold on, check this out. Have you seen the movie WALL-E? Right?
Yes, of course I have.
Hell no, I haven't seen that shit.
You haven't seen WALL-E?
Hell no.
Little robot, man. Came
fucking,
yeah.
No, WALL-E was the robot, but
it's like a Disney.
Where was everyone? This is sort of like Elysium, right? It's sort of like Elysium but with absence of people on the planet. Elysium, yeah, on absence of people on the planet. WALL-E was like everyone was on the ark. This is, it's a Bible story, which is sort of like,
there's like a Jewish twist.
Right? Yeah, I mean, it's like a Disney movie. It's just like they're on the ark in space waiting for the planet. Come on, man. And everyone on this ark are huge. And then they're just riding around on their little freaking bots and there's like Taco Bell. I mean, whatever.
Yeah, holy shit.
I mean, it's pretty much like Idiocracy in space, for kids, basically. Have you ever seen WALL-E? I mean, you've seen it, Flat Earth, dude. But anyway,
of course, I've seen WALL-E, man. You fucking bet your ass. I was one of the biggest space fucking nerds there was. I don't want to say it was big, but I didn't go to like conventions or anything, but
no, me either. But I love
NASA. I love NASA. I was like,
I didn't.
These guys went to the moon.
So that's fine. Like, you guys got into space, right? Okay, so what did they tell you? Like a supernova? Is that like a god? Like a
supernova
god controller
created
a
star that explodes that sucks everything in. A supernova. My friend used to laugh about it. My best man used to laugh about, hey man, we got a supernova.
Right?
It's gonna destroy the entire universe. Fuck off, man. Like, really?
Well, okay, hold on. Here, the only reason why that's funny to me is that it exists. I'm like, okay, what's a supernova look like? Can I see it?
No, you can't.
Right? So they gotta show a picture. What is a supernova, man?
Speaking of can't seeing, man. Speaking of not being able to see something, is one of my pet peeves in this world, man, is that I know a guy that live streams a telescope from an apartment window in Tampa, Florida.
You see the Southern Cross?
His name is Take Back Space. And you can look him up on YouTube, man.
Hold on, is he a flat earther?
I wouldn't say he's a flat earther. He's a guy
Interesting.
that produces live streams of the sky in real time, and you can talk to them and say, hey, man, look at the moon, or look at Orion, or look at whatever.
That's kind of badass.
And he will fucking go, okay, let's look at
Saturn Jupiter
tonight, or we're going to look at Neptune, or whatever. He covers the entire gamut of what he can see with an 11-inch telescope live. Okay?
All right. You said he's at where? Where's he
Tampa,
at?
Florida, Tampa, Florida. Tampa, Florida.
You should be able to see the Southern Cross.
He sees a lot of things, but what I noticed about his live streams is that why isn't NASA or ESA or somebody, that the Vatican, somebody that has amazing telescopes live streaming all these beautiful constellations that they show us?
Because they have their own money.
I'll tell you why. They're not showing us live streams of telescopes throughout the world, which there are thousands of.
No. Hold on. That's not all the way true. You can look at the Vatican satellites
live. Can I watch them live?
Look at them live right now.
Hold on. Well, I have something else to say about that, but I want you to finish your point before I make my point.
Okay.
That may or may not be related. Go ahead.
Sophia is a Jesuit satellite, for example.
Sophia is a telescope.
And that's for Gnostic Christian reasons.
No,
the Society of Jesus.
you're just wrong. Stop being wrong, and then we can help you.
Hold on. Does the satellite Sophia exist? What is it?
Well, Sophia,
it's an airplane.
Yeah, it's on an airplane,
telescope, right?
And that's admitted by NASA.
That's
they put Sophia on an airplane.
Yes.
Okay, cool.
Okay,
cool.
so what does it mean?
Once you start knowing what you're talking about, then we can begin to talk about what we're talking about.
Well, I was talking about what we're talking about.
No, you weren't. You didn't know that Sophia was on an airplane.
I brought up Sophia because it's a Christian.
No, it's not. No, you're thinking of Lucifer telescope.
He's going over the esoteric.
Yeah, he's just like, just like, come on, bro, man, come on, man. So you don't have to act like you know what you're talking about. I mean, be ignorant. Be ignorant before you know something. It's okay.
Claim that you could watch a live stream from the Vatican telescopes, and you cannot. You cannot watch a live stream from the Lucifer telescope. That's not true.
Drace, I saw your voice talk up, right? The Sophia is a telescope.
I told you that, yes. You said it was a satellite. It's not a satellite, so stop being wrong and stop making false claims.
Is it an airplane?
Yes.
I said that.
Okay, so we got an airplane, right?
He's thinking about Hubble, I think.
All right, yeah. But everything they say is from
No,
Hubble.
I know he's thinking about Hubble because it's the same telescope.
No. This is early flat Earth shit, okay,
telescope and a plane.
It's maybe where he's getting confused because it's the same fucking telescope.
Relax. There's a guy.
I don't have to relax. I'm just telling you, man. You're getting confused.
It was like Mark Bassano or some dude.
That's Robert Bassano. Yes, I've actually talked. I've talked to him. I've talked to him, and he talked to the director of the Hubble program. Yeah, I actually talked to this guy.
Okay, so let me ask you this.
Yes.
Let me ask you this.
Go ahead.
Sophia is an archetype of early Christian Gnosticism.
Okay.
They called their fucking telescope Sophia. That's a fact. I'm not making any shit up.
I agree with you, man. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, and they put it on an airplane and fly.
Well, Sophia comes from an ancient early Christian archon which
Yes.
is an aeon
So does Apollo.
of
So does
unethical God.
Gemini. So does Gemini, Apollo.
Weird,
It's actually
esoteric
7 a.m.
name for their crap. I get it. Okay, but
No,
you
you're
know
not
why?
wrong about that. You just
What's your
the
point?
way you were saying.
What's
Go ahead.
your point, man? What's your
Do you
point?
know
Yeah,
why
we
they
got
put the
esoteric.
telescope in the airplane, or like? Because I do know why they put the telescope in the airplane.
Do you
So
know why
like,
they called it? Do you know why they called it?
Pretend it's a Hubble.
Because they can't go to space. That's why.
they put the telescope in the airplane because that there's less debris in the atmosphere at higher altitude, which means you're going to be able to see further with the telescope than you would with one of those big telescopes on land.
Well, put the same exact lens in the airplane that they claim that the Hubble is doing, because they can't put the claimed Hubble in space because there's no such thing.
Well, okay,
It doesn't exist.
Here's the thing: put a picture of Sophia satellite, which is an airplane image, up against a Hubble image. Look at them both.
It's the same thing.
Yeah, look at them both together.
The head of the
Tell me.
department said the same thing too.
Yeah, so just look at it.
It looks exactly the same.
That's my whole. That's what I'm saying, man.
Cool. Well, now we're back to where we started.
Welcome to Flat Earth, man. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Welcome.
Yeah.
You can't make a big fucking huge telescope in space. It'll spin around the Earth and take deep orbit pictures of the Milky Way galaxy or ancient Ada. It's just whatever.
I love you.
Which to them is believable, but it's unbelievable that
Hey,
someone
but
could put a telescope
check
in a
this
plane.
out. I mean, this kind of reminds me of something that.
Go ahead.
Like, we have very few large lens optical telescopes either on airplanes or on Earth. Very few, like,